The Code of the Woosters by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Simon Callow. I reached out a hand under the blankets and rang the bell for Jeeves. Good evening, Jeeves.
Good morning, sir.
This surprised me. Is it morning?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure? It seems very dark outside.
There is a fog, sir. If you will recollect, we are now in autumn, season of mists and mellow fruitfulness.
Season of what?
Mists, sir, and mellow fruitfulness.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see. Well, be that as it may, get me one of those braces of yours, will you?
I have one in readiness, sir, in the icebox.
He shimmered out, and I sat up in bed with that rather unpleasant feeling you get sometimes that you're going to die in about 5 minutes. On the previous night, I had given a little dinner at the Drones to Gussie Fink-Nottle as a friendly send-off before his approaching nuptials with Madeline, only daughter of Sir Watkin Bassett, C.B.E., and these things take their toll. Indeed, just before Jeeves came in, I had been dreaming that some bounder was driving spikes through my head, not just ordinary spikes, as used by J.L., the wife of Heber, but red-hot ones. He returned with the tissue restorer. I loosed it down the hatch, and after undergoing the passing discomfort, unavoidable when you drink Jeeves's patent morning revivers of having the top of the skull fly up to the ceiling and the eyes shoot out of their sockets and rebound from the opposite wall like racket balls, felt better. "Ha!" I said, retrieving the eyeballs and replacing them in position. "Well, Jeeves, what goes on in the great world? Is that the paper you have there?"
"No, sir. It is some literature from the Travel Bureau. I thought that you might care to glance at it."
"Oh, you did you?" There was a brief and, if that's the word I want, pregnant silence. I suppose that when two men of iron will live in close association with one another, there are bound to be occasional clashes, and one of these had recently popped up in the Worcester home. Jeeves was trying to get me to go on a round-the-world cruise, and I would have none of it. But in spite of my firm statements to this effect, scarcely a day passed without him bringing me a sheaf or nosegay of those illustrated folders which the Ho for the Open Spaces birds send out in the hope of drumming up custom. Jeeves, this nuisance must now cease.
Travel is highly educational, sir.
I can't do with any more education. I was full up years ago. No, Jeeves, I refuse to be decanted into any blasted ocean-going liner and lugged off around the world.
Very good, sir.
He spoke with a certain "what is it" in his voice, and I could see that, if not actually disgruntled, he was far from being gruntled, so I tactfully changed the subject. "Well, Jeeves, it was quite a satisfactory binge last night. Gussie sends his regards."
"I appreciate the kind thought, sir. I trust Mr. Fink-Nottle was in good spirits."
"Extraordinarily good, considering that the sands are running out and that he will shortly have Sir Watkin Bassett for a father-in-law. Sooner him than me, Jeeves, sooner him than me." I spoke with strong feeling, and I'll tell you why. A few months before, while celebrating boat race night, I had fallen into the clutches of the law for trying to separate a policeman from his helmet, and after sleeping fitfully on a plank bed, had been hauled up at Bosher Street next morning and fined 5 of the best. The magistrate who had inflicted this monstrous sentence was none other than old Pop Bassett, father of Gussie's bride-to-be. As it turned out, I was one of his last customers, for a couple of weeks later he inherited a pot of money from a distant relative and retired to the country. You have not forgotten that man of wrath, Jeeves? A hard case, eh?
Possibly Sir Watkin is less formidable in private life, sir.
I doubt it. But enough of this Bassett. Any letters today, sir?
No, sir.
Telephone communications?
One, sir. From Mrs. Travers.
Aunt Dahlia? She's back in town, then?
Yes, sir. She expressed a desire that you would ring her up at your earliest convenience.
"I will do even better," I said cordially. "I will call in person." And half an hour later I was toddling up the steps of her residence. I found the old flesh and blood up to her Marcel wave in proof sheets. As all the world knows, she is the courteous and popular proprietress of a weekly sheet for the delicately nurtured entitled Milady's Boudoir. I once contributed an article to it on what the well-dressed man is wearing. My entry caused her to come to the surface. "Hello, ugly," she said. "What brings you here?" "I understood, aged relative, that you wished to confer with me." A few words on the telephone would have met the case. If you were wondering if I could come to lunch, have no anxiety. I shall be delighted as always. What will Anatole be giving us? He won't be giving you anything. I'm entertaining Pomona Grindle, the novelist, to the midday meal. I should be charmed to meet her. Well, you're not going to. It is to be a strictly tete-a-tete affair. I'm trying to get a serial out of her for the boudoir. Now, all I wanted was to tell you to go to an antique shop in the Brompton Road. It's just past the Oratory. You can't miss it, and sneer at a cow creamer. Do what? Do a what? They've got an 18th century cow creamer there that Tom's going to buy this afternoon. The scales fell from my eyes. Oh, it's a silver whatnot, is it? Yes, a sort of cream jug. Go there and ask them to show it to you, and when they do, register scorn. The idea being what? To sap their confidence, of course. Chump, to sow doubts and misgivings in their mind and make them clip the price a bit. The cheaper he gets the thing, the better he will be pleased, and I want him to be in cheery mood, because if I succeed in signing the Grindle up for this serial, I shall be compelled to get into his ribs for a biggish sum of money. So pop off there without delay and shake your head at the thing. I can't shake my head. Not today. She gazed at me with a censorious waggle of the right eyebrow. Oh, so that's how it is. Well, if your loathsome excesses have left you incapable of head-shaking, you can at least curl your lip. Oh, rather. Then carry on. And draw your breath in sharply. Also try clicking the tongue. Oh, yes, and tell them you think it's modern Dutch. Why? I don't know. Apparently it's something a cow creamer ought not to be. She paused, and allowed her eye to roam thoughtfully over my perhaps somewhat corpse-like face. So you were out on the tiles last night, were you, my little chickadee? Don't you ever stop drinking? I rebutted the slur. You wrong me, relative. Except at times of special revelry, I am exceedingly moderate in my potations. But last night I gave a small bachelor binge for Gussie Fink Nottle. You did you? She laughed, a bit louder than I could have wished in my frail state of health. Spinked bottle, eh? How was the old newt fancier? Did he make a speech? Yes, I was astounded. I was all prepared for a blushing refusal, but no. We drank his health, and he rose to his feet as cool as some cucumbers, as Anatole would say. The thing I never know when I'm starting out to tell a story about a chap I've told a story about before is how much explanation to bung in at the outset. I suppose the only thing to do is to put the salient facts as briefly as possible. This Gussie, then, was a fish-faced pal of mine, who, on reaching man's estate, had buried himself in the country and devoted himself entirely to the study of newts. By all the rulings of the form book, a less promising prospect for the whispering of tender words in shell-like ears and the subsequent purchase of platinum ring and licence for wedding it would have seemed impossible to discover in a month of Sundays. But love will find a way. Meeting Madeline Bassett one day and falling for her like a ton of bricks, he had emerged from his retirement and started to woo, and after numerous vicissitudes, it clicked, and was slated at no distant date to walk up the aisle with the ghastly girl. I call her a ghastly girl because she was a ghastly girl, a droopy, soupy, sentimental exhibit with melting eyes and a cooing voice and the most extraordinary views on such things as stars and rabbits. I remember her telling me once that rabbits were gnomes in attendance on the fairy queen and that the stars were God's daisy chain. Aunt Dahlia emitted a low, rumbling chuckle. Good old Spink Bottle. Where is he now? Staying at the Bassett father's place, Totley Towers, Totley in the Wold, Gloss. He went back there this morning. They're having the wedding at the local church. Are you going to it? Definitely no. No, I suppose it would be too painful for you, you being in love with the girl. I stared. In love? Well, you were certainly engaged to her once. For about 5 minutes, yes, and through no fault of my own. My dear old relative, I said, nettled, you are perfectly well aware of the inside facts of that frightful affair. I winced. It was an incident in my career on which I did not care to dwell. Briefly, what had occurred was this. His nerves sapped by long association with newts, Gussie had shrunk from pleading his cause with Madeline Bassett, and had asked me to plead it for him. And when I did so, the fat-headed girl thought I was pleading mine, with the result that when she handed Gussie the temporary mitten, she had attached herself to me, and I had no option but to take the rap. Mercifully, things had been straightened out at the 11th hour by a reconciliation between the two pills, but the thought of my peril was one at which I still shuddered. "Well, if it is of any interest to you," said Aunt Dahlia, "I am not proposing to attend that wedding myself. I disapprove of Sir Watkin Bassett, and don't think he ought to be encouraged." "You know the old crumb, then?" "Yes, I know him. He's a friend of Tom's. They both collect old silver and snarl at one another like wolves about it all the time. We had him staying at Brinkley last month." And would you care to hear how he repaid me for all the loving care I lavished on him while he was my guest? Sneaked round behind my back and tried to steal Anatole. No. Fortunately, Anatole proved staunch, after I had doubled his wages. I was visibly affected. Yes, that's the sort of horn-swaggling high-binder Sir Watkin Bassett is, and now push off. The door is behind you. The antique shop in the Brompton Road proved, as foreshadowed, to be an antique shop in the Brompton Road, and, like all antique shops except the swanky ones in the Bond Street neighbourhood, dingy outside and dark and smelly within. "I say," I began, entering, then paused, as I perceived that the bloke in charge was attending to 2 other customers. "Oh, sorry," I was about to add, when the words froze on my lips. In spite of the poor light, I was able to note that the smaller and elder of these 2 customers was no stranger to me. It was old Pop Bassett, in person. A weaker man, no doubt, would have tiptoed from the scene and headed for the horizon, but I stood firm. My entry had caused him to turn and shoot a quick look at me, and at intervals since then he had been peering at me sideways. It was only a question of time before he would realize that the slight, distinguished-looking figure leaning on its umbrella in the background was an old acquaintance. The bird in charge of the shop pottered off into an inner room, and he came across to where I stood. "Hello, hello, I know you, young man. You came up before me once." I bowed slightly. "But not twice. Good. Learned your lesson, eh? Now, let me see. What was it? Of course. Bag-snatching." No. Bag-snatching. Still, it's all past and done with now, eh? Huh? Splendid. Roderick, come over here. This is most interesting." His buddy, who had been examining a salver, put it down and joined the party. He was a breathtaking cove, about 7 feet in height, and swathed in a plaid ulster which made him look about 6 feet across. He caught the eye and arrested it. It was as if nature had intended to make him a gorilla, and had changed its mind at the last moment. But it wasn't merely the sheer expanse of the bird that impressed. Close to, what you noticed more was his face, which was square and powerful and slightly moustached towards the centre. His gaze was keen and piercing. I don't know if you've ever seen those pictures in the papers of dictators with tilted chins and blazing eyes, but that was what he reminded me of. "Roderick, look at this chap. I gave him 3 months not long ago for snatching bags at railway stations, and it is quite evident that his term in jail has had the most excellent effect on him. He has reformed." "Oh, yes," said the dictator. "What makes you think he has reformed?" "Look at him. Well-groomed, well-dressed. What are you doing now, young man?" "Stealing umbrellas, apparently," said the dictator. "I notice he's got yours." I was on the point of denying the accusation hotly, when there suddenly struck me like a blow on the upper maxillary from a sock stuffed with wet sand, the realization that there was a lot in it. "I say, I'm most frightfully sorry." Old Bassett said he was, too, sorry and disappointed. The dictator had to shove his oar in. He asked if he should call a policeman, and old Bassett's eyes gleamed for a moment. But he shook his head. "No, Roderick, I couldn't. Not today. The happiest day of my life." "But listen," I bleated, "it was a mistake. I thought that umbrella was mine." "That," said old Bassett, "is the fundamental trouble with you, my man. You are totally unable to distinguish between meum and tuum. Come, Roderick." And they biffed off. A most unnerving experience all this had been for a man of sensibility, and I was on the point of melting away and going back to the fountainhead, when the proprietor of the shop emerged from the inner room, accompanied by a rich smell of stew and a sandy cat, and inquired what he could do for me. And so, the subject having come up, I said that I understood that he had an 18th-century cow-creamer for sale. "You're too late. It's promised to a customer." "Name of Travers?" "Ah, then that's all right. The above Travers is my uncle. He sent me here to have a look at the thing. I expect it's rotten." "It's a beautiful cow-creamer." "Ha!" I said, borrowing a bit of the dictator's stuff. I don't mind confessing that I'm not much of a lad for old silver, and when the whiskered ancient pottered off into the shadows and came back to the thing, I scarcely knew whether to laugh or weep. It was a silver cow. When I say cow, don't go running away with the idea of some decent, self-respecting cudster. This was a sinister, leering, underworld sort of animal. It was about 4 inches high and 6 long. Its back opened on a hinge. Its tail was arched, so that the tip touched the spine, thus, I suppose, affording a handle for the cream lover to grasp. The sight of it seemed to take me into a different and dreadful world. It was, consequently, an easy task for me to carry out the programme indicated by Aunt Dahlia. I curled the lip and clicked the tongue, all in one movement. I also drew in the breath sharply. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Oh, no, 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 no. All wrong. Modern Dutch. What do you mean, modern Dutch? It's 18th century English. Look at the hallmark. I can't see any hallmark. Are you blind? Here, take it outside in the street. It's lighter there. Righto, I said, and started for the door, sauntering at first in a languid sort of way. I say at first, because I'd only taken a couple of steps when I tripped over the cat, and you can't combine tripping over cats with languid sauntering. Shifting abruptly into high, I shot out of the door like someone wanted by the police making for the car after a smash-and-grab raid. The cow creamer flew from my hands, and it was a lucky thing that I happened to barge into a fellow citizen outside, or I should have taken a toss in the gutter. Well, not absolutely lucky, as a matter of fact, for it turned out to be Sir Watkin Bassett. "Call a policeman, Roderick!" The dictator sprang to the task. "Police!" he bawled. "Police!" yipped old Bassett. And a moment later something large loomed up in the fog and said, "What's all this?" Well, I dare say I could have explained, but I didn't want to stick around and go into it. Sidestepping nimbly, I picked up the feet, was gone like the wind, and eventually fetched up somewhere in the neighbourhood of Sloane Square, where I got aboard a cab and started back to civilization. My original intention was to drive to the Drones and get a bite of lunch there, but I hadn't gone far when I realised that I wasn't equal to it. I told the man to take me to the nearest Turkish bath. It was always my practice to linger over a Turkish bee, and it was consequently getting late by the time I returned to the flat, and it was with a merry tra-la-la on my lips that I latch-keyed my way in and made for the sitting-room. And the next moment, my fizziness was turned off at the main by the sight of a pile of telegrams on the table. I don't know if you were among the gang that followed the narrative of my earlier adventures with Gussie Fink-Nottle, but if you were, you will recall that the dirty work on that occasion started with a tidal wave of telegrams. I found myself eyeing this mound of envelopes askance. I had had the idea at first glance that there were about 20 of the beastly things, but a closer scrutiny revealed only 3. They had all been dispatched from Totley in the Wold, and they all bore the same signature. They ran as follows. The first: Worcester, Berkeley Mansions, Berkeley Square, London. Come immediately. Serious rift, Madeline and self. Reply, Gussie. The second: surprise received no answer to my telegram saying come immediately. Serious rift, Madeline and self. Reply, Gussie. And the third: I say, Bertie, why don't you answer my telegrams? Unless you come earliest possible moment, wedding will be broken off. Reply, Gussie. The sojourn of mine in the tea bath had done much to re-establish the mens sana in corpore whatnot. Perusal of these frightful communications brought about an instant relapse. The sound of the familiar footsteps had brought Jeeves floating out from the back premises. A glance was enough to tell him that all was not well with ye employer. "Are you ill, sir?" "Not ill, Jeeves, but all of a twitter. Read these." He ran his eye over the dossier. "Most disturbing, sir." "What shall I do, Jeeves?" "I think it would be best to proceed to Totley Towers, sir." "But how can I? Old Bassett would sling me out the moment I arrived." "Possibly if you were to telegraph to Mr. Fink-Nottle, sir, explaining your difficulty, he might have some solution to suggest." This seemed sound. I hastened out to the post office and wired as follows: Fink-Nottle, Totley Towers, Totley in the Wold. You say come here immediately, but you don't understand relations between Pop Bassett and self. These not such as to make him welcome visit Bertram. What have you been doing? Reply, Bertie. The answer to this came during dinner. Worcester, Berkeley Mansions, Berkeley Square, London. See difficulty, but think can work it. In spite strained relations, still speaking terms, Madeline. I'm telling her have received urgent letter from you, pleading you be allowed come here. Expect invitation shortly, Gussie. And on the morrow, after a tossing-on pillow night, I received a bag of 3. The first ran, have worked it. When you come, will you bring book entitled My Friends the Newts by Loretta Peabody? Gussie. The second, Bertie, I hear you're coming here. Delighted, as something very important want you do for me. Stiffy. The third, please come here if you wish, but oh, Bertie, is this wise? Will not it cause you needless pain, seeing me? Madeline. Jeeves was bringing me the morning cup of tea when I read these missives, and I handed them to him in silence. He read them in same. I think that we should start at once, sir. I suppose so. I will pack immediately. Would you wish me to call Mrs. Travers on the telephone? Why?
She has rung up several times this morning. Ah, I fancy this would be the lady now." A long and sustained peal had sounded from the front door. Jeeves left the presence, and a moment later Aunt Dahlia charged across the threshold. It was evident that information which she yearned to uncork was bubbling within her. "Bertie, a frightful thing has happened. Tell Jeeves to mix me a brandy and soda. Push along into the dining saloon, my fluttering old aspen. We shall not be interrupted there. Jeeves will want to come in here to pack." "Are you off somewhere?" "Totley Towers." "Totley Towers? That's just where I came to tell you you'd jolly well got to go immediately." "How do you mean?" "You'll soon see when I've explained. Then come along to the dining-room and explain at your earliest convenience." "Now then, my dear old mysterious hinter," I said, when Jeeves had brought the foodstuffs and withdrawn, "tell me all. Bertie, I wish to begin by saying a few words about Sir Watkin Bassett, C.B.E. May Greenfly attack his roses. May all his hens get the staggers." "Does he keep hens?" I said, putting a point. "And when he walks up the aisle with his daughter Madeline to give her away to that ass Spink Bottle, may he get a sneezing fit and find that he has come out without a pocket-handkerchief." "Quite. But what has he done?" "I will tell you. You remember that cow creamer? I shall never forget it. You will scarcely believe this, Aunt Dahlia, but when I got to the shop, who should be there by the most amazing coincidence but this same Bassett? It wasn't a coincidence. He'd gone there to have a look at the thing, to see if it was all Tom had said it was. For can you imagine such lunacy, Bertie? That chump of an uncle of yours had told the man about it. He might have known that the fiend would hatch some devilish plot for his undoing. And he did. Tom lunched with Sir Watkin Bassett at the latter's club yesterday. On the bill of fare was a cold lobster, and this Machiavelli sicked him onto it." I looked at her incredulously. "You aren't going to tell me that Uncle Tom ate lobster? At this man's instigation, he appears to have eaten not only pounds of lobster, but forests of sliced cucumber. That was what caused poor old Tom's downfall. At 6 o'clock I got a call from the hall porter asking me if I could send a car round to fetch the remains. He had to have 2 doctors and a stomach pump. And in the meantime, the fiend Bassett had nipped down and bought the cow creamer. The man had promised to hold it for Tom till 3 o'clock, but naturally when 3 o'clock came and he didn't turn up and there was another customer clamouring for the thing, he let it go. So Bassett has the cow creamer and took it down to Totley last night." The whole situation seemed to me essentially one of those where you just clench the hands and roll the eyes and then start a new life. I said as much while marmalading a slice of toast. "Oh, so you would take this foul outrage lying down? Well, I'm going to do something. I'm going to pinch the damn thing." I stared at her, astounded. "Or rather, you are." "Who, me?" "That's right. You're going to stay at Totley. You will have 100 excellent opportunities of getting your hooks on the thing, but dash it, and I must have it, because otherwise I shall never be able to dig a cheque out of Tom for that Pomona Grindle cereal. And I signed the old girl up yesterday at a fabulous price. So snap into it, my lad. It doesn't seem to me much to do for a loved aunt." "It seems to be a dashed lot to do for a loved aunt. You know what will happen if you don't." She paused significantly. "You follow me, Watson?" I was silent. She had no need to tell me what she meant. For this ruthless relative has one all-powerful weapon, viz. The threat that if I don't kick in, she will bar me from her board and wipe Anatole's cooking from my lips. "Aunt Dahlia, this is blackmail." "Yes, isn't it?" she said, and beetled off. Jeeves entered. "The bags are packed, sir." "Man and boy, Jeeves," I said, breaking a thoughtful silence which had lasted for about 87 miles, "I have been in some tough spots in my time, but this one wins the mottled oyster." We were bowling along in the 2-seater on our way to Totley Towers. "Sir? Don't pretend you don't know all about it, Jeeves. You were in the next room throughout my interview with Aunt Dahlia." "Well, yes, sir, I must confess that I did gather the substance of the conversation. Certainly a somewhat sharp crisis in your affairs would appear to have been precipitated, sir." I drove on, brooding. If I had my life to live again, Jeeves, I would start it as an orphan without aunts. Though they put aunts in Turkey in sacks and drop them in the Bosphorus. "Odalisks, sir, I understand. Not aunts." "Well, why not aunts? Look at the trouble they cause in the world, and it is no good telling me that there are bad aunts and good aunts. At the core they are all alike. Sooner or later, out pops the cloven hoof." Might I venture to inquire if it is your intention to endeavour to carry out Mrs. Travers's wishes? That is the problem which is torturing me, Jeeves. I can't make up my mind. I think of being barred from those menus of Anatols, and I say to myself that I will take a pop. Then I reflect that my name at Totley Towers is already mud, and that old Bassett is firmly convinced that I steal everything I come upon that isn't nailed down. Sir? Didn't I tell you about that? I informed him briefly of what had occurred at the antique shop. A laughable misunderstanding, sir. Laughable, Jeeves? He saw that his mirth had been ill-timed. I beg your pardon, sir. I should have said disturbing. Quite. It must have been exceedingly trying, meeting Sir Watkin in such circumstances. Yes, and as if that wasn't enough to have on my mind, there's that telegram of Stiffy's. You remember the third telegram that came this morning? It was from Stephanie Byng, Miss Bassett's cousin, who resides at Totley Towers. You've met her. She came to lunch at the flat a week or two ago. Smallish girl of about the tonnage of Jessie Matthews. Oh, yes, sir. I remember Miss Byng. A charming young lady. Quite. But what does she want me to do for her? That's the question. During these exchanges we had been breezing along at a fairish pace, and there now appeared before us, through the trees, a stately home of E. Having turned in at the gateway and fetched up at the front door, we were informed by the butler that this was indeed the lair of Sir Watkin Bassett. Sir Watkin, he explained, had popped out for a breather. I fancy he is somewhere in the grounds with Mr. Roderick Spode. I started. Roderick Spode? Big chap with a small moustache and the sort of eye that can open an oyster at 60 paces? Yes, sir. Miss Madeline, I believe, is at home, but it may take some little time to locate her. How about Mr. Fink Nottle? I think he's gone for a walk, sir. Oh, well, righto. Then I'll just potter about a bit. I strolled off along the terrace. The news that Roderick Spode was on the premises had shaken me. His presence at the Towers rendered the prospect of trying to carry out Aunt Dahlia's commission twice as intimidating as it had been before. The more I faced up to the idea of pinching that cow-creamer, the less I liked it. It seemed to me that there ought to be a middle course, and that what I had to do was explore avenues. To this end I paced the terrace with bent bean, pondering. And I was strolling up and down when my attention was arrested by the interior of a room on the ground floor, visible through an open French window. It was a sort of minor drawing-room, stuffed to bursting point with glass cases, these in their turn stuffed to bursting point with silver. I paused. Something seemed to draw me through the French window. At the next moment, there I was, vis-à-vis, as the expression is, with my old pal, the silver cow. It was standing in a smallish case over by the door, and I peered in at it. And it was with considerable emotion that I perceived that the case was not locked. I turned the handle. I dipped in and fished it out. Now, whether it was my intention merely to inspect and examine, or whether I was proposing to shoot the works, I do not know. However, I was not accorded leisure to review my emotions, for at this point a voice behind me said, "Hands up!" And turning, I observed Roderick Spode in the window. He had a shotgun in his hand, and this he was pointing in a negligent sort of way at my third waistcoat button. I saw that I had been mistaken in supposing him to be 7 feet in height. 8, at least. "Sir Watkin, come here, please. I have something to show you." Old Bassett appeared in the window. "Look," said Spode. "Would you have thought such a thing possible? Good God, it's the bag snatcher. How did you catch him?" "I happened to be coming along the drive, and I saw a furtive figure slink in at the window. I hurried up, just in time." "Well, I'm most obliged to you, Roderick. I suppose this is too serious a case for you to deal with summarily. I can issue a warrant for his arrest. Bring him along to the library, and I'll do it now. What will he get, do you think? Not easy to say, but—" "Hoy!" I said. I had intended to speak in a quiet, reasonable voice, but for some reason the word came out like something Aunt Dahlia might have said to a fellow member of the Pytchley, half a mile away across a ploughed field. Spode commented on my methods of voice production. "Don't shout like that!" "But listen!" A certain amount of confused argument then ensued. And in the middle of it all, just as I was showing myself in particularly good voice, the door opened and somebody said, "Goodness gracious!" I looked round. Madeline Bassett was in our midst. "Why, Bertie, when did you get here?" "Oh, hello. I've just arrived. Did you have a nice journey down?" "Oh, rather, thanks. You must be quite exhausted. Well, tea will be ready soon. I see you've met Daddy." "And Mr. Spode." "And Mr. Spode."
I don't know where Augustus is, but he's sure to be in to tea. I'll count the moments." Old Bassett had been listening to these courtesies with a dazed expression. "You mean you know this man?" Madeline Bassett laughed the tinkling, silvery laugh, which was one of the things that had got her so disliked by the better element. "Why, Daddy, of course I know him. Bertie Wooster's an a very dear old friend of mine. I told you he was coming here today." "This isn't your friend, Mr. Wooster?" "Of course." "But he snatches bags." "Umbrellas," prompted Spode. "Nonsense," said Madeline. "Of course it's nonsense," I thundered. "The whole thing is one of those laughable misunderstandings." I must say, I was expecting that my explanation would have gone better than it did. What I had anticipated was that after a few words from myself outlining the situation, there would have been roars of jolly mirth. But old Bassett was a difficult man to convince. He kept interrupting. However, after a good deal of tedious spade work, he conceded that he might have judged me unjustly. "But how about the bags?" "There weren't any bags. I pinched a policeman's helmet." "That's just as bad as snatching bags," Roderick Spode intervened unexpectedly. "No, I don't think you can go as far as that. When I was at Oxford, I once stole a policeman's helmet myself." Old Bassett was plainly taken aback. Then he perked up. "Well, what about that affair at the antique shop? Didn't we catch him in the act of running off with my cow creamer?" "The bloke at the shop had given it to me to look at. He advised me to take it outside, where the light was better. You were rushing out, staggering out. I trod on the cat." "I saw no cat. Did you see a cat, Roderick?" "No. No cat." "Ah. Well, we'll pass over the cat." "But I didn't," I said, with one of my lightning flashes. "We will pass over the cat," repeated old Bassett, "and come to another point. What were you doing with that cow creamer? You say you were looking at it. What was your motive? Eh?" "Why, Daddy," said Madeline. She came forward, her eyes watering a bit. "Why, Daddy, naturally your silver would be the first thing Bertie would want to look at. Of course he's interested in it. Bertie is Mr. Travers's nephew." "What?" "Didn't you know that? Your uncle has a wonderful collection, hasn't he, Bertie?" There was a pause. Old Bassett was breathing heavily. "Oh," he said. I say," I said, "could I send a telegram?" "You can telephone it from the library," said Madeline. "I'll take you there." She conducted me to the instrument and left me, saying that she would be waiting in the hall when I had finished. I leapt at it, established connection with the post office, and after a brief conversation with what appeared to be the village idiot, telephoned as follows. "Mrs. Travers, 47 Charles Street, Berkeley Square, London. Deeply regret, quite impossible carry-out assignment. Love, Bertie." I then went down to the hall to join Madeline Bassett, and as I hove alongside, she turned and gazed at me. "Oh, Bertie, you ought not to be here. Would it not have been better to have ended it all cleanly that day when we said good-bye at Brinkley Court? That should have been our farewell." "Absolutely. But I had a communication from Gussie more or less indicating that you and he were—" "So that was why you came here? You thought there might still be a chance? Oh, Bertie, really, you must not build dream castles. I love Augustus. He is my man." "And you haven't parted brass rags?" "Of course not." "Then what did he mean by saying serious rift, Madeline and self?" "Oh, that was nothing. I thought I found him flirting with my cousin Stephanie, but he explained everything this morning. He was only taking a fly out of her eye." I suppose I might legitimately have been a bit shirty on learning that I'd been hauled all the way down here for nothing, but I wasn't. I was amazingly braced. I have never loved Augustus more than I do now. Every day I find myself discovering some new facet of his extraordinary character. For instance, you've seen him quite lately, have you not? "Oh, rather. I gave him a dinner at the Drones only the night before last. I wonder if you noticed an improvement, if such a thing were possible. Have you not sometimes felt in the past, Bertie, that if Augustus had a fault, it was a tendency to be a little timid?" Yes. I remembered something Jeeves had once called Gussie. "A sensitive plant." "What?" "Exactly. You know your Shelley, Bertie." "Oh, am I? That is what I've always thought of him, a sensitive plant. But recently, in the last week, he seems to completely have lost his diffidence." "By Jove, yes, that's right. Do you know, he actually made a speech at that dinner of mine, and what is more, why, only this morning he spoke to Sir Roderick Spode quite sharply." Well, well. It was the one thing that was needed to make him perfect. Sometimes, Bertie, I ask myself if I'm worthy of so rare a soul. "Of course you are. When is the wedding to be?" "On the 23rd. I'd make it earlier." "You think so? You can't be married too soon to a chap like Gussie." She reached out and grabbed my hand and pressed it. "Dear Bertie." And on this cheery note we parted. I to head for the drawing-room and get a spot of tea. She, it appeared, did not take tea, being on a diet. And I had reached the drawing-room and was about to shove open the door, which was ajar, when from the other side there came a voice. And what it was saying was, "So kindly do not talk rot, Spode." There was no possibility of mistake as to whose voice it was. From his earliest years there's always been something distinctive and individual about Gussie's timbre, reminding the hearer partly of an escape of gas from a gas pipe, and partly of a sheep calling to its young in the lambing season. I entered the room, marvelling. Except for some sort of dim female abaft the teapot, only Sir Watkin Bassett, Roderick Spode, and Gussie were present. Gussie was straddling the hearthrug with his legs apart, warming himself at the blaze. He sighted me as I entered. "Ah, Bertie, come in and have a crumpet." "Thanks." "Do you bring that book I asked you to?" "Awfully sorry, I forgot." "Well, of all the muddle-headed asses that ever stepped, you certainly are the worst." He called for another potted meat sandwich. I have never been able to look back on my first meal at Totley Towers as among my happiest memories. The cup of tea on arrival at a country house is a thing which, as a rule, I particularly enjoy. But now all sense of bien-être was destroyed by Gussie's peculiar manner, that odd suggestion he conveyed of having bought the place. It was a relief when the gang had finally drifted away, leaving us alone. "I saw Madeline just now. She tells me that you're sweethearts still. Correct?" "Quite correct. There was a little temporary coolness about my taking a fly out of Stephanie Bing's eye, and I got a bit panicked and wired you to come down. I thought you might possibly plead. However, no need for that now. Still, stay a day or two, of course, as you're here." "Thanks." "No doubt you'll be glad to see your aunt. She arrives tonight, I understand." I could make nothing of this. My Aunt Agatha, I knew, was in a nursing home with jaundice. "Some mistake," I said. "No mistake at all. Madeline showed me the telegram that came from her this morning. It was dispatched from London, I noticed, so I suppose she's left Brinkley." I stared. "You mean Aunt Dahlia is coming here tonight?" "Exactly." This was nasty news. This sudden decision to follow me to Totley Towers could mean only one thing, that Aunt Dahlia, thinking things over, had become mistrustful of my will to win. "Tell me," continued Gussie, "what sort of voice is she in these days? I ask because if she's going to make those hunting noises of hers at me during her visit, I shall be compelled to tick her off pretty sharply." "What's happened to you, Gussie? Eh? Since when have you been like this?" "I don't understand you." "Well, to take an instance, saying you're going to tick Aunt Dahlia off. At Brinkley you cowered before her like a wet sock. And to take another instance, telling Spode not to talk rot. I wouldn't have had the nerve to tell Spode not to talk rot." "Well, to tell you the truth, Bertie, neither would I a week ago." "What happened a week ago?" "I had a spiritual rebirth, thanks to Jeeves. Would you care to hear about it?" I assured him that I was all agog. I settled myself in my chair. "A week ago, Bertie, my affairs had reached a crisis. I was faced by an ordeal, the mere prospect of which blackened the horizon. I discovered that I would have to make a speech at the wedding breakfast. And shall I tell you why I was so overcome by stark horror at the idea of making a speech at the wedding breakfast? It was because Roderick Spode and Sir Watkin Bassett would be in the audience. Do you know Sir Watkin intimately?" "Not very." "Well, you can take it from me that he is a hard nut, and he strongly objects to having me as a son-in-law. For one thing, he would have liked Madeline to marry Spode, who, I may mention, has loved her since she was so high." "Oh, yes?" "Yes. But apart from the fact that she wanted to marry me, he didn't want to marry her. He looks upon himself as a man of destiny, you see, and feels that marriage would interfere with this mission. He takes a line through Napoleon." I felt that before proceeding further I must get the lowdown on this Spode. "How do you mean, his mission?" "Don't you ever read the papers? Roderick Spode is the founder and head of the Saviours of Britain, a fascist organisation better known as the Black Shorts. His general idea, if he doesn't get knocked on the head with a bottle in one of the frequent brawls in which he and his followers indulge, is to make himself a dictator." I was astounded at my keenness of perception. A dictator he had proved to be. "Well, I'm dashed. By the way, when you say shorts, you mean shirts, of course." "No, by the time Spode formed his association, there were no shirts left. He and his adherents wear black shorts." "Bare knees?" "Bare knees." "Golly." "Yes." A thought struck me, so revolting that I nearly dropped my gasper. "Does old Bassett wear black shorts?" No, he isn't a member of the Saviours of Britain. Then how does he come to be mixed up with Spode? Sir Watkin is engaged to be married to his aunt, a Mrs. Wintergreen, widow of the late Colonel H.H. Wintergreen of Pont Street. I mused for a moment, reviewing in my mind the scene in the antique bin. In that shop he had hopped about like a carefree cat on hot bricks, exhibiting the merchandise to Spode with little chirps of, "I think your aunt would like this," and "How about this?" Where was I? I don't know. I do. I was saying that Sir Watkin disliked the idea of having me for a son-in-law. Spode also was opposed to the match, nor did he make any attempt to conceal the fact. He used to come popping out at me from round corners and muttering threats. Why did he mutter threats? Because he looks on himself as a sort of knight watching over Madeline. He keeps telling me that the happiness of that little girl is very dear to him, and that if ever I let her down he will break my neck. And that was one of the reasons why I was a bit agitated when Madeline became distant in her manner on catching me with Stephanie Byng. Tell me, Gussie, what were you and Stiffy actually doing? I was taking a fly out of her eye. I nodded. If that was his story, no doubt he was wise to stick to it. So much for Spode. We now come to Sir Watkin Bassett. At our very first meeting, I could see that I was not his dream man. Me too. I became engaged to Madeline, as you know, at Brinkley Court. The news of the betrothal was, therefore, conveyed to him by letter. When I was introduced to him as the man who was to marry his daughter, he just stared for a moment and said, "What?" When he at last got on to it, that there was no deception, he went off into a corner and sat there for some time, holding his head in his hands. After that, I used to catch him looking at me over the top of his pince-nez. It unsettled me. And when he learned from Madeline that I was keeping newts in my bedroom, he said something very derogatory under his breath, but I heard him. You got the troupe with you, then? Of course. I'm in the middle of a very delicate experiment. An American professor has discovered that the full moon influences the love life of several undersea creatures, including one species of fish, 2 starfish groups, 8 kinds of worms, and a ribbon-like seaweed called dictyota. The moon will be full in 2 or 3 days. I want to find out if it affects the love life of newts, too. But what is the love life of newts, if you boil it right down? Didn't you tell me once that they just waggled their tails at one another in the mating season? Quite correct. I shrugged my shoulders. Well, all right, if they like it. But it's not my idea of molten passion. So old Bassett didn't approve of the dumb chums. No, he didn't approve of anything about me. Add Spode, and you will understand why I was beginning to get thoroughly rattled. And then, out of a blue sky, they sprang it on me that I would have to make a speech at the wedding breakfast. He paused and swallowed convulsively, like a Pekingese taking a pill. End of Side 1. Side 2. I'm a shy man, Bertie, Gussie continued. When you lugged me into that prize-giving affair at Market Snodsbury, the thought of standing on a platform faced by a mob of pimply boys filled me with a panic terror. You can imagine, then, what it was like for me to have to contemplate that wedding breakfast. And then, out of the night that covered me, there shone a tiny gleam of hope. I thought of Jeeves, and I took the train to London and placed my problem before him. I was fortunate to catch him in time. How do you mean, in time? He told me that you and he were starting almost immediately on one of those round-the-world cruises. Oh, no, that's all off. Does Jeeves say it's all off? No, but I do. Well, as I say, I put the facts before Jeeves, and you will scarcely credit this, Bertie. I hadn't got more than halfway through the glass of orange juice with which he had supplied me when he solved the whole thing. We do not, he said, fear those whom we despise. The thing to do, therefore, is to cultivate a lofty contempt for those who will be listening to one. How? Quite simple. You fill your mind with scornful thoughts about them. I pondered on this. I see. But would it work in practice? My dear chap, it works like a charm. You recall my speech at that dinner of yours? You weren't despising us. Certainly I was. I must say I was conscious of a certain chagrin. But soon more generous emotions prevailed. After all, I told myself, the great thing was to get this Fink Nottle safely under the wire and off on his honeymoon. Well, yes, I see what you mean, but dash it, Gussie, you couldn't despise Spode. Couldn't I? I did it on my head. And Sir Watkin Bassett, too. I tell you, Bertie, I approached this wedding breakfast without a tremor. I shall look these men in the eye and make them wilt. The moment Jeeves spoke those words, I settled down to think of all the things about Roderick Spode and Sir Watkin Bassett which exposed them to the just contempt of their fellow men. I wrote them down in a notebook. You wrote them down in a notebook? A small, leather-covered notebook. Where do you keep it? In my breast pocket. Here it is. Oh, no, it isn't. That's funny. I must have dropped it somewhere. Dropped it? Yes, but it's all right. I can remember every word of it. Oh, I see. Oh, that's fine. Yes. Was there much of it? Oh, lots. Good stuff? Of the best. Well, that's splendid. I looked at him with growing wonder. Oh, yes, I've got it all carefully memorised, and I'm extremely pleased with it. During this past week I've been subjecting the characters of Roderick Spode and Sir Watkin Bassett to a pitiless examination. You ever heard Sir Watkin Bassett dealing with a bowl of soup? It's not unlike the Scottish Express going through a tunnel. You ever seen Spode eat asparagus? No. Revolting. It alters one's whole conception of man as nature's last word. Those were two of the things you wrote in the book? I gave them about half a page. They were just trivial surface faults. The bulk of my researches went much deeper. I see. It was all bright, snappy stuff. Every word of it. No chance of old Bassett being bored when he reads it. Reads it? Well, he's just as likely to find the book as anyone, isn't he? Gussie stood gaping at me. I never thought of that. Start now. Oh, my gosh! Yes. He moved to the tea table like a man in a dream and started to eat a cold crumpet. Suppose old Bassett does find that book. What do you think will ensue? I could answer that one. He would immediately put the bee on the wedding. You don't really think that? I do. He choked over his crumpet. Of course he would, I said. You say he has never been any too sold on you as a son-in-law. Reading that book isn't going to cause a sudden change for the better. And Madeline isn't the sort of girl to defy a parent. Oh, my gosh! Still, I wouldn't worry about that, old man, because long before it happened, Spode would have broken your neck. He plucked feebly at another crumpet. What's to be done? Nothing. We must just put our trust in a higher power. Consult Jeeves, you mean? I shook the lemon. Even Jeeves cannot help us here. It is a straight issue of finding and recovering that notebook before he can get to old Bassett. Why on earth didn't you keep it locked up somewhere? I couldn't. I was always writing fresh stuff in it. Now I'm trying to think where I saw it last. Wait a minute, yes, I remember. By the pump in the stable yard. Yesterday, before lunch, I took it out to jot down a note. I'd just done so when I met Stephanie Byng and took the fly out of her eye. Bertie, he cried, breaking off, the whole scene is rising before my eyes. I took the book out and then put it back in my breast pocket, where I keep my handkerchief. Well, don't you understand? What is the first thing you do when you find a girl with a fly in her eye? I uttered an exclamation. Reach for your handkerchief. Exactly, and draw it out and extract the fly with the corner of it. And if there's a small brown leather-covered notebook alongside the handkerchief, it shoots out and falls to earth. You know not where. But I do know where. I could lead you to the exact spot. For an instant I felt braced. Then moodiness returned. Yesterday, before lunch, you say? Then someone must have found it by this time. That's just what I'm coming to. I remembered something else. Immediately after I'd coped with the fly, I recollect hearing Stephanie saying, "Hello, what's that?" and seeing her stoop and pick something up. I think it's obvious that the book is now in the possession of this Byng. It must be. Where is she? I seem to remember her saying something about walking down to the village. I think she goes and hobnobs with the curate. If you're not doing anything, you might stroll and meet her. I will. Well, keep an eye open for that Scotty of hers. Oh, yes. Thanks. It did not take me long to get to the end of the drive. At the gates, I paused. It seemed to me that my best plan would be to linger here until Stiffy returned. I lighted a cigarette, gave myself up to meditation. I was still musing when my meditations were interrupted. The shades of evening were beginning to fall pretty freely by now, but the visibility was still good enough to enable me to observe that up the road there was approaching a large, stout, moon-faced policeman on a bicycle, and it was patent that his attention had not yet been drawn to the fact that he was being chivied by a fine Aberdeen terrier, herring after him hell for leather. The constable was riding without his hands, and but for this, the disaster, when it occurred, might not have been so complete. As everybody knows, if the hands are not firmly on the handlebars, a sudden swerve spells a smeller. And so it happened now. One moment the officer was with us, all merry and bright. The next he was in the ditch, a sort of Macedon of arms and legs and wheels, with the terrier sitting on the edge. and as he threshed about in the ditch, a girl came round the corner, an attractive young prune upholstered in heather-mixture tweeds, and I recognised the familiar features of S. Bing. Stiffy was plainly vexed with the policeman, who had now begun to emerge from the ditch. "What on earth did you do that for? Poor old Bartholomew! Did the ugly man nearly squash him flat?" It was no business of mine, of course, but I couldn't help feeling that she might have made a more tactful approach. The policeman had now lifted himself and bicycle out of the abyss. He turned and eyed Stiffy. "I was proceeding along the public highway," he began in a slow, measured tone, "and the dog leapt at me in a violent manner. I was hurled from my bicycle." "Well, you shouldn't ride a bicycle. Bartholomew hates bicycles." "I ride a bicycle, miss, 'cause if I didn't I should have to cover my beat on foot. Do you good. Get some of the fat off you." "That," said the policeman, producing a notebook from the recesses of his costume and blowing a water beetle off it, "is not the point at issue. The point at issue is that this makes twice that the animal has committed an aggravated assault on my person, and I shall have to summons you once more, miss, for being in possession of a savage dog not under proper control." "Don't be an ass, Oates. I shall call this gentleman as a material witness." She turned to me, and for the first time became aware that I was no gentleman, but an old friend. "Oh, hello, Bertie." "Hello, Stiffy. When did you get here?" "Oh, recently." "Did you see what happened?" "Oh, rather." "Well, stand by to be subpoenaed." "Righto." "You will receive the summons in due course, miss." The policeman mounted his bicycle and rode off. Stiffy stood for a moment looking after him, then she turned away, and I came straight down to brass tacks. "Stiffy, have you got a small brown leather-covered notebook that Gussie Finknottle dropped in the stable yard yesterday?" "Yes, I've got it." "Gosh, what a relief. Does it belong to Gussie Finknottle?" "Yes." "You mean to say that it was Gussie who wrote those really excellent character studies of Roderick Spode and Uncle Watkin? I wouldn't have thought he had it in him." "Nobody would. Where's that book, Stiffy?" "Never mind about books. Do you think Eustace Oates means to summons me?" I said that, reading between the lines, that was rather the impression I had gathered. "I'm afraid so, too. Oh, well, more work for Uncle Watkin." "How do you mean?" "I shall come up before him." "Then he does still operate, even though retired?" "Well, he only retired from Bowsher Street. He's a Justice of the Peace now. He holds a sort of Star Chamber court in the library, and it always ends the same way, with him putting on the black cap and soaking me. And the worst of it is, he knows just what my allowance is. Twice this year he's skinned me to the bone, each time at the instigation of this man Oates. Don't you loathe policemen, Bertie?" "Well, not en masse. In Ray, this Oates of yours, I haven't seen enough of him, of course, to form an opinion." "Well, you can take it from me that he's one of the worst, and a bitter retribution awaits him. Do you remember the time you gave me lunch at your flat? You were telling me about how you tried to pinch that policeman's helmet in Leicester Square. Yet that was when I first met your uncle. It was that brought us together. Well, the other day it suddenly came back to me. For months I've been trying to think of a way of getting back at this man Oates, and you had showed it to me. You aren't going to pinch his helmet. Of course not. I think you're wise. It's man's work, so I've told Harold to do it. He's often said he'd do anything in the world for me. Bless him. We're engaged, you know." "Oh, are you?" "Yes, but don't tell a soul. It's frightfully secret. Uncle Watkin mustn't know about it till he's been well sweetened." "And who is this Harold?" "The curate down in the village." I stared at the young pill. "But, Stiffy, you can't ask a curate to go about pinching policemen's helmets. You'll get the poor bird unfrocked." "Unfrocked? It's something they do to parsons when they catch them bending. And this will inevitably be the outcome of the frightful task you've appointed to the sainted Harold." "I don't see that it's a frightful task." "You aren't telling me that it's the sort of thing that comes naturally to curates?" "Yes, I am. It ought to be right up Harold Street. When he was at Magdalen before he saw the light, he was the dickens of a chap." A mention of Magdalen interested me. It had been my own college. "Magdalen man, is he? What year? Perhaps I know him." "Of course you do. He was delighted when I told him you were coming here. Harold Pinker." "Old Stinker Pinker? Great Scott, one of my dearest pals. You really mean that old Stinker cures souls?" "Certainly. Any moment now he may get a vicarage. He'll be a bishop some day." The excitement of discovering a long-lost buddy waned. I became grave. And I'll tell you why I became grave. I knew Stinker for what he was, a large, lumbering, Newfoundland puppy of a chap, full of zeal, yes, but a man who, if there was a chance of bungling an enterprise and landing himself in the soup, would snatch at it. A fat lot of bishing he's going to do if he's caught sneaking helmets from members of his flock. He won't be caught. Of course he'll be caught. Chuck it, Stiffy. No, Stiffy. No, the show must go on. I gave it up. Well, if it must be, it must be, but at least impress upon him that it is essential when pinching policemen's helmets to give a forward shove before applying the upwards lift. Otherwise the subject's chin catches in the strap. It was to overlooking this vital point that my own downfall in Leicester Square was due. I fell into a thoughtful silence, then heaved a sigh and resumed the conversation. "So you and Stinker are engaged, are you? Why didn't you tell me when you lunched at the flat? It hadn't happened then. Oh, Bertie, I'm so happy I could bite a grape. At least, I shall be, if we can get Uncle Watkin thinking along bless you, my children lines. That's what I want to have a talk with you about. You remember what I said in my telegram about there being something I wanted you to do for me? I started. Let me tell you here and now that I'm jolly well not going to do it. Why, you don't even know what it is. I would prefer not to know. You would rather I unleashed Bartholomew? The Woosters are brave, but not rash. I allowed her to lead me to the stone wall that bordered the terrace, and we sat down. I won't keep you long. I shall have to begin, though, by telling you why we have had to be so dark and secret about the engagement. That's Gussie's fault. What has he done? Just been Gussie, that's all. You can understand Uncle Watkin's feelings. His daughter tells him she's going to get married. Oh, yes, he says. And along rolls Gussie. A nasty jar for a father. Quite. Well, you can't tell me that a time when he is reeling under the blow of having Gussie for a son-in-law is the moment for breaking it to him that I want to marry the curate. I saw her point. You've got to face it. Curates are not so hot. So before anything can be done in the way of removing the veil of secrecy, we've got to sell Harold to Uncle Watkin. If we play our cards properly, I'm hoping that he'll give him a vicarage which he has in his gift. Then we shall begin to get somewhere. I didn't like her use of the word we, but I saw what she was driving at. You wish me to put in a word for Stinker. There's nothing I would enjoy more, my dear Stiffy, but unfortunately we're not on those terms. No, nothing like that. Well, I don't see what more I can do. You will. I was conscious of a subtle feeling of uneasiness. Just praising Harold to Uncle Watkin isn't any use. You need something much cleverer than that. You want to engineer some terrifically brainy scheme that will put him over with a bang. Oh, you've got one? Yes, then it's terrific. The only snag is that Harold has to have someone working with him. Until I heard you were coming down here, I couldn't think who we were to get. But now you've arrived, all's well. All you have to do is steal Uncle Watkin's cow creamer. I don't know what you would have done if a girl in heather mixture tweeds had sprung this on you, scarcely 8 hours after a mauve-faced aunt had sprung the same. It is possible that you would have reeled. Personally, I was more amused than aghast. I laughed. Oh, yes? Tell me more. Yes, it's a thing brought back from London yesterday for his collection. He had it on the table in front of him at dinner last night and was gassing away about it, and it was then that I got the idea. I thought that if Harold could pinch it and then bring it back, Uncle Watkin would be so grateful that he would start spouting vicarages like a geezer. And then I spotted the catch. Oh? There was a catch? Of course, how would Harold be supposed to have got the thing? Obviously, it must be made to look like an outside job. I see. You want me to put on a black mask and break in through the window and snitch this objet d'art and hand it over to Stinker. I see. I see. I spoke with satirical bitterness. You are clever, Bertie, that's exactly it. Of course you needn't wear a mask, that's up to you. But the great thing is to get through the window. Wear gloves, of course, because of the fingerprints. Of course. Then Harold will be waiting outside, and he will take the thing from you. You escape in the struggle, of course. What struggle? And Harold rushes into the house, all over blood. Whose blood? Well, I said yours, and Harold thought his. How we've left it is that you both hit each other on the nose, and then Harold rouses the house and comes in and shows Uncle Watkin the cow creamer and explains what happened, and everything's fine. Don't you think it's a wonderful scheme, Bertie? I rose. I'm sorry. You don't mean you won't do it, now that you see that it will cause you practically no inconvenience at all? It would only take about 10 minutes of your time. And I do mean I won't do it. Well, I think you're a pig. A pig, maybe, but a shrewd, level-headed pig. I tell you, I know Stinker. He would muck the thing up and get us all landed in the jug. And now I'll take that book, if you don't mind. What book? Oh, that one of Gussie's. Yes. What do you want it for? I want it because Gussie might lose it again, in which event it might fall into the hands of your uncle, in which event he would certainly kick the stuffing out of the Gussie-Madeline wedding arrangements, in which event I would be up against it as few men have ever been up against it before. How do you come into it? I will tell you. And in a few terse words I outlined for her the hideous peril which threatened me if Gussie's entry were to be scratched. I see. No wonder you want that book. Come on, slip it across. Just a moment. You know, Bertie, I really ought to take that book to Uncle Watkin. What? That's what my conscience tells me to do. However, as you're being so sweet, and are going to help Harold and me by stealing that cow creamer, I suppose I shall have to stretch a point. Stiffy! It's no good saying stiffy. Either you sit in and do your bit, or Uncle Watkin gets some racy light reading over his morning egg and coffee. Think it over, Bertie. She hoisted the dog Bartholomew to his feet and trickled off towards the house. I slumped back onto the wall, and I sat there, stunned. Just how long, I don't know, but it was not till a voice suddenly spoke a couple of feet or so above my bowed head that I came out of the coma. "Good evening, Wooster." The cliff-like mass looming over me was Roderick Spode. "I should like a word with you, Wooster." "Oh, yes?" "I've been talking to Sir Watkin Bassett, and he's told me the whole story of the cow creamer. And we know why you are here. You have been sent by your uncle to steal this cow creamer for him. And now we learn your aunt is arriving. What I came to tell you, Wooster, was that you are being watched. And if you are caught stealing that cow creamer, I can assure you that you will go to prison. You need entertain no hope that Sir Watkin will shrink from creating a scandal. He will do his duty." Here he laid a hand upon my shoulder, and I can't remember when I've experienced anything more unpleasant. "Now, what you are saying to yourself, no doubt, is that you will not be caught. It will do you no good, Wooster. If the thing disappears, I shall know where it has gone, and I shall immediately beat you to a jelly." A dim figure was approaching across the terrace, and Spode changed his tone to one of a rather sickening geniality. "Well, I mustn't keep you any longer. You'll be wanting to go and dress for dinner." "Yes?" The word was addressed to the dim figure. A familiar cough revealed its identity. "I wish to speak to Mr. Wooster, sir. I have a message for him from Mrs. Travers. Mrs. Travers presents her compliments, sir, and desires me to say that she is in the blue room." I slid into the shirt and donned the knee-length underwear. "Well, thought of anything, Jeeves?" During the walk to the house I had placed him in possession of the latest developments. "Not yet, sir, I regret to say." I groaned a hollow one and shoved on the trousers. "I think it would help if we did what they do in thrillers. There's always a bit where the detective, in order to clarify his thoughts, writes down a list of suspects, motives, times, when, alibis, clues, and what not. Take pencil and paper, Jeeves, and we will assemble the facts. Ready?" "Yes, sir." "Right, now then. Item 1. Aunt Dahlia says that if I don't pinch that cow creamer and hand it over to her, she will bar me from her table and no more of Anatole's cooking." "Yes, sir." We now come to item 2, viz., if I do pinch the cow creamer and hand it over to her, Spode will beat me to a jelly. "Yes, sir." Furthermore, item 3, if I pinch it and hand it over to her, and don't pinch it and hand it over to Harold Pinker, not only shall I undergo the jellying process alluded to above, but Stiffy will take that notebook of Gussie's and hand it over to Sir Watkin Bassett. Well, that's the setup. You've got it? "Yes, sir. It is certainly a somewhat unfortunate state of affairs." "Jeeves, don't try me too high." "Yes, sir." I lighted a thoughtful cigarette. "I suppose I ought to be going and seeing the aged relative." And at this point the door opened, and Gussie came in. At the sight of this bespectacled bird, a pang of compassion shot through me, for a glance was enough to tell me that he was not abreast of stop-press events. "What ho, what ho! Well, Bertie, what's the news? Have you seen her?" Yes. Jeeves, have we any brandy?"
No, sir.
Could you get a spot?
Certainly, sir.
Better bring the bottle.
Very good, sir.
He melted away, and Gussie stared at me in honest amazement.
What's all this? You can't start swigging brandy just before dinner.
I do not propose to. It is for you.
I don't drink brandy.
I'll bet you drink this brandy. Sit down, Gussie, and let us chat a while. And deposing him in the armchair, I engaged him in desultory conversation about the weather and the crops.
Bertie, I believe you're pie-eyed.
Not at all. Just filling in till Jeeves gets back with the fluid. Ah, thank you, Jeeves. I took the brimming beaker from his hand and gently placed Gussie's fingers round the stem. You'd better go and inform Aunt Dahlia that I shall not be able to keep our tryst, Jeeves.
Very good, sir.
I turned to Gussie. Gussie, drink that down and listen. I'm afraid I have bad news for you about that notebook.
You don't mean she hasn't got it?
She has, and she is going to give it to Pop Bassett. I had expected him to take it fairly substantially, and he did.
But why? She can't realize what will happen.
Yes, she does.
Oh, my gosh!
It has often been said that disaster brings out the best in the Woosters. I patted his shoulder. He became more composed.
When did she tell you this?
On the terrace, not long ago.
Well, isn't there any way of stopping her?
Yes, there is. She says she will forego her dreadful purpose if I steal old Bassett's cow creamer.
But why?
I explained. He listened intelligently, his face brightening.
Now I see. That solves everything.
Not quite, because I'm jolly well not going to do it.
What? Why not?
Because if I do, Roderick Spode says he will beat me to a jelly.
Well, you aren't afraid of Roderick Spode?
Yes, I am. He took a turn, up and down the room.
But, Bertie, there's nothing to be afraid of in a man like Spode. He's bound to be slow on his feet. He would never catch you.
I don't intend to try him out as a sprinter.
Besides, it isn't as if you had to stay on here. Send a note down to this curate after dinner, telling him to be on the spot at midnight, and then go to it. Here is the schedule, as I see it. Steal cow creamer, say 12:15 to 12:30, or call it 12:40 to allow for accidents. 12:45, be at stables, starting up your car. 12:50, out on the open road. I can't think what you're worrying about.
Nevertheless,
You won't do it?
no. He moved to the mantelpiece and began fiddling with a statuette of a shepherdess of sorts.
Is this Bertie Wooster speaking? Bertie Wooster, whom I admired so at school? The boy we used to call Daredevil Bertie?
That's right.
In that case, I suppose there's nothing more to be said.
No.
Our only course is to recover the book from Bing.
How do you propose to do that? He pondered, frowning.
I know. Listen, that book means a lot to her, so she should carry it on her person, as I did. In her stocking, probably. Very well, then. You could easily engage her in a sort of friendly romp, if you know what I mean, in the course of which it would be simple to...
Gussie, are you suggesting that I prod Stiffy's legs?
Yes.
Well, I'm not going to. He sighed, and we moved to the door. As I opened it, there came to us from the drawing-room below the sound of a fresh young voice chanting.
Stephanie Bing, Gussie said bitterly, singing at a time like this.
He snorted and left the room, and I was just finishing tying the black tie when Jeeves entered.
Mrs. Travers.
I could see that she was a good deal stirred up, and I hastened to bung her civilly into the armchair and make my apologies. Frightfully sorry I couldn't come and see you, old ancestor. I was closeted with Gussie Fink-Nottle. Since we last met, there have been new developments. You might put it that hell's foundations are quivering.
So you're having your troubles too, are you? That's why I've come down here in such a hurry. The most rapid action has got to be taken, or the home will be in the melting pot.
What is it?
Anatole. How do you mean, Anatole? If we don't look slippy, I shall lose him. Even after doubling his wages? Even after doubling his wages.
Listen, Bertie, just before I left home this afternoon, a letter arrived for Tom from Sir Watkin Bassett. Do you know what was in it?
What?
It contained an offer to swap the cow creamer for Anatole. And Tom is seriously considering it. Uncle, Tom would never contemplate such a thing. Wouldn't he? Do you remember Pomeroy, the butler we had before Seppings? A noble fellow.
Tom traded him into the Bessington copse for an oviform chocolate pot on 3 scroll feet.
I struggled with a growing despair.
I tell you, Bertie, there are no limits to which a really loony collector will not go to secure a coveted specimen. The only thing that stopped Tom wiring old Bassett there and then that it was a deal was my telling him that you had gone to Totley Towers expressly to pinch the cow creamer. Are you coming along in that direction, Bertie?
I was going to talk to you about that. Jeeves, have you that document we prepared?
Here it is, sir.
Thank you, Jeeves. And I think it might be a good thing if you were to go and bring a spot more brandy.
Very good, sir.
He withdrew, and I slipped her the paper.
What's all this?
Those words explain why it is that I must resolutely decline to pinch that cow creamer.
What?
I sent you a telegram to that effect this afternoon, but of course it missed you.
But, Bertie, dear, haven't you been listening? About Anatole?
Let me explain, Aged R. You will recall that I mentioned to you that there had been some recent developments. One of these is that Sir Watkin Bassett knows all about this cow creamer pinching scheme and is watching my every movement. Another is that he has confided his suspicions to a pal of his named Spode. I have it from the latter personally that if that cow creamer disappears, he will beat me to a jelly.
I see. You're sure he meant what he said?
Quite.
Then we seem to be stymied. Unless Jeeves can think of something.
She addressed the man who had just entered with the brandy.
We are talking of Mr. Spode, Jeeves.
Yes, madam?
Jeeves and I have already discussed the Spode menace, I said moodily. He is brooded, but no formula. Aunt Dahlia had been swigging the brandy gratefully, and there now came into her face a thoughtful look.
You know what's just occurred to me? I've been wondering if this man Spode hasn't some shady secret. Do you know anything about him, Jeeves?
No, madam.
How do you mean, a secret?
What I was turning over in my mind was the thought that if he had some chink in his armour, one might hold him up by means of it, thus drawing his fangs.
I can see it as an idea, but there seems to be one fatal snag, viz. That we don't know.
Yes, that's true.
She rose.
Oh, well, it was just a random thought. And now I think I will be returning to my room.
The door closed. I sank into the chair which she had vacated and mopped the bee. Well, that's over. She took the blow better than I had hoped, Jeeves. That brandy came in handy. By the way, you were the dickens of a while bringing it.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I was detained in conversation by Mr. Fink Nottle.
I sat, pondering. You know, Jeeves, that wasn't at all a bad idea of Aunt Dahlia's about getting the goods on Spode. But you say you know nothing about him.
No, sir. But it might be worthwhile to institute inquiries.
Yes, but where?
I was thinking of the Junior Ganymede, sir. It is a club for gentlemen's personal gentlemen in Curzon Street, to which I have belonged for some years. The personal attendant of a gentleman of Mr. Spode's prominence would be sure to be a member, and he would, of course, have confided to the secretary a good deal of material concerning him for insertion in the club book.
Eh?
Under Rule 11, every new member is required to supply the club with full information regarding his employer. That not only provides entertaining reading, but serves as a warning to members who may be contemplating taking service with gentlemen who fall short of the ideal. I could ring the secretary up on the telephone immediately, sir.
Then do so, Jeeves.
Very good, sir.
He started off. Oh, by the way, Jeeves, did you say you've been talking to Gussie?
Yes, sir.
Had he anything new to report?
Yes, sir. It appears that his relations with Miss Bassett have been severed. The engagement is broken off.
He floated out, and I leapt 3 feet. Jeeves! But he had gone. From downstairs there came the sudden booming of the dinner gong. It has always given me a bit of a pang to look back at that dinner and think that agony of mind prevented me sailing into it in the right carefree mood. For the sight of Gussie and Madeline Bassett sitting side by side at the other end of the table turned the food to ashes. There could be no question whatever that Jeeves was right. I looked forward to the conclusion of the meal, when the women should have legged it, and I would be able to get together with Gussie over the port and learn the inside dope. To my surprise, however, the last female had no sooner passed through the door than Gussie, who had been holding it open, shot through after her like a diving duck, and did not return, leaving me alone with my host and Roderick Spode. It was not long before I, too, left and went up to my room. A cheerful fire was burning in the grate, and to while away the time I pulled the armchair up and got out the mystery story I had brought with me from London. Scarcely, however, had I really had time to get going on it when there was a rattle at the door handle, and who should amble in but Roderick Spode. "Oh, hello, Spode. Is there something I can do for you?" Without replying, he walked to the cupboard, threw it open with a brusque twiddle, and glared into it.
"I thought Fink Nottle might be here."
"He isn't. Any message I can give him if he turns up?"
"Yes. You can tell him that I'm going to break his neck."
"I see. And if he asks why?"
"Because he is a butterfly who toys with women's hearts and throws them away like soiled gloves."
"Righto. Well, I'll let him know if I run across him."
"Thank you."
He withdrew, slamming the door, and I sat musing. With a slight sigh, I resumed my goose-flesher, and was making fair progress with it when a hollow voice said,
"I say, Bertie."
And I sat up, quivering in every limb. Turning, I observed Augustus Fink Nottle appearing from under the bed.
"That was a close call, Bertie." He crossed the room. "I think I'll lock the door, if you don't mind."
I managed to get the tongue unhitched. "What's all this about you and Madeline Bassett?"
"Do you mind not talking about that?"
"Yes, I do mind not talking about it. What did you do to her?"
"It wasn't so much what I did to her. It was what I did to Stephanie Byng."
"What did you do to Stiffy?"
Well, as a matter of fact,
He pulled himself together with a visible effort.
I wonder if you remember, Bertie, what we were saying up here before dinner about the possibility of her carrying that notebook on her person. I put forward the theory, if you recall, that it might be in her stocking, and I suggested, if you recollect, that one might ascertain...
"You didn't."
"Yes."
"When?"
"Just before dinner. You remember we heard her singing in the drawing-room. I went down there, and there she was at the piano, all alone. At least, I thought she was all alone. What I didn't know, you see, was that Madeline had gone behind the screen in the corner to get a further supply of folk songs. And, well, you see what I mean. Coming so soon after that taking the fly out of the girl's eye in the stable-yard business, it was not easy to pass it off. As a matter of fact, I didn't pass it off. How are you on knotting sheets, Bertie?"
"Knotting sheets?"
I was thinking it over under the bed, and I came to the conclusion that the only thing to be done is for us to take the sheets off your bed and tie knots in them, and then you can lower me down from the window. Once outside, I can take your car and drive up to London. After that, my plans are uncertain. I may go to California."
"California?"
"It's 7,000 miles away."
I stared at him aghast. "But, Gussie, you haven't had a shot at pleading with the girl yet."
"Yes, I have. I did it at dinner. No good."
I racked the bean. "What you've got to do is to get the notebook. If you secured that book and showed it to Madeline, she would understand and forgive."
"But how can I get the book?"
"It wasn't on Stiffy's person?"
"I don't think so."
"Then it's probably in her room."
"Well, there you are. I can't go searching a girl's room."
"Why not?"
"Do it now."
"Gussie, she's probably fixed in the drawing-room for the next hour or so."
"As a matter of fact, she's gone to the village. The curate is giving an address on the Holy Land with coloured slides, and she's playing the piano accompaniment. But even so... No, Bertie, I can't do it. Suppose Spode came in and caught me. No, there's nothing to be done but accept the facts and start knotting sheets. Let's get at it."
"You don't knot any of my sheets. I decline to be party to this craven scooting."
"Then I shall just have to go off and hide somewhere till dawn when the milk train leaves. Goodbye, Bertie."
He gave me another of those dying newt looks and opened the door cautiously. Satisfied that it was Spodeless, he slipped out and was gone, and I returned to my book. Presently I was aware that Jeeves was with me.
"Did you connect with the sec, Jeeves?"
"Yes, sir."
"Has Spode a secret?"
"Yes, sir." I smote the trouser leg emotionally. I should have known better than to doubt Aunt Dahlia. Tell me all.
I fear I cannot do that, sir. The rules of the club regarding the dissemination of material recorded in the book are very rigid.
Then what was the use of telephoning?
It is only the details of the matter which I am precluded from mentioning, sir. I am at perfect liberty to tell you that it would greatly lessen Mr. Spode's potentiality for evil if you were to inform him that you know all about Eulalie, sir.
Eulalie?
Eulalie, sir.
It didn't sound much to go on. You're sure you can't go a bit deeper into the subject?
Quite sure, sir. The subject of Eulalie is one which the gentleman, occupying the position he does in the public eye, would be most reluctant to have ventilated.
Well, if you say so, Jeeves, then the first thing I'd better do is find Gussie and give him this life-saving information.
Sir?
Of course, you don't know anything about that, do you? I must tell you, Jeeves, that since we last met, the plot has thickened again. Were you aware that Spode has long loved Miss Bassett?
No, sir.
Well, such is the case. The happiness of Miss Bassett is very dear to Spode, and now that her engagement has gone fut for reasons highly discreditable to the male contracting party, he wants to break Gussie's neck.
Indeed, sir.
He was in here just now speaking of it, and Gussie, who happened to be under the bed at the time, heard him. With the result that Gussie now talks of getting out of the window and going to California, which of course would be fatal. It is imperative that he stays on and tries to effect a reconciliation.
Yes, sir.
So I must go and try to find him. I searched the house assiduously, but there were no signs of him. Eventually I gave it up and returned to my room, and stab my vitals, he was standing by the bed, knotting sheets. What do you mean, you blighted Fink Nottle, by mucking up my bed linen after I specifically forbade it? You have sheets of your own. Go and knot those.
How can I? Spode is sitting on my bed. If he hadn't happened to clear his throat, I'd have walked right in.
You needn't be afraid of Spode, Gussie.
What do you mean?
Owing to the extraordinary perfection of Jeeves's secret system, I have learned something about him which he wouldn't care to have generally known.
What?
Ah, there you have me. When I said I had learned it, I should have said that Jeeves had learned it, and unfortunately Jeeves's lips are sealed. However, I am in a position to slip it across the man in no uncertain fashion. I broke off, listening. Footsteps were coming along the passage. Ah, someone approaches. This may quite possibly be the blighter himself. An animal cry escaped Gussie.
Lock that door!
It will not be necessary. I positively welcome this visit. I had guessed correctly. It was Spode, all right. He came in, as before, without knocking, and as he perceived Gussie, uttered a wordless exclamation of triumph and satisfaction. He seemed to have grown a bit since our last meeting, now being about 8'6". "Well, Spode," I said, "what is it now?"
"Ha! Spode?"
He seemed to become aware of my presence.
"Well, what do you want?"
"What do I want? I want to know what the devil you mean by keep coming into my private apartment, taking up space which I require for other purposes. I assume that you have a room of your own. Get back to it, you fat slob, and stay there." Spode asked me if I had called him a fat slob, and I said I had. The trouble with you, Spode, is that just because you've succeeded in inducing a handful of half-wits to disfigure the London scene by going about in black shorts, you think you're someone.
"Ha! I will attend to you later."
"And I retorted, quick as a flash, "will attend to you now." I lit a cigarette. "Spode, I know your secret." "Eh?" "I know all about—"
"All about what?"
It's the extraordinary thing about names. You think you've got them, and they simply slither away.
"All about what?"
repeated Spode. "Well, as a matter of fact, I've forgotten." I like to think of Augustus Fink Nottle at that moment. Hitherto, I am bound to say, I had never regarded him highly as a man of action. Above him, as he stood glued to the wall, there hung a fairish-sized oil painting of a chap in knee-breeches and a three-cornered hat, gazing at a female who appeared to be chirruping to a bird of sorts. Gussie now tore it from its moorings and brought it down with a nice wristy action on Spode's head. But there was a catch, and it took me only an instant to see that this effort of Gussie's, though well-meant, had achieved little of constructive importance. What he should have done, of course, was to hold the picture sideways, instead of which he had used the flat of the weapon. Spode came through the canvas like a circus rider going through a paper hoop, and stood there, blinking. Give us a lead, and we Woosters do not hang back. There was a sheet lying on the bed where Gussie had dropped it when disturbed at his knotting, and to snatch this up and envelop Spode in it was with me the work of a moment. End of Side 2. Side 3. I suppose a man who's been hit over the head with a picture of a girl chirruping to a pigeon and almost immediately afterwards enmeshed in a sheet can never really retain the cool, intelligent outlook. Hearing the rushing sound caused by Gussie exiting, Spode made a leap in its general direction and took the inevitable toss. At the moment when Gussie, moving well, passed through the door, he was on the ground, more inextricably entangled than ever. Looking back, I can see that where I went wrong was in pausing to hit the bulge which, from the remarks that were coming through at that spot, I took to be Spode's head, with a china vase that stood on the mantelpiece. I got home all right, and the vase broke into a dozen pieces, but the action of dealing this buffet caused me to overbalance. The next moment, a hand coming out from under the sheet had grabbed my coat. But I then suddenly realized that a cigarette in its holder was still between my lips. Hastily removing it, I pressed the glowing end on the ham-like hand which was impeding my getaway. With a sharp cry of anguish, Roderick Spode released the coat, and I was off at an impressive speed, and would no doubt have crossed the threshold with a burst, had I not experienced a head-on collision with a solid body which happened to be entering at the moment. We came down in a tangled heap, and must have rolled inwards to some extent, but the next thing I knew we were colliding with the sheeted figure of Roderick Spode. Spode, I noticed, as reason began to return to her throne, was holding what turned out to be Aunt Dahlia by the left leg, and she didn't seem to be liking it much.
What is this joint? A loony bin? First I meet Spink Bottle racing along the corridor like a mustang, then you try to walk through me as if I were thistledown, and now the gentleman in the burnous has started tickling my ankle.
These protests must have filtered through to Spode, and presumably stirred his better nature, for he let go, and Aunt Dahlia got up, dusting her dress.
Now then, an explanation, if you please. What's it all about, and who the devil's that inside the winding sheet?
You've met Spode, haven't you? Mr. Roderick Spode, Mrs. Travers. Spode had now removed the sheet, but the picture was still in position, and Aunt Dahlia eyed it wonderingly.
What on earth have you got that thing round your neck for?
Spode was breathing heavily.
I must ask you to leave us, madam. I'm going to thrash this man within an inch of his life. You aren't going to do anything of the sort. The idea. Here! You!
She raised her voice sharply as she spoke the concluding words, and what had caused her to do so was the fact that Spode at this moment made a sudden move in my direction. It was a move which might have been expected to send me flitting away like an adagio dancer. And had it occurred somewhat earlier, it would undoubtedly have done so. But I stood where I was. I remember there was a faint, amused smile upon my lips. For that brief monosyllable, you, had accomplished what a quarter of an hour's research had been unable to do, viz., the unsealing of the fount of memory. One moment, Spode. It may interest you to learn that I know all about ukulele. For a moment, Spode just stood gaping. Then he said, "Oh?" Then his lips twisted into what I took to be his idea of a conciliatory smile. Finally he spoke.
"Oh, do you? How did you find out?"
"I have my methods."
"Oh?"
"Ah." There was a pleading look in his eyes.
"You will keep it to yourself, won't you, Wooster?"
"I will, provided that we have no more of these extraordinary exhibitions on your part."
"Thank you, Wooster. Did I rumple your coat, Wooster? I'm sorry. I forgot myself. It shall not happen again."
"It had better not. I have not been at all satisfied with your behaviour since I came to this house. Well, that is all. You may withdraw."
Good night, Wooster.
Good night, Spode. He hurried out with bowed head, and I turned to Aunt Dahlia.
Bertie, who is this eulalie?
Ah, there you've got me. For information on that point, you will have to apply to Jeeves. All that I can say is that she is a chunk of Spode's past, and one fears a highly discreditable one. I sighed. Aunt Dahlia drew a deep breath.
Good old blackmail. You can't beat it. Bertie, do you realize what this means?
Means? Old relative?
Now that you've got the goods on Spode, the only obstacle to your sneaking that cow creamer has been removed.
I shook my head regretfully. No, there you're wrong. Spode may have ceased to be a danger to traffic, but that doesn't alter the fact that Stiffy still has the notebook. Before taking any steps in the direction of the cow creamer, I've got to get it.
But why?
Oh, but I suppose you haven't heard. Madeline Bassett has broken off her engagement with Spink Bottle. She told me so in the strictest confidence just now.
Well then, the snag before was that young Stephanie might cause the engagement to be broken by showing old Bassett the book. But if it's broken already...
My dear old faulty reasoner, you miss the gist by a mile. As long as Stiffy retains that book, it cannot be shown to Madeline Bassett. And only by showing it to Madeline Bassett can Gussie prove to her that his motive in pinching Stiffy's legs was not what she supposed. And only by proving to her that his motive was not what she supposed can he square himself and effect a reconciliation. And only if he squares himself and effects a reconciliation can I avoid the distasteful necessity of having to marry this bally Bassett myself. No, I repeat, before doing anything else, I have got to have that book.
Well, how are you going to get it?
I propose to search her room. The first impression I received on giving Stiffy's apartment the once-over was that for a young shrimp of her shaky moral outlook, Stiffy had done pretty well in the matter of sleeping accommodation. Her bedroom could have accommodated a dozen Stiffies. In the rays of the small electric light up in the ceiling, the bally thing seemed to stretch for miles in every direction. I was standing there, observing all this, when my meditations were broken in upon by an odd, gargling sort of noise. And to cut a long story short, this proved to proceed from the larynx of the dog Bartholomew. He was standing on the bed, stropping his front paws on the coverlet, and so easy was it to read the message in his eyes that Jeeves and I acted like two minds with but a single thought. At the exact moment when I soared like an eagle onto the chest of drawers, Jeeves was skimming like a swallow onto the top of the cupboard. The animal advanced into the middle of the room and took a seat, looking at us from under his eyebrows like a Scottish elder rebuking sin from the pulpit. Jeeves was the first to break a rather strained silence.
The book does not appear to be here, sir.
Blast the book, Jeeves! What about this dog?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean?
Yes, sir. I was endeavouring to convey that I appreciate the point which you have raised, sir. While he continues to maintain his existing attitude, it will not be easy for us to prosecute the search for Mr. Finknottle's notebook.
You have no ideas?
No, sir.
Well, I call it monstrous, Jeeves, that this dog should be lounging about in a bedroom. Most unhygienic.
Yes, sir.
Scotties are smelly, even the best of them. Upon my Sam... And at this moment the door opened, and in came Stiffy, hours before I had expected her. The first thing that impressed itself upon one on seeing her was that she was not in her customary buoyant spirits. She cast a dull eye at us, and after a brief, "Hello, Bertie. Hello, Jeeves," seemed to dismiss us from her thoughts. She made for the dressing-table, and having removed her hat, sat looking at herself in the mirror with sombre eyes. It was plain that unless I opened the conversation, there was going to be one of those awkward pauses. "What ho, Stiffy? Nice evening?" All this, of course, was merely by way of leading into the main theme. "Well, Stiffy, I suppose you're surprised to see us here." "No, I'm not. Have you been looking for that book?" "Why, yes. We were somewhat impeded by the bow-wow." "Oh." "Yes. Would he be asking too much of you to attach a stout lead to his collar, thus making the world safe for democracy?" "Yes, it would." "Surely you wish to save the lives of two fellow creatures?" "No, I don't. Not if they're men. I loathe all men. I hope Bartholomew bites you to the bone." I saw that little was to be gained by approaching the matter from this angle. "I wasn't expecting you. I thought you'd gone to the Working Men's Institute to tickle the ivories in accompaniment to old Stinker's coloured lecture on the Holy Land. I did. The lecture was off. Harold broke the slides. Oh, how did that happen? He dropped them. What made him do that? He had a shock when I broke off our engagement. What? Yes. A gleam came into her eyes. Her listlessness disappeared. I got to Harold's cottage, and I went in, and after we'd talked of this and that for a while, I said, "When are you going to pinch Eustace Oates's helmet, darling?" And would you believe it? He said that he'd been wrestling with his conscience in the hope of getting its okay, but that it simply wouldn't hear of him pinching Eustace Oates's helmet, so it was all off. Oh, all off, is it? Well, so is our engagement. And he dropped a double handful of coloured slides of the Holy Land, and I came away. You don't mean that? Yes, I do. If he's the sort of man who's going to refuse me every little thing I ask, I'm glad I found it out in time. I'm delighted about the whole thing. Here, with a sniff like the tearing of a piece of calico, she buried the bean in her hands and broke into what are called uncontrollable sobs. Well, that's too bad, eh, Jeeves?
Distinctly, sir.
However, as in these circs you will, of course, no longer have any use for that notebook of Gus's, how about handing it over? Oh, don't bother me about notebooks now. No, quite. All I'm saying is that if... Oh, all right. I can't give it to you now, though. It isn't here. I put it... Hello? What's that? What had caused her to suspend her remarks just at the point when they were becoming fraught with interest was a sudden tapping sound. It came from the direction of the window. This room of Stiffy's, I should have mentioned, had a balcony outside its window. It was from this balcony that the tapping sound proceeded, leading one to infer that someone stood without. That the dog Bartholomew had reached this conclusion was shown immediately by the lissom agility with which he leapt at the window and started trying to bite his way through. Stiffy, after a moment of surprised inaction, had risen and gone to investigate. As she drew back the curtain, I saw her clap a hand to her throat. "Harold!" Her next words were uttered with a cold, hostile intonation. I was able to hear them because she had stooped and picked up the bounder Bartholomew, clamping a hand over his mouth. "What do you want?" Stinker's voice was a bit muffled. "Stiffy, can I come in?" "No, you can't. But I've brought you something. Harold, you haven't got it, after all?" "Yes." "Oh, Harold, my dream of joy!" She opened the window with eager fingers, and a cold draught came in and played about my ankles. It was not followed, as I had supposed it would be, by old Stinker. "I say, Stiffy, old girl, is that hound of yours under control?" "Yes, rather. Wait a minute." She carried the animal to the cupboard and bunged him in. From the fact that no further bulletins were received from him, I imagined he curled up and went to sleep. "All clear, Angel," she said, and returned to the window, arriving there just in time to be folded in the embrace of the incoming Stinker. I noticed that there was rather more of Pinker than there had been when I had seen him last. Country butter and the easy life these curates lead had added a pound or two to an already impressive figure. But the change in him, I soon perceived, was purely superficial. The manner in which he now tripped over a rug and cannoned into an occasional table showed me that at heart he still remained the same galumphing man with 2 left feet. Stinker's was a face which in the old college days had glowed with health and heartiness. The health was still there. He looked like a clerical beetroot, but of heartiness at this moment one noted rather a shortage. His features were drawn, as if conscience were gnawing at his vitals. No doubt it was, for in one hand he was carrying the helmet which I had last observed perched on the dome of Constable Eustace Oates. With a quick, impulsive movement like that of a man trying to rid himself of a dead fish, he thrust it at Stiffy. "I brought it!" "Oh, Harold, I brought your gloves, too. You left them behind. At least, I brought one of them. I couldn't find the other." "Thank you, darling, but never mind about gloves. Tell me everything that happened." He was about to do so, when he paused, and I saw that he was staring at me with a rather feverish look in his eyes. Then he turned and stared at Jeeves. "Stiffy," he said, lowering his voice, "don't look now. But is there something on top of that chest of drawers?" "Eh? Oh, yes. That's Bertie Wooster." "Oh, is it?" said Stinker, brightening visibly. "Is that somebody on the cupboard, too?" "That's Bertie's man, Jeeves." "How do you do?" said Stinker. "How do you do, sir?" said Jeeves. We climbed down, and I came forward with outstretched hand, anxious to get the reunion going. "What ho, Stinker!"
Hello, Bertie.
"I hear you're a curate now."
Yes, that's right.
"How are the souls?"
Oh, fine, thanks.
There was a pause, and I supposed I would have gone on to ask him if he'd seen anything of old so-and-so lately, but before I could do so, Stiffy, who'd been crooning over the helmet like a mother over the cot of her sleeping child, stuck it on her head with a merry chuckle, and the spectacle appeared to bring back to Stinker like a slosh in the waistcoat the realization of what he had done. He shied like a startled horse, knocked over another table, tottered to a chair, knocked that over, picked it up, and sat down, burying his face in his hands.
"If the infants' Bible class should hear of this," he said.
Stiffy endeavoured to hearten him. "I'm sorry, darling. If it upsets you, I'll put it away." She crossed to the chest of drawers, and did so. "But why should it?" she said, returning. "I can't imagine. I should have thought it would have made you so proud and happy. But now tell me everything that happened."
"He was leaning against the stile. After you left me, Stiffy, I went for a walk to think things over, and I'd just crossed Plunkett's meadow and was going to climb the stile into the next one, when I saw something dark in front of me, and there he was."
"I hope," I said, "that you remembered to give the forward shove before the upwards lift."
"Wasn't necessary. The helmet was on the ground, and I just crept up and grabbed it."
I started, pursing the lips a bit. "Not quite playing the game, Stinker." "Yes, it was," said Stiffy. "Who do you think you are, coming strolling into a girl's bedroom, sticking on dog about the right way and wrong way of pinching helmets? What are you doing here?"
"Yes, I was wondering that,"
said Stinker. I eyed Stiffy sternly. "You know what I'm doing here. I kept—" "Oh, yes, Bertie came to borrow a book, darling, but—" And here her eyes lingered on mine in a cold and sinister manner. "I'm afraid I can't let him have it just yet. I've not finished with it myself. By the way, Bertie says he will be delighted to help us with that cow creamer scheme."
"Will you, old man?" said Stinker eagerly. "You won't mind me hitting you on the nose? You see, we must have blood. Blood is of the essence."
Of course," said Stiffy. She seemed in a hurry to terminate the scene. "He quite understands that."
"When would you feel like doing it, Stiffy?"
"He feels like doing it tonight," said Stiffy. "So that's all settled. And now you really must be going, precious. If somebody came in and found you here, they might think it odd."
"Good night, darling."
"Good night, darling."
"Good night, darling."
"Wait," I said. "He can't wait. He's got to go. Good night, darling."
"Good night, darling."
"Good night, darling."
"Good night, darling."
They passed onto the balcony, the nauseous endearments receding in the distance, and I turned to Jeeves.
"For, Jeeves." "Sir?"
I said, "For. I'm a pretty broad-minded man, but this has shocked me. It's not so much the behaviour of Stiffy that I find so revolting, but that Harold Pinker, a clerk in holy orders, a chap who buttons his collar at the back, should countenance this thing appalls me. He knows she's got that book."
"I think you do the gentleman an injustice, sir."
"Eh?"
"I'm sure that he's under the impression that your acquiescence in the scheme is due entirely to goodness of heart and a desire to assist an old friend."
"You think she hasn't told him about the notebook?"
"I am convinced of it, sir. I could gather that from the lady's manner. When you were about to mention the notebook, it betrayed embarrassment, sir."
"By Jove, Jeeves, I believe you're right." There was a muffled crashing sound from the direction of the balcony. A few minutes later, Stiffy returned. "Harold fell off the ladder," she explained, laughing heartily. "Well, Bertie, tonight's the night." I drew out a gasper and lit it. "Just one moment, young Stiffy." The ring of quiet authority in my tone seemed to take her aback. "Stiffy, I will trouble you to disgorge that book." "What do you mean? You will get it tomorrow, if Harold turns in a satisfactory report." "I shall get it now. If I don't, I shall go to old Stinker and tell him all about it." "All about what?" "All about everything. At present he is under the impression that my acquiescence in your scheme is due entirely to goodness of heart and a desire to assist an old friend. You haven't told him about the notebook. I'm convinced of it. I could gather that from your manner. When I was about to mention the notebook, it betrayed embarrassment." Her eyes flickered. I saw that Jeeves had been correct. "You're talking absolute rot. All right, well, toodaloo. I'm off to find Stinker." "No, Bertie, don't. Wait, I want to explain.
Of course I didn't dare tell Harold about the book. He would have had a fit. There was nothing else to do. There didn't seem any other way of getting you to help us.
There wasn't.
Well, I do think you might.
I dare say you do, but I won't. Somewhere about the first or second line of this chunk of dialogue, I had observed her eyes begin to moisten and her lips to tremble. The bursting of the dam now set in. With a brief word to the effect that she wished she were dead, and that I would look pretty silly when I gazed down at her coffin, she flung herself on the bed and started going, "Oomp, oomp," she went. "Oomp, oomp." But Stiffy, old girl, be reasonable. You can't seriously expect me to pinch that cow creamer. Your blasted uncle is watching my every move, and even if he wasn't, the fact that I would be cooperating with Stinker renders the thing impossible. Somehow, in some manner, he would muck everything up. And anyway, just examine this scheme of yours in pitiless analysis. You tell me the wheeze is for Stinker to stroll in all over blood and say he hit the marauder on the nose. What ensues? "Ha!" says your uncle, "keep your eyes skinned, everybody, for a bird with a swollen nose." And the first thing he sees is me with a beezer twice the proper size. You follow my reasoning, Jeeves?
Entirely, sir.
You agree with me that the scheme as planned would merely end in disaster?
Yes, sir. I wonder if I might be permitted to suggest an alternative one.
I stared at the man.
I think, sir, if we approach the matter from the psychological angle.
The psychology of the individual?
Precisely, sir.
What individual, Jeeves?
Sir Watkin Bassett, sir.
I frowned doubtfully.
The idea I have in mind is to endeavour to take advantage of his attitude towards yourself. Sir Watkin does not like you, sir, and would consequently sustain a severe shock were you to inform him that you and Miss Byng were betrothed and were anxious to be united in matrimony.
What? Stiffy seemed disappointed. Where would that get us, Jeeves?
If I might explain, miss. Sir Watkin's reactions would, as Mr. Wooster suggests, be of a strongly defined character.
He would hit the ceiling.
Exactly, miss. Very colourful piece of imagery. And if you were then to assure him that there was no truth in Mr. Wooster's statement, adding that you were, in actual fact, betrothed to Mr. Pinker, I think the overwhelming relief which he would feel at the news would lead him to look with a kindly eye on your union with that gentleman.
Personally, I had never heard anything so potty in my life. Stiffy, on the other hand, was all over it. Why, Jeeves, that's marvellous. It couldn't fail. Jeeves, you really are a specific dream rabbit.
Thank you, miss.
I rose. I don't mind people talking rot in my presence, but it must not be utter rot. I will now take the book, Stiffy. She was over by the cupboard strewing roses. She paused for a moment. Oh, the book. I'll give it to you after you've seen Uncle Watkin. You toddle off and beard him, and then we'll talk. I frowned. I will toddle off, I said coldly, but beard him? No. The book, Stiffy, if you please, and slippily. She was silent for a space. I'm not going to give you the book. Very well. Then I go to Stinker and tell him all. All right, do. And before you can get within a mile of him, I shall be up in the library telling Sir Watkin all. But, Stiffy, you wouldn't do that? Yes, I would, if you don't go and sweeten Uncle Watkin. As my knuckles hovered over the panel of the library door, I seemed to hear the rumble of voices, and when I went in, I found that Pop Bassett was seated at the desk, and by his side stood Constable Eustace Oates.
Yes, Mr. Wooster?
Oh, could I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, certainly. Pray take a seat.
I did so, and felt a good deal better.
Well, I think that is all. Oates.
Very good, Sir Watkin. The zealous officer clumped out. Old Bassett fiddled for a moment with the papers on his desk. Then he cocked an eye at me.
And was Constable Oates, Mr. Wooster?
Yes.
Somebody stole Constable Oates's helmet tonight.
Oh, yes?
Yes. Unfortunately, he was not able to see the miscreant.
No?
No. At the moment when the outrage took place, his back was turned.
Dashed difficult. There was a pause.
I take the very gravest view of this matter, and this When once he is apprehended and placed in custody, I shall do my utmost to persuade the culprit to share. I should certainly not punish the wanton stealing of government property from the person of Constable Oates with a mere fine.
You don't mean it would be choky?
The answer to your question, Mr. Wooster, is in the affirmative.
There was a silence.
Well, Mr. Wooster, I think that you are about to tell me what brings you here.
Yes. I just thought I'd drop in and have a chat.
I see.
What the thing wanted, of course, was edging into. Have you ever thought about love, Sir Watkin?
I beg your pardon?
I wonder if you've noticed a rather rummy thing about it, viz. That it is everywhere. Take newts, for instance.
Are you quite well, Mr. Wooster?
Oh, fine, thanks. Take newts, I was saying. You wouldn't think it, but Gussie Finknottle tells me they get it right up their noses in the mating season. Also undersea worms.
Mr. Wooster.
And, according to Gussie, even ribbon-like seaweed. At the time of the full moon, it hears the voice of love, and is up and doing with the best of them. Well, be that as it may, what I'm working round to is that the moon is pretty full now, and if that's how it affects seaweed, you can't very well blame a chap like me for feeling the impulse, can you?
I'm afraid, Mr. Wooster, that you will think me dense, but
I'm talking about me and Stiffy.
Stiffy?
Stephanie.
Stephanie? My niece?
That's right. I have the honour to ask you for your niece's hand.
I don't understand.
It's quite simple. I want to marry young Stiffy. She wants to marry me. There was no question as to its being value for money. On the cue, niece's hand, he had come out of his chair like a rocketing pheasant. He now sank back, fanning himself with a pen.
She wants to marry you?
That's the idea.
But I was not aware that you knew my niece.
Oh, rather. He rose, and muttering something which sounded like, oh dear, he went to the fireplace and pressed the bell with a weak finger. Returning to his seat, he remained holding his head in his hands until the butler blew in.
Butterfield,
he said, in a low, hoarse voice.
Find Miss Stephanie and tell her that I wish to speak to her.
A stage wait then occurred, but it was only about a minute before Stiffy appeared. I imagined she'd been lurking. You want to see me, Uncle Watkin? Oh, hello, Bertie. Hello.
Mr. Wooster has just informed me that he wishes to marry you.
I must say that young Stiffy gave an extremely convincing performance. I rather think she blushed. Why, Bertie, you've made me very proud.
Proud?
I detected an incredulous note in old Bassett's voice.
Did you say proud?
Well, it's the greatest compliment a man can pay a woman, you know. But, Bertie, dear, I'm terribly sorry. I'm afraid it's impossible. I hadn't supposed that there was anything in the world capable of jerking a man from the depths so effectively as one of those morning mixtures of Jeeves's, but these words acted on old Bassett with an even greater promptitude and zip. He now started up with gleaming eyes and twitching lips.
Don't you want to marry him?
No.
He said you did.
He must have been thinking of a couple of other fellows. No, Bertie, darling, it cannot be. You see, I love somebody else. Old Bassett started.
Eh? Who?
The most wonderful man in the world.
He has a name, I presume?
Harold Pinker.
Harold Pinker? Pinker? The only Pinker I know is
the curate, that's right.
You love the curate?
We've been secretly engaged for weeks. It was plain from old Bassett's manner that he was not prepared to classify this under the heading of tidings of great joy. You know that vicarage that you have in your gift, Uncle Watkin? What Harold and I were thinking was that you might give him that, and then we could get married at once. As a curate he has had no scope, but slip him a vicarage and watch him let himself out.
Ridiculous. I could not dream.
Why not?
In the first place, you are far too young.
What nonsense. 3 of the girls I was at school with were married last year.
I refuse to consider the idea for an instant.
And what have you got against Harold?
I have nothing, as you put it, against him. He seems zealous in his duties, and popular in the parish.
He played football for England.
Very possibly. But that is not a reason why he should marry my niece. What means has he, if any, beyond his stipend?
About 500 a year.
Tchah!
Well, I don't call that bad. Besides, money doesn't matter.
It matters a great deal.
Right. If you'd rather I'd married for money, I'll marry for money. Bertie, it's on. Start getting measured for the wedding trousers.
Her words created what is known as a genuine sensation. Old Bassett's
What?
and my "Here, I say, dash it," popped out neck and neck and collided in mid-air.
Bertie's rolling in the stuff.
My dear child, don't talk such nonsense. I have no prejudice against this young man Pinker. If you really think your happiness lies in becoming his wife, I would be the last man to stand in your way. By all means, marry him. The alternative...
He said no more, but gave me a long, shuddering look. I sidled out, and it wasn't more than about a minute before Stiffy came out and immediately went into her dance. "What a man, what a man, what a man! Bertie, could one kiss Jeeves?" "Certainly not." "Shall I kiss you?" "No, thank you. All I require from you, young Bing, is that notebook." "Well, I must kiss someone, and I'm dashed sure I'm going to kiss Eustace Oates." "Eustace Oates," she replied. "That reminds me. I exchanged a few words with Eustace Oates just now, Bertie." "Where's that notebook?" "Never mind about the notebook. Eustace Oates is on my trail about that helmet." "What?" "Absolutely. I'm suspect number one. He says that the first thing a detective makes a beeline for is motive. After that, opportunity, and finally, clues. Well, as he pointed out, with that high-handed behaviour of his about Bartholomew rankling in my bosom, I had a motive, all right. And seeing that I was out and about at the time of the crime, I had the opportunity, too. And as for clues, what do you think he had with him when I saw him? One of my gloves. He'd picked it up on the scene of the outrage. You remember when Harold brought me back my gloves? There was only one of them. The other he apparently dropped while scooping in the helmet. A sort of dull, bruised feeling weighed me down as I mused on this latest manifestation of Harold Pinker's goofiness. So anyway, I've got to look slippy and find a better safe deposit vault for that helmet than my chest of drawers. Where would be a good place, do you think? I dismissed the thing wearily. "Oh, dash it, use your own judgment. To return to the main issue, where is that notebook? Oh, Bertie, you're a perfect bore. Where is it? You're going to laugh." I gave her an austere look. "Well, if you really must know, I hid it in the cow creamer." "You what? What on earth did you do that for?" "Oh, I thought I would. But how am I to get it?" A slight smile curved the young pimple's mobile lips. "Oh, dash it, use your own judgment. Well, see you soon, Bertie." She biffed off, and a few moments later I became aware that I was being addressed by a butler.
"Excuse me, sir. Miss Madeline desired me to say that she would be glad if you could spare her a moment."
The sound of soft and wistful music percolating through the drawing-room door as I approached did nothing to brighten the general outlook. And when I went in and saw Madeline Bassett seated at the piano, drooping on her stem, the sight nearly caused me to turn and leg it. However, I fought down the impulse and started things off with a tentative, "What ho?" "Bertie, I wanted to see you. I asked you to come because I wanted to tell you, Bertie, my engagement to Augustus is at an end." "Yes. You knew?" "He told me." "Then you know why I asked you to come here." "I wanted to say—" "Yes?" "That I'm willing—" "Yes?" "To make you happy. I will be your wife, Bertie." I suppose that after this, most chaps would have thought it scarcely worthwhile to struggle against the Enev. But I had a dash at it. Awfully decent of you, but have you thought? Don't you feel you're being a bit rough on poor old Gussie? What? I wanted to talk to you about that. If you care to know what I think, you're wronging Gussie. Wronging him? When I saw him with my own eyes... let me explain. There can be no explanation. I have blotted Augustus from my life. She turned the bean away, no doubt to hide a silent tear. Presently she took the air again. "It is useless, Bertie. I know, of course, why you were speaking like this. It is that sweet, generous nature of yours. But I've finished with Augustus. With you beside me, I shall be able in time to exorcise Augustus's spell. Now I suppose I'd better go and tell Daddy. I started. Oh, my aunt, don't do that. But I must. He will have to know that I am to be your wife. He is expecting me to marry Augustus 3 weeks from tomorrow. I chewed this over. I saw what she meant, of course. Well, don't tell him tonight. He's just had a pretty testing shock. A shock? Yes. He's not quite himself. A concerned look came into her eyes. So I was right. I thought he was not himself when I met him coming out of the library just now. He was going to have a warm bath and take 3 aspirins and go to bed. What was it? What had happened? I saw that to reveal the full story would be to complicate an already fairly well-complicated situation. I touched accordingly on only one aspect of it. Stiffy had just told him that she wanted to marry the curate. Stephanie? The curate? Mr. Pinker? But does Stephanie love Mr. Pinker? Oh, rather. But then... I saw what was in her mind, and nipped in promptly. Then there can't be anything between her and Gussie, you were going to say. Exactly. But he... Yes, I know he did. But his motives in doing so were as pure as the driven snow. I'll tell you all about it, and I'm prepared to give you 100 to 8 that when I've finished you will admit that he was more to be pitied than censured. Give Bertram Wooster a good, clear story to unfold, and he can narrate it well. By the time I had reached the final chapter, I had Madeline Bassett a bit squiggle-eyed, but definitely wavering on the edge of conviction. But I never heard such an extraordinary story in my life. Don't you believe it? I shall, if I find the notebook where you say Stephanie put it. I think I'd better go and look. Fine. She hurried out. When Madeline Bassett returned a few minutes later, there was no notebook in her hand, and I gathered from her remarks that she had ceased entirely to be a believer in that notebook's existence. You don't credit my story? No, I do not. Well, after that, of course, there didn't seem much to say. I edged to the door and pushed off in a sort of daze, pondering. You know how it is when you ponder. You become absorbed, concentrated. I suppose I was fully halfway along the passage leading to my bedroom before the beastly row that was going on there penetrated to my consciousness. This row to which I refer was a kind of banging row, and I'd scarcely said to myself, "Oh, a banger," when I saw who this banger was. It was Roderick Spode, and what he was banging on was the door of Gussie's bedroom. As I came up, he was in the act of delivering another buffet on the woodwork. The spectacle had an immediate tranquilizing effect on my jangled nervous system. I felt a new man. "Spode!" He paused with lifted fist and turned. Then, as he saw who had spoken, he wilted obsequiously. "Spode, what is all this?"
"Oh, hello, Wooster. Nice evening."
"Never mind what sort of an evening it is. Upon my word, Spode, this is too much."
"But, Wooster, you don't know the provocation I've received from this pop-eyed Fink Nottle. I must break his neck. He says I'm a pompous ass."
"When did Gussie say that to you?"
"He didn't exactly say it. He wrote it. Look, here it is."
And before my bulging eyes he produced from his pocket a small, brown, leather-covered notebook. "Give me that book, Spode."
"Yes, I would like you to look at it, Wooster. I came upon this in rather a remarkable way. The thought crossed my mind that Sir Watkin might feel happier if I were to take charge of that cow-creamer of his. There have been a lot of burglaries in the neighbourhood," he added hastily. "So I went to the collection room and took it out of its case. I was surprised to hear something bumping about inside it. I opened it and found this book. Look," he said,
pointing a banana-like finger over my shoulder.
"There is what he says about the way I eat asparagus."
I think Roderick Spode's idea was that we were going to pore over the pages together. When he saw me slip the volume into my pocket, I sensed the feeling of bereavement.
"Are you going to keep the book, Wooster? I wanted to show it to Sir Watkin."
"We will not cause Sir Watkin needless pain, Spode."
"Perhaps you're right. Then I'll be getting on with breaking this door down."
"Certainly not. All you do is pop off. Leave me, Spode. I would be alone." I watched him disappear round the bend, then rapped vigorously on the door. "Gussie!" they replied. "Gussie, come out."
"I'm dashed if I do."
"Come out, you ass. Wooster speaking." but even this did not produce immediate results. He explained later that he was under the impression that it was Spode giving a cunning imitation of my voice. But eventually I convinced him that this was indeed the boyhood friend, and no other. And there came the sound of furniture being dragged away, and presently the door opened, and his head emerged cautiously, like that of a snail taking a look round after a thunderstorm. Into the emotional scene which followed I need not go into detail. I may sum it up by saying that he fawned upon me. Pressing the notebook into his hand, I sent him off to show it to Madeline Bassett, and proceeded to my room. "Aha, Jeeves, you're there, are you?" "Yes, sir." "Well, Jeeves, you may start packing the effects." "Sir?" "For the homeward trip. We leave first thing tomorrow morning. Start packing, therefore. It won't take you long." "Oh, sir, there are merely the 2 suitcases." He hauled them from underneath the bed, and opening the larger of the brace, began to sling coats and things into it, while I, seating myself in the armchair, proceeded to put him abreast of recent events. "Well, Jeeves, that plan of yours worked all right." "I am most gratified to hear it, sir. Sir Watkins' reactions were as we had anticipated?" "If anything, more so. I don't know if you've ever seen a stout bark buffeted by the waves?" "No, sir. My visits to the seaside have always been made in clement weather." "Well, that was what he resembled on being informed by me that I wanted to become his nephew by marriage, and when Stiffy appeared and told him that it was all a mistake and that the promesso sposo was in reality old Stinker-Pinker, his relief knew no bounds. But why am I wasting time telling you all this, Jeeves? Here's the news that will shock the Chancellerie. I've got that notebook." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, absolutely got it. I found Spode with it and took it away from him, and Gussie is even now showing it to Miss Bassett and clearing his name of the stigma that rested upon it. I think there can be no question that exhibiting that notebook will do the trick." "None, I should imagine, sir." "I say, Bertie," said Gussie, trickling in at this juncture with the air of one who has passed through a ringer, "a most frightful thing has happened. The wedding's off." I stared at the man. "Off?" "Yes." "Jeeves, brandy." "Very good, sir." He rolled away on his errand of mercy, and I turned to Gussie, who was tacking about the room in a dazed manner. "I can't bear it. Life without Madeline won't be worth living." It was an astounding attitude, of course, but you can't argue about fellows' tastes. His wandering had taken him to the bed, and I saw that he was looking at the knotted sheet which lay there. "I suppose a chap could hang himself with that." "You aren't going to hang yourself here." "I shall have to hang myself somewhere." "Well, you don't hang yourself in my bedroom." "Have you any objection to my sitting in your armchair?" "Go ahead." "Thanks." He seated himself. "Now then, Gussie, what is all this rot about the wedding being off? Didn't you show Madeline the notebook?" "Yes." "Did she read its contents?" "Yes." "Well, didn't she tout comprendre?" "Yes." "And tout pardonner?" "Yes." "Then you must have got your facts twisted. Sir Watkin has forbidden it." "Why? Did you have a row or something?" "Yes, about newts. He didn't like me putting them in the bath." "You put newts in the bath?" "Yes." "Why?" "I broke the glass tank in my bedroom, and the bath was the only place to lodge the newts." "How does Pop Bassett come into the picture?" "He went to take a bath. It never occurred to me that anyone would be taking a bath as late as this. And I was in the drawing-room when he burst in shouting, 'Madeline, that blasted Fink Knottle has been filling my bathtub with tadpoles.' And I lost my head a little, I'm afraid. I yelled, 'Oh, my gosh, you silly old ass! Be careful what you're doing with those newts. I'm in the middle of a most important experiment.'" "I see. And then I went on to tell him how I wished to ascertain whether the full moon affected the love life of newts. And a strange look came into his face, and he quivered a bit, and then he told me that he had pulled out the plug, and all my newts had gone down the waste pipe." "Upon which you did what?" "I called him every name I could think of. In fact, I called him names that I hadn't a notion I knew. I was hampered a bit at first by the fact that Madeline was there, but it wasn't long before he told her to go to bed. And then I was really able to express myself, and when I finally paused for breath, he forbade the banns and pushed off. And I rang the bell and asked Butterfield to bring me a glass of orange juice." I started. "Orange juice?" "I wanted picking up." "But orange juice?" "It was what I felt I needed." I shrugged my shoulders. "As a matter of fact, I could do with a good long drink now. The tooth bottle is at your elbow." "Thanks."
Ah, that's the stuff.
Have a go at the jug.
No, thanks. I know when to stop.
Well, that's the position, Bertie. He won't let Madeline marry me, and I'm wondering if there's any possible way of bringing him round. I'm afraid there isn't. You see, it wasn't only that I called him names.
Such as?
Well, Louse, I remember, was one of them, and Skunk. But he might forgive that. The real trouble is that I mocked at that cow creamer of his. Cow creamer? I spoke sharply. He had started a train of thought. Yes, I told him it was modern Dutch. I'd gathered from his remarks at the dinner table last night that was the last thing it ought to be. He turned purple and broke off the wedding. Listen, Gussie, I think I've got it. His face lit up. Yes, I believe I see the way. What you've got to do, Gussie, is pinch that cow creamer. His lips parted, and I thought an what was coming through, but it didn't. This is the first essential step. Having secured the cow creamer, you tell him it is in your possession and say, "Now, how about it?" I feel convinced that in order to recover that foul cow, he would meet any terms you care to name. Why, my Uncle Tom wants the thing so badly that he's actually prepared to yield up his supreme cook, Anatole, in exchange for it. Not the fellow who was functioning at Brinkley when I was there. That's right. He drew a deep breath. Then you're right. This scheme of yours would certainly solve everything. Assuming, of course, that Sir Watkin values the thing equally highly. He does, doesn't he, Jeeves? I said, putting it up to him, as he trickled in with the brandy. Sir Watkin Bassett has forbidden Gussie's wedding, I explained, and I've been telling him that all he has to do in order to make him change his mind is to get hold of that cow creamer and refuse to give it back until he coughs up a father's blessing. You concur?
Undoubtedly, sir. If Mr. Finknottle possesses himself of the objet d'art in question, he will be in a position to dictate. A very shrewd plan, sir.
Thank you, Jeeves. But before Mr. Finknottle can put the arrangements in operation, there is an obstacle to be surmounted. What's that? In order to protect his interests, Sir Watkin has posted Constable Oates on guard in the collection room. What?
Yes, sir.
The sunshine died out of Gussie's face, and he uttered a stricken sound, like a gramophone record running down. End of Side 3. Side 4.
However, continued Jeeves, I think that with a little finesse it will be perfectly possible to eliminate the problem of Constable Oates. It would be necessary to provide a lure suited to the psychology of the individual. What I should suggest is that Mr. Finknottle should inform the officer that he has seen his helmet in your possession.
Egad, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that would do it. Gussie's glassy eye indicating that all this was failing to register, I explained. Gussie brightened visibly. I see. It's a ruse. That's right. Nice work, Jeeves.
Thank you, sir.
My only regret, Jeeves, is that this appears to remove any chance Aunt Dahlia might have had of getting the thing.
Yes, sir. But possibly Mrs. Travers, feeling that Mr. Finknottle's need is greater than hers, will accept the disappointment philosophically.
Possibly. On the other hand, possibly not. Still, there it is. The great thing is to get Gussie fixed, so buzz off, Gussie, and heaven speed your efforts. He did. I lit a cigarette. Very sound idea, that, Jeeves. How did you happen to think of it?
It was the officer himself who put it into my head, sir, when I was chatting with him not long ago. I gathered from what he said that he actually does suspect you of being the individual who purloined his helmet.
Me? I thought he suspected Stiffy.
Originally, yes, sir. And it is still his view that Miss Byng was the motivating force behind the theft. But he now believes that the young lady must have had a male accomplice. Sir Watkin, I understand, supports him in this theory.
But what makes them think that I was the main accomplice?
I gather that the officer was struck by the cordiality which he saw to exist between Miss Byng and yourself when he encountered you in the road this afternoon, and his suspicions became strengthened when he found the young lady's glove on the scene of the outrage.
I don't get you, Jeeves.
He supposes you to be enamoured of Miss Byng, sir, and thinks that you were wearing her glove next to your heart. His view is that you took it out to press it to your lips, sir.
Come, come, Jeeves. Would I start pressing gloves to my lips at the moment when I was about to pinch a policeman's helmet?
A Apparently Mr. Pinker did, sir. I was on the point of explaining to him that what old Stinker would do and what the ordinary normal person with a couple of ounces more brain than a cuckoo clock would do were two vastly different things when I was interrupted by the re-entrance of Gussie. Jeeves was right, Bertie. Eustace Oates's first impulse was to drop everything and come dashing up here right away. Why didn't he? He couldn't bring himself to, in view of the fact that Sir Watkin had told him to stay there. Then the procedure, I take it, will be that he will send word to Pop Bassett, notifying him of the facts and asking permission to go ahead. Yes, I expect you will have him with you in a few minutes. Then you should be lurking in the hall. I'm going there at once. You can imagine how relieved I'm feeling. The only thing I'm a bit sorry for now is that I gave the old boy that notebook. You gave him the notebook? Yes, just as he was leaving. I thought there might be some names in it which I'd forgotten to call him. Jeeves.
Sir?
More brandy.
Yes, sir.
Gussie was regarding me with a touch of surprise. Something the matter, Bertie? I let out a mirthless, "Ha!
Well, this has torn it.
Why? Can't you see what you've done? It's no use pinching that cow creamer now. I don't suppose Pop Bassett is any fonder of reading home truths about himself than Spode is. But he's had the home truths already. I told you how I ticked him off. Yes, but you could have got away with that. Overlook it, please. Spoken in hot blood. Coldly reasoned opinions, carefully inscribed in a notebook, are a very different thing. I saw that it had penetrated at last. Oh, gosh, what can I do? Think, Bertie, think! I did so, tensely, and was rewarded with an idea. Tell me, what exactly occurred at the conclusion of the vulgar brawl? You handed him the book. Did he dip into it on the spot? No, he shoved it away in his pocket. And did you gather that he still intended to take a bath? Yes. Then answer me this. What pocket? I mean the pocket of what garment? What was he wearing? A dressing gown. Over. Think carefully, think, Dottle, for everything hangs on this. Over shirt and trousers and things? Yes, he had his trousers on. I remember noticing. Then there is still hope. After leaving you, he would have gone to his room to shed the upholstery. He was pretty steamed up, you say? Yes, very much. Good. My knowledge of human nature, Gussie, tells me that a steamed-up man does not loiter about feeling in his pocket for notebooks and steeping himself in their contents. The book must still be in the pocket of his dressing gown. All you have to do is nip into his room and get it. You're sure there isn't some other way? Of course there isn't. He pottered about for a while. Then, taking from his breast pocket a cabinet photograph of Madeline Bassett, he gazed at it intently. It seemed to be the bracer he required. He strode out, to return immediately, slamming the door behind him. I say, Bertie, Spode's out there. What of it? He made a grab for me. I frowned. I went to the door and threw it open. It was even as Gussie had said. The man was lurking. Anything I can do for you, Spode? No, nothing. Thanks. Push along, Gussie, I said, and stood watching him with a protective eye. Then I turned to Spode. Spode, did I or did I not tell you to leave Gussie alone? Couldn't you possibly see your way to letting me do something to him, Wooster? Certainly not. Did you read that notebook, Wooster? No. He says that the way I eat asparagus alters one's whole conception of man as nature's last word. Yes, he told me that. He's about right, too. Don't snap at it. Try to remember that you are a human being and not a shark. Ha ha! A human being and not a shark. Ha ha! Cleverly put, Wooster, most amusing. He was still chuckling, though not frightfully heartily, I thought, when Jeeves came along with a decanter on a tray. The brandy, sir. And about time, Jeeves. Yes, sir. I must once again apologize for my delay. I was detained by Constable Oates. Oh? Chatting with him again? Not so much chatting, sir, as staunching the flow of blood. Blood? Yes, sir. The officer had met with an accident. He was assaulted while endeavouring to recover Sir Watkin's cow creamer from a midnight marauder, sir. Spode uttered a cry. The cow creamer has not been stolen? Yes, sir. It was evident that Roderick Spode was deeply affected by the news. Not lingering to hear more, he galloped off, and I accompanied Jeeves into the room. What happened, Jeeves? Well, sir, it was a little difficult to extract a coherent narrative from the officer, but I gather that he found himself restless and fidgety. And being restless, he experienced a strong desire to smoke a pipe. Reluctant, however, to run the risk of being found to have smoked while on duty, he stepped out into the garden. He left the French window open behind him. And some little time later his attention was arrested by a sudden sound from within, followed by the breaking of glass. He immediately hastened back to the room, which was, of course, in darkness. Why? Because he had turned the light out, sir. I followed the idea. Sir Watkins' instructions to him had been to keep his vigil in the dark in order to convey to a marauder the impression that the room was unoccupied. He hurried to the case in which the cow creamer had been deposited and struck a match. This almost immediately went out, but not before he had been able to ascertain that the objet d'art had disappeared, and he was still in the process of endeavouring to adjust himself to the discovery when he heard a movement, and turning, perceived a dim figure stealing out through the French window. He pursued it into the garden, and was overtaking it, and might shortly have succeeded in effecting an arrest, when there sprang from the darkness a dim figure. The same dim figure? No, sir. Another one. A big night for dim figures. Yes, sir. Better call them Pat and Mike, or we shall be getting mixed. A and B, perhaps. Sir, if you prefer it, Jeeves. He was overtaking dim figure A, you say, when dim figure B sprang from the darkness and struck him upon the nose. I uttered an exclamation. Old stinker! Yes, sir. No doubt Miss Byng inadvertently forgot to apprise him that there had been a change in the evening's arrangements, and he was lurking there, waiting for me. So one would be disposed to imagine, sir. I inhaled deeply. This assault diverted the officer's attention, and the object of his pursuit was enabled to escape. What became of Stinker? On becoming aware of the officer's identity, he apologized, sir. He then withdrew. Had Oates any views on the subject? Very definite views, sir. He is convinced that it was you. I stared. Why the dickens has everything that happens in this ghastly house got to be me? And it is his intention, as soon as he is able to secure Sir Watkins' cooperation, to proceed here and search your room. He was going to do that anyway, for the helmet. Yes, sir. This is going to be rather funny, Jeeves. It will be entertaining to watch these two blighters ferret about. Most diverting, sir. And when the search is over, there came from without the hoofbeats of a galloping relative, and Aunt Dahlia whizzed in. "Here, shove this away somewhere, young Bertie," she panted, seeming touched in the wind. And so saying, she thrust the cow creamer into my hands. I looked at Jeeves. He looked at me. I did not speak, save with the language of the eyes, but his trained senses enabled him to read my thoughts unerringly. "Thank you, Jeeves." I took the tumbler from him, and lowered perhaps half an ounce of the raw spirit. I transferred my gaze to the aged relative, who was taking it easy in the armchair. "As nice a run as I've had since the last time I was out with the Barks and Bucks. But what on earth were policemen doing on the premises?" "That was Constable Oates. I was the visitor he expected." "I'm glad you weren't the visitor he got. Still, all's well that ends well." "You err, my misguided old object. Pop Bassett is about to spread a dragnet, and when he and the constable come and search this room—" "They wouldn't do that." "They would and will." Her chirpiness waned. This is awkward. If they find the cow creamer here, it may be a little difficult to explain." She rose. "The great thing is not to lose our heads. We must do something very clever. Well, come on, I'm waiting for suggestions." "Mine is that you pop off without delay, taking that beastly cow with you." "And run into the search party on the stairs? Have you any ideas, Jeeves?" "Not at the moment, madam." "Put the bally thing in the suitcase, Jeeves." "That's no good. They're bound to look there." "Merely as a palliative. I can't stand the sight of it any longer. In with it, Jeeves." "Very good, sir." A silence ensued, and it was just after Aunt Dahlia had broken it to say, "How about barricading the door and standing a siege?" that there came from the passage the sound of approaching footsteps. Jeeves went to the door and looked out. "It is Mr. Fink Nottle, sir." And the next moment Gussie entered, going strongly. "Do you mind if I hide here till the milk train goes, Bertie? Under the bed will do, or still better, the knotted sheet. That's the stuff." A snort, like a minute gun, showed that Aunt Dahlia was in no welcoming mood. "Get out of here, you foul spink bottle." I raised a hand. "Wait, I want to get the strength of this.
Is Spode after you again? Not Spode, Sir Watkin. He's read the notebook. What? Yes.
Bertie, I am only a weak woman. I raised another hand. Go on, Gussie, I said, dully. He took off his spectacles.
When I left you, I went to his room. And when I'd got in, I found that he was sitting on the bed in his underwear, reading the notebook. He looked up, and our eyes met. There was a long, dreadful pause. Then he uttered a sort of gurgling sound, and rose, his face contorted. He made a leap in my direction. I pushed off. He followed. Bertie, I am only a weak woman, but if you won't tread on this insect and throw the remains outside, I shall have to see what I can do. Spink bottle... I'm just going, Mrs. Travers, the moment we get the sheet working. Mrs. Travers, if you and Jeeves will just hold this end. Bertie... Come on, Bertie. Hurry up. Let the man down with the sheet, can't you? What are you waiting for?
I turned to Jeeves.
Ready, Jeeves?
Yes, sir. He coughed gently. And perhaps if Mr. Fink-Nottle is driving your car to London, he might take your suitcase with him and leave it at the flat. I gasped. So did Aunt Dahlia. I was overcome. Yes, Jeeves. You won't mind taking my suitcase, Gussie?
Of course.
We'll just loose you down on the sheet and drop the suitcase after you. All set, Jeeves? Yes, sir. Then up-a-daisy. The stormy emotions through which I had been passing had not unnaturally left me weak, and I was glad when Aunt Dahlia said that she would hop along and see what was going on in the enemy's camp. Her departure enabled me to sink into the armchair. So that's that, Jeeves. Yes, sir. I helped myself to a spot of brandy. Carry on with the packing, Jeeves. I want to get it done and go to bed. He opened the small suitcase, and I lit a cigarette and proceeded to stress the moral lesson to be learned from all this Ranny-Gazoo. I paused. I perceived that I was not securing his attention. Something the matter, Jeeves? You appear preoccupied. Yes, sir. I've just discovered that there is a policeman's helmet in this suitcase. I don't say I didn't leave my chair like a jackrabbit that has sat on a cactus. But having risen, I wasted no time in fruitless twitterings. I went to the door and locked it. Then, tight-lipped and pale, I came back to Jeeves, who had now taken the helmet from the suitcase and was oscillating it meditatively by its strap. "It would be wiser, sir," he said, with faint reproach, "to have selected some more adequate hiding place." I shook my head. "Not me, Jeeves. Stiffy." "Sir?" "The hand that placed that helmet there was not mine, but that of S. Bing. She had it in her room. She feared lest a search might be instituted, and when I last saw her was trying to think of a safer spot. This is her idea of one." I sighed. "Contemplating that helmet, and bearing in mind the fact that the Oates-Bassett comedy duo will be arriving at any moment to start their search, what would you recommend?" "It is a little difficult to say, sir. A really effective hiding place for so bulky an object does not readily present itself." "No, you couldn't hide a lid like this in an impenetrable jungle." "Ah, that would be the hand of doom now, if I mistake not, Jeeves." But in assuming that the knocker who had just knocked on the door was Sir Watkin Bassett, I had erred. It was Stiffy's voice that spoke. "Bertie, let me in. Have you got that bally dog of yours with you?" "No, he's being aired by the butler." "In that case, you may enter." She did so. "Bertie, darling," "Not so much of the Bertie, darling. I have just one thing to say to you, young Stiffy, and it is this. Was it you who put that helmet in my suitcase?" "Of course it was. I couldn't risk having Uncle Watkin find it in my room." "You preferred to have him find it in mine." "He can't come searching your room. You're his guest." "You can take it from me that he definitely is going to search the room, and I imagine that the only reason he hasn't arrived already is that he is still scouring the house for Gussie. Sooner or later he will give it up, and then we shall have him here, complete with magnifying glass and bloodhounds." The gravity of the situation had at last impressed itself upon her. "Oh, Bertie, then I'm afraid I've put you in rather a spot. I'm sorry now I ever asked Harold to pinch the thing. Still, surely you will take the rap. You can't let Harold get it in the neck. Why can't you say you did it? All it would mean is that you would be kicked out of the house. Possibly you're not aware that your bally uncle is proposing to send the perpetrator of this outrage to Chokey. Oh, no, at worst just a fine. He specifically told me. Chokey.
Well, then that settles it. I can't have my precious angel Harold doing a stretch.
How about your precious angel Bertram?
But Harold's sensitive.
So am I sensitive.
Not half so sensitive as Harold. Bertie, didn't you tell me once that the Code of the Woosters was never let a pal down?
She had found the talking point. That's all very fine.
Bertie, darling, you will take the rap?
I suppose so. She yodeled ecstatically.
Thank you, Bertie, darling. And anyway, I expect we're getting the wind up quite unnecessarily. Why are we taking it for granted that Uncle Watkin will find the helmet? There are 100 places where you can hide it.
And before I could say, name 3, she had pirouetted to the door and pirouetted out. I turned to Jeeves. Well, Jeeves, this is the end.
No, sir.
You don't mean you have an idea?
Yes, sir.
But you told me just now you hadn't.
Yes, sir. But since then I've been giving the matter some thought. What I would recommend is that you drop the helmet out of the window. Should this suggestion meet with your approval, sir, I feel that a certain haste would be advisable. I fancy I can hear the sound of approaching footsteps.
He was right. I snatched up the helmet, bounded to the window, and loosed the thing into the night. And scarcely had I done so when the door opened, and through it came, in the order named, Aunt Dahlia, Pop Bassett, and Police Constable Oates.
"So sorry to disturb you, Bertie,"
said the aged relative courteously. "Not at all. Is there something I can do for the multitude?"
"Sir Watkin has got some extraordinary idea into his head about wanting to search your room. You will scarcely believe it, Bertie, but he thinks that cow creamer is here. It's been stolen. He's very upset about it."
I don't wonder. I placed a kindly hand on Pop Bassett's shoulder.
"I can do without your condolences, Mr. Wooster. I have every reason to believe that not only is my cow creamer in your possession, but Constable Oates's helmet as well."
"My dear old host," I said, "let us keep perfectly calm. When was this modern Dutch gadget of yours stolen?"
"About 20 minutes ago, and it is not modern Dutch."
"Then there you are. 20 minutes ago, I was up here in my room."
"Alone?"
"On the contrary. Jeeves was here."
"Who is Jeeves?"
"This is Jeeves. Jeeves, Sir Watkin Bassett."
"And who may you be? My man?"
"That's exactly what he is. My man."
"I regret, Mr. Wooster, that I am not prepared to accept as conclusive evidence of your innocence the unsupported word of your manservant."
"Unsupported, eh? Jeeves, go and page Mr. Spode."
"Very good, sir."
He shimmered away.
"Was Roderick Spode with you?"
"Certainly he was. Perhaps you will believe him."
"Yes, I would believe Roderick Spode."
"Very well, then." He appeared to muse.
"I see. Well, apparently I was wrong. My cow creamer must have been purloined by somebody else.
Outside job, if you ask me," said Aunt Dahlia. "Possibly the work of an international gang," I hazarded. "You remember Uncle Tom had been counting on getting it, and no doubt he told all sorts of people where it had gone."
"Well, we need not discuss the matter further. As regards the cow creamer, I admit that you have established your case. We will now turn to Constable Oates's helmet. That, Mr. Wooster, I happen to know positively is in your possession. The constable received specific information. I will proceed, therefore, to search your room without delay."
"Very well," I said. I had expressed the opinion to Jeeves that it would be entertaining to stand by and watch this blighter and his colleague ferret about, and so it proved. About 10 minutes later, it was plain that the bloodhounds were planning to call it off and pack up. To say that Pop Bassett was wry would be to understate it.
"I appear to owe you an apology, Mr. Wooster."
"Sir W. Bassett," I rejoined, "you never spoke a truer word." And folding my arms and drawing myself up to my full height, I let him have it. The exact words of my harangue have, I am sorry to say, escaped my memory, but as I rounded into my peroration, I suddenly noticed that I was failing to grip. He had ceased to listen, and was staring past me at something out of my range of vision. I turned in order to take a deco. It was the butler who had so riveted Sir Watkin Bassett's attention. He was standing in the doorway, holding in his right hand a silver salver, and on that salver
was a policeman's helmet. They were all taking it extremely big. Pop Bassett, like the chap in the poem which I had to write out 50 times at school for introducing a white mouse into the English literature hour, was plainly feeling like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken, while Aunt Dahlia and Constable Oates resembled respectively stout Cortez staring at the Pacific, and all his men looking at each other with a wide surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. Indeed, it was a goodish while before anybody stirred. Then Constable Oates swooped forward, grabbed the lid, and old Bassett came to life as if someone had pressed a button.
Where did you get that, Butterfield?
I found it in a flower bed, Sir Watkin.
In a flower bed?
Yes, sir. I was airing Miss Bing's dog, and happening to be passing the side of the house, I observed Mr. Wooster drop something from his window. It fell into the flower bed beneath, and upon inspection proved to be this helmet. Old Bassett drew a deep breath.
Thank you, Butterfield.
The butler breezed off, and old B, revolving on his axis, faced me with gleaming pince-nez.
So?
Some mistake, said Aunt Dahlia, taking the floor with an intrepidity which became her well. Probably came from one of the other windows, or it may be that the man was lying. I think I see it all. This Butterfield of yours is the guilty man. He stole the helmet and decided to play a bold game and try to shove it off on Bertie.
Eh? Bertie?
I shouldn't wonder, Aunt Dahlia.
He reminds me of Murgatroyd. Do you remember Murgatroyd at Brinkley, Bertie? Fellow pinched a fish slice, put it up the spout, and squandered the proceeds of the dog races. This Butterfield is another Murgatroyd.
Some relation, perhaps.
I shouldn't be surprised. Well, now that's all satisfactorily settled, and Bertie dismissed without a stain on his character. How about all going to bed? With your theory, interjected old Bassett, that somebody is lying, Mrs. Travers, I am in complete agreement. But when you assert that it is my butler, I must join issue with you. Mr. Wooster has been exceedingly clever.
Oh, thanks.
But I'm afraid that I find myself unable to dismiss him, as you suggest, without a stain on his character. In fact, to be frank with you, I do not propose to dismiss him at all.
He gave me the pince-nez in a cold and menacing manner.
You may possibly recall, Mr. Wooster, that I assured you that the perpetrator of this wanton assault on the person of Constable Oates would, when apprehended, serve a prison sentence. I see no reason to revise that decision. Here, come, I say now, Sir Watkin, really, dash it, Aunt Dahlia expostulated. You can't do that sort of thing. Madam, I both can and will. Constable?
The officer clumped forward zealously and lined up beside me as if we were going to do a duet.
Mr. Wooster is under arrest. You may remain in this room until tomorrow, Mr. Wooster.
Oh, thanks.
I shall lock the door and take charge of the key, and Constable Oates will patrol beneath the window for the remainder of the night. Sir, this will check Mr. Wooster's known propensity for dropping things from windows.
Very good, sir. There was a note of quiet anguish in the officer's voice, and it was plain that the smug satisfaction with which he had been watching the progress of events had waned.
And now, Mrs. Travers, I should like, if I may, to have a word with you in private.
They oiled off, and I was alone. I don't mind confessing that my emotions as the key turned in the lock were a bit poignant. I went to the window and looked out. There he was, Constable Oates, padding up and down on the lawn, the picture of vigilance. And I had just gone to the washstand to get a cake of soap to bung at him, feeling that this might soothe the bruised spirit a little, when I heard the door-handle rattle. I stepped across and put my lips to the woodwork. "Hello?"
"It is I, sir. Jeeves."
"Oh, hello, Jeeves."
"The door appears to be locked, sir."
"Pop Bassett locked it and has trousered the key. And I'll tell you why." I gave him a précis of what had happened. "Well, Jeeves, what is your news?"
"I endeavoured to locate Mr. Spode, sir, but he had gone for a walk in the grounds. No doubt he will be returning shortly."
"Well, we shan't require him now." Anything else been happening at your end? I've had a word with Miss Byng, sir. The young lady was in considerable distress of mind, sir, her union with the Reverend Mr. Pinker having been forbidden by Sir Watkin. Good Lord, Jeeves! Why? Sir Watkin appears to have taken umbrage at the part played by Mr. Pinker in allowing the purloiner of the cow-creamer to effect his escape, sir. Why do you say his? From motives of prudence, sir. I mused. Can you see anything to be done about it? No, sir. And switching to another aspect of the affair, you haven't any immediate plans for getting me out of this, I suppose? I am turning over an idea in my mind. It involves finesse, I presume. Yes, sir. It's no good trying to be subtle and snaky now, Jeeves. Excuse me, sir. I think I hear somebody coming. It is Sir Watkin and Mrs. Travers, sir. I fancy they are about to call upon you. When the door was unlocked a few moments later, however, only the relative entered. She made for the old familiar armchair and dumped herself heavily in it. Well, Bertie, you can get on with your packing. He's called it off. He isn't going to press the charge. You mean I'm not headed for Chokey? No. You don't seem very pleased. Oh, I'm delighted. I failed to detect the symptoms. A deep sigh escaped her. Well, the trouble is, Bertie, the old buzzard has made a condition. What is that? He wants Anatole. He says he will agree not to press the charge if I let him have Anatole. Darned old blackmailer. I don't know when I have been so profoundly moved. You were actually contemplating giving up Anatole for my sake? Of course. Of course, jolly well not. I wouldn't hear of such a thing. But you can't go to prison. I certainly can, if my going means that that supreme maestro will continue working at the old stand. Don't dream of meeting old Bassett's demands. Bertie, do you mean this? I should say so. What's a mere 30 days? And when my time is up and I come out into the world once more a free man, let Anatole do his best. On the night when I emerge, I shall expect a dinner that will live in legend and song. You shall have it. Then let's have the man in and defy him. Bassett, I cried. Bassett, shouted Aunt Dahlia. Bassett, I bawled, making the welkin ring. It was still ringing when he popped in. What the devil are you shouting at me like that for? Oh, there you are, Bassett. We defy you. The man was plainly taken aback. He is alluding, explained the relative, to that idiotic offer of yours to call the thing off if I let you have Anatole. Do you mean that you refuse? Of course we refuse. Good night, Bertie, and goodbye, or rather, au revoir. We shall meet again. Absolutely. Her departure was followed by a brief silence. After a while, Pop Bassett spoke in a strained and nasty voice. Well, Mr. Wooster, it seems that after all you will have to pay the penalty of your folly. Quite. I may say that I have changed my mind about allowing you to spend the night under my roof. You will go to the police station. Vindictive, Bassett. Not at all. I see no reason why Constable Oates should be deprived of his well-earned sleep merely to suit your convenience. I will send for him. He opened the door. Here, you. It was a most improper way of addressing Jeeves, but the faithful fellow did not appear to resent it. Sir, on the lawn outside the house you will find Constable Oates. Bring him here. Very good, sir. I think Mr. Spode wishes to speak to you, sir. Eh? Mr. Spode, sir. He is coming along the passage now. Old Bassett came back into the room, seeming displeased. Ah, Roderick. The massive frame of R. Spode had appeared in the doorway. Come in, but you need not have troubled, my dear fellow. Mr. Wooster has made it quite evident that he had nothing to do with the theft of my cow-creamer. It was that you wished to see me about, was it not? Well, no. The fact is, I hear there's been some trouble about that helmet I stole from Constable Oates. There was a stunned silence. It was a silly thing to do. I was hoping I could keep quiet about it, but Wooster's man tells me that you've got the idea that Wooster did it, so of course I had to come and tell you. I think I'll go to bed now. Good night. He edged off,
and the stunned silence started functioning again.
I suppose there have been men who looked bigger asses than Sir Watkin Bassett at this moment, but I have never seen one myself,
he said at length.
It appears that I owe you an apology, Mr. Wooster.
Say no more about it, Bassett. My innocence is established. That is all that matters. I presume that I am now at liberty to depart?
Oh, certainly, certainly. Good night, Mr. Wooster.
Good night, Bassett. I need scarcely say, I think, that I hope this will be a lesson to you. I dismissed him with a distant nod, and stood there, wrapped in thought. I had to confess myself baffled. And then a sudden blinding light seemed to flash upon me. Jeeves?
Sir?
Were you behind this thing?
Sir?
Don't keep saying sir. Was it you who egged Spode on to take the rap? I wouldn't say he smiled, but a muscle abaft the mouth did seem to quiver slightly for an instant.
I did venture to suggest to Mr. Spode that it would be a graceful act on his part to assume the blame, sir. My line of argument was that he would be saving you a great deal of unpleasantness while running no risk himself. I pointed out to him that Sir Watkin, being engaged to marry his aunt, would hardly be likely to inflict upon him the sentence which he had contemplated inflicting upon you.
Profoundly true, Jeeves, but I still don't get it. You mean he just right-hoed? Without a murmur?
Not precisely without a murmur, sir. First, I must confess he betrayed a certain reluctance. I think I may have influenced his decision by informing him that I knew all about—
I uttered a cry. Ukulele?
Yes, sir.
A passionate desire to get to the bottom of this ukulele thing swept over me. Jeeves, tell me, what did Spode actually do to the girl?
I fear I am not at liberty to say, sir.
Come on, Jeeves.
I fear not, sir.
I gave it up. Oh, well. I started shedding the garments. I climbed into the pyjamas. I slid into bed. The sheets being inextricably knotted, it would be necessary, I saw, to nestle between blankets, but I was prepared to rough it for one night. The rapid surge of events had left me pensive. An odd thing. Life. Jeeves.
Very odd, sir.
You never know where you are with it, do you? To take a simple instance, I little thought, half an hour ago, that I would be sitting here in carefree pyjamas watching you pack for the getaway. But now my troubles, as you might say, have vanished like the dew on the what's-it. Thanks to you.
I am delighted to have been able to be of service, sir.
And yet, Jeeves, loving hearts have been sundered in this vicinity and are still sundered. I may be all right. I am. But Gussie isn't all right. Nor is Stiffy all right.
I wonder, sir.
Yes, Jeeves?
I was merely about to inquire if it is your intention to bring an action against Sir Watkin for wrongful arrest and defamation of character before witnesses. You are undoubtedly in a position to mulct Sir Watkin in heavy damages.
Yes, I suppose you're right. No doubt that was why he went up in the air to such an extent when Spode did his act.
Yes, sir. His trained legal mind would have envisaged the peril.
Well, it seems a shame to harry him further, and I don't know that I want actually to grind the old bird into the dust.
I was merely thinking, sir, that were you to threaten such an action,
Sir Watkin, in order to avoid unpleasantness, might see his way to ratifying the betrothals of Miss Bassett and Mr. Finknottle, and Miss Bing and the Reverend Mr. Pinker. Golly, Jeeves!
Precisely, sir.
I sprang from the bed and nipped to the door. "Bassett!" I yelled. There was no immediate response, but after I'd persevered for some minutes shouting "Bassett!" at regular intervals with increasing volume, I heard the distant sound of pattering feet, and along he came, in a very different spirit from that which he had exhibited on the previous occasion.
"Yes, Mr. Wooster?"
I led the way back into the room and hopped into bed again.
"There is something you wish to say to me, Mr. Wooster?"
There are about a dozen things I wish to say to you, Bassett, but the one we will touch on at the moment is this. Are you aware that your headstrong conduct has laid you open to an action for— what was it, Jeeves?
Wrongful arrest and defamation of character before witnesses, sir.
That's the baby. I could soak you for millions. What are you going to do about it?" He writhed like an electric fan. "I'll tell you what you're going to do about it," I proceeded. "You're going to issue your OK on the union of your daughter Madeline and Augustus Fink Nottle, and also that of your niece Stephanie and the Rev. H.P. Pinkham. And you will do it now."
"Very well, Mr. Wooster."
"And touching that cow creamer, it is highly probable that the international gang that got away with it will sell it to my Uncle Tom. Their system of underground information will have told them that he is in the market. Not a yip out of you, Bassett, if at some future date you see that cow creamer in his collection."
"Very well, Mr. Wooster."
"And one other thing. You owe me a £5.
"I beg your pardon?"
"In repayment of the one you took off me at Bosher Street. I shall want that before I leave."
"I will write you a cheque in the morning."
"I shall expect it on the breakfast tray. Good night, Bassett."
"Good night, Mr. Wooster. Is that brandy I see over there? I think I should like a glass, if I may."
"Jeeves, a snootful for Sir Watkin Bassett."
"Very good, sir."
He drained the beaker gratefully and tottered out. Probably quite a nice chap, if you knew him. Jeeves broke the silence.
"I have finished the packing, sir."
"Good. Then I think I'll curl up. Open the windows, will you?"
"Very good, sir."
"What sort of a night is it?"
"Unsettled, sir. It has begun to rain with some violence."
The sound of a sneeze came to my ears. "Hello? Who's that, Jeeves? Somebody out there?"
"Constable Oates, sir."
"You don't mean he hasn't gone off duty?"
"No, sir. I imagine that in his preoccupation with other matters it escaped Sir Watkin's mind to send word to him that there was no longer any necessity to keep his vigil."
I sighed contentedly. This is the end of a perfect day, Jeeves. And yet there is just one thing. I do wish you would give me the inside facts about you lately.
"I fear, sir—"
I made the great decision. "Jeeves, give me the lowdown, and I'll come on that world cruise of yours." He wavered.
"Well, in the strictest confidence, sir.
"Of course."
Mr. Spode designs ladies' underclothing, sir. He has a considerable talent in that direction, and has indulged it secretly for some years. He is the founder and proprietor of the emporium in Bond Street known as Eulalie Sir."
"Good Lord, Jeeves! No wonder he didn't want a thing like that to come out."
"No, sir. It would unquestionably jeopardize his authority over his followers."
"You can't be a successful dictator and design women's underclothing."
"No, sir."
I mused. "Well, it was worth it, Jeeves. I couldn't have slept, wondering about it. Perhaps that cruise won't be so very foul, after all."
"Most gentlemen find them enjoyable, sir."
"Do they?"
"Yes, sir. Seeing new faces."
"That's true. I hadn't thought of that. The faces will be new, won't they? Thousands and thousands of people, but not stiffy."
"Exactly, sir."
"You better get the tickets tomorrow."
"I have already procured them, sir. Good night, sir."
The door closed. I switched off the light. For some moments I lay there, listening to the measured tramp of Constable Oates's feet, and thinking of Gussie and Madeline Bassett, and of Stiffy and old Stinker Pinker, and of the hotsy-totsiness which now prevailed in their love lives. I also thought of Uncle Tom being handed the cow creamer, and of Aunt Dahlia seizing the psychological moment and nicking him for a fat cheque for milady's boudoir. Jeeves was right, I felt. The snail was on the wing, and the lark on the thorn, or rather the other way round, and God was in his heaven, and all right with the world. And presently the eyes closed, the muscles relaxed, the breathing became soft and regular, and sleep, which does something which has slipped my mind to the something sleeve of care, poured over me in a healing wave. This audiobook was produced and published by Penguin Books Limited. The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse. Read by Simon Callow. "Morning, Jeeves," I said.
"Good morning, sir," said Jeeves. He put the good old cup of tea softly on the table by my bed, and I took a refreshing sip. Just right, as usual. Not too hot, not too sweet, not too weak, not too strong, not too much milk, and not a drop spilled in the saucer. A most amazing cove, Jeeves. So dashed competent in every respect. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I mean to say, just take one small instance. Every other valet I've ever had used to barge into my room in the morning while I was still asleep, causing much misery. But Jeeves seems to know when I'm awake by a sort of telepathy. He always floats in with the cup exactly 2 minutes after I come to life. Makes a deuce of a lot of difference to a fellow's day. How's the weather, Jeeves? Exceptionally clement, sir. Anything in the papers? Some slight friction threatening in the Balkans, sir. Otherwise, nothing. I say, Jeeves, a man I met at the club last night told me to put my shirt on privateer for the 2 o'clock race this afternoon. How about it? I should not advocate it, sir. The stable is not sanguine. That was enough for me. Jeeves knows. How? I couldn't say, but he knows. There was a time when I would laugh lightly and go ahead, and lose my little all against his advice, but not now. Talking of shirts, I said, have those mauve ones I ordered arrived yet? Yes, sir. I sent them back. Sent them back? Yes, sir. They would not have become you. Well, I must say, I'd thought fairly highly of those shirtings, but I bowed to superior knowledge. Weak? I don't know. Most fellows, no doubt, are all for having their valets confine their activities to creasing trousers and what-not, without trying to run the home. But it's different with Jeeves. Right from the first day he came to me, I've looked on him as a sort of guide, philosopher, and friend. Mr. Little rang up on the telephone a few moments ago, sir. I informed him that you were not yet awake. Did he leave a message? No, sir. He mentioned that he had a matter of importance to discuss with you, but confided no details. Oh, well, I expect I shall be seeing him in the club. No doubt, sir. I wasn't what you might call in a fever of impatience. Bingo Little is a chap I was at school with, and we see a lot of each other still. He's the nephew of old Mortimer Little, who retired from business recently with a goodish pile. Bingo biffs about London on a pretty comfortable allowance given him by his uncle, and leads on the whole a fairly unclouded life. It wasn't likely that anything which he described as a matter of importance would turn out to be really so frightfully important. After breakfast I lit a cigarette and went to the open window to inspect the day. It certainly was one of the best and brightest. "Jeeves," I said. "Sir?" "You were absolutely right about the weather. It is a juicy morning." "Decidedly, sir." "Then bring me my wangy, my yellowest gloves, and the old green Homburg. I'm going into the park to do pastoral dances." I don't know if you know that sort of feeling you get on these days round the end of April and the beginning of May, when the sky is a light blue with cotton-wool clouds and there's a bit of a breeze blowing from the west. On this particular morning it seemed to me that what I really wanted was some charming girl to buzz up and ask me to save her from assassins, or something. So that it was a bit of an anticlimax when I merely ran into young Bingo Little, looking perfectly foul in a crimson satin tie decorated with horseshoes. "Hello, Bertie," said Bingo. "My God, man," I gawped. "The cravat! Why?" "Oh, the tie? I was given it." He seemed embarrassed, so I dropped the subject. We toddled along a bit and sat down on a couple of chairs by the Serpentine. "Jeeves tells me you want to talk to me about something," I said. "Eh? Oh, yes, yes." He stared straight ahead of him. "I say, Bertie," he said, after a pause of about an hour and a quarter, "do you like the name Mabel?" "No." "You don't think there's a kind of music in the word? Like the wind rustling gently through the tree-tops?" "No." He seemed disappointed for a moment, then cheered up. "Of course you wouldn't. You always were a fat-headed worm without any soul, weren't you?" "Just as you say. Who is she?" For I realized now that poor old Bingo was going through it once again. Ever since I've known him when we were at school together, he has been perpetually falling in love with someone. "You better come along and meet her at lunch," he said, looking at his watch. "Ripe suggestion. Where are you meeting her? At the Ritz?" "Near the Ritz." He was geographically accurate. About 50 yards east of the Ritz there is one of those blighted tea and bun shops you see dotted about all over London, and into this, if you'll believe me, young Bingo dived like a homing rabbit. Before I had time to say a word, we were wedged in at a table on the brink of a silent pool of coffee left there by an early luncher. Why was he lunching this girl at this god-forsaken eatery? Just then the waitress arrived. Rather a pretty girl. I caught sight of Bingo's face. The man was goggling. "Hello, Mabel," he said. "Hello." "Mabel, this is Bertie Wooster, a pal of mine." "Pleased to meet you."
Nice morning.
Fine, I said. You see, I'm wearing the tie, said Bingo.
It suits you beautiful,
said the girl. Personally, if anyone had told me that a tie like that suited me, I should have risen and struck them on the mazzard, but poor old Bingo simply got all flustered.
Well, what's it going to be today?
Asked the girl. I'll have a cup of cocoa, cold veal and ham pie, sliced fruit cake and a macaroon. Same for you, Bertie? I gazed at the man, revolted. Or how about a bit of hot steak pudding with a sparkling limado to wash it down, said Bingo. You know, the way love can change a fellow is really frightful to contemplate. A roll and butter and a small coffee seemed the only things on the list that hadn't been specially prepared by the nastier-minded members of the Borgia family for people they had a particular grudge against, so I chose them, and Mabel hopped it. Well, said Bingo, rapturously. Where did you meet her? At a subscription dance at Camberwell. What on earth were you doing at a subscription dance at Camberwell? Your man Jeeves asked me if I'd buy a couple of tickets. It was in aid of some charity or other. Jeeves? I didn't know he went in for that sort of thing. Well, I suppose he has to relax a bit every now and then. Anyway, I turned up for a lark. Oh, Bertie, think what I might have missed. Oh, ah. At this point, Bingo fell into a species of trance, and only came out of it to wrap himself round the pie and the macaroon. Bertie, I want your advice. Carry on. At least not your advice, because that wouldn't be much good to anybody. No, what I wish you would do is to put the whole thing to that fellow Jeeves of yours and see what he suggests. What thing? My problem. What problem? Why, you poor old fish, my uncle, of course. I wasn't in the least surprised at Bingo wanting to lug Jeeves into his private affairs like this. I stated the case to him that night after dinner. Jeeves, I want your advice. It's about Mr. Little. Young Mr. Little, sir, or the elder Mr. Little, his uncle, who lives in Pounceby Gardens? How did you know he lived in Pounceby Gardens? I'm on terms of some intimacy with the elder Mr. Little's cook, sir. In fact, there is an understanding. I'm bound to say that this gave me a bit of a start. Do you mean you're engaged? It may be said to amount to that, sir. Well, well. What was it you wished to ask me about Mr. Little? I sprang the details on him. I think we ought to rally round a trifle. Tell me about old Mr. Little. What sort of a chap is he? A somewhat curious character, sir. Since retiring from business, he devotes himself almost entirely to the pleasures of the table. For that reason he sets a high value on Miss Watson's services. The cook? Yes, sir. Well, it looks to me as though our best plan would be to shoot young Bingo in on him after dinner one night. The difficulty is, sir, that at the moment Mr. Little is on a diet owing to an attack of gout. Things begin to look wobbly. No, sir, I fancy that the elder Mr. Little's misfortunes may be turned to the younger Mr. Little's advantage. I was speaking only the other day to Mr. Little's valet, and he was telling me that it has become his principal duty to read to Mr. Little in the evenings. If I were in your place, sir, I should send young Mr. Little to read for his uncle. I would be happy to select books for Mr. Little to read. Perhaps I might explain my idea a little further. I can't say I quite grasp it yet. The method which I advocate is what I believe the advertisers call direct suggestion, sir, consisting, as it does, of driving an idea home by constant repetition. If young Mr. Little were to read day after day to his uncle a series of narratives in which marriage with young persons of an inferior social status was held up as both feasible and admirable, I fancy it would prepare the elder Mr. Little's mind for the reception of the information that his nephew wished to marry a waitress in a tea-shop. Are there any books of that sort nowadays? Yes, sir, there are a great many. You have never encountered All for Love by Rosie M. Banks? Nor A Red, Red Summer Rose by the same author? No. I have an aunt, sir, who owns an almost complete set of Rosie M. Banks. I could easily borrow as many volumes as young Mr. Little might require. Bingo reported 3 days later that Rosie M. Banks was the goods. Old Little had jibbed somewhat at first at the proposed change of literary diet, but Bingo had got Chapter 1 of All for Love past his guard before he knew what was happening, and after that there was nothing to it. They were now halfway through The Courtship of Lord Strathmorlick. Bingo told me all this in a husky voice over an egg beaten up in sherry. The only blot on the thing from his point of view was that it wasn't doing a bit of good to the old vocal cords. He thought he'd got clergyman's throat. Anyhow, things seemed to be buzzing along quite satisfactorily, and Bingo said he'd got an idea which he thought was going to clinch the thing. About a week after this, Bingo blew in with the news that his uncle's gout had ceased to trouble him, and that on the morrow he would be back at the old stand, working away with knife and fork as before. And by the way, said Bingo, He wants you to lunch with him tomorrow." "Me? Why me? He doesn't know I exist." "Oh, yes, he does. I've been telling him all about you, that you're my best pal from school and all that sort of thing. But even then... And why are you so dashed keen on my going?" Bingo hesitated for a moment. "Well, I told you I'd got an idea. This is it. I want you to spring the news on him. I haven't the nerve myself." "What?" "Oh, all right." So at 1:30 next day I tottered up the steps of number 16 Pounceby Gardens and punched the bell. And half a minute later I was up in the drawing-room shaking hands with the fattest man I have ever seen in my life. "Mr. Wooster, I am gratified. You are very young to have accomplished so much." I was wondering if he couldn't have got me mixed up with someone else, when the telephone bell rang outside in the hall and the maid came in to say that I was wanted. I buzzed down and found it was young Bingo. "Hello, you've got there? Good man. I knew I could rely on you. I say, old Crumpet, did my uncle seem pleased to see you?" "Absolutely all over me." "Ah, I just rang up to explain. The fact is, old man, I know you won't mind, but I told him that you were the author of those books I've been reading to him." "What?" "Yes, I said that Rosie M. Banks was your pen name. Pitch it strong, old lad." I always look back to that lunch with a sort of aching regret. It was the lunch of a lifetime, but I had got the wind up to such a frightful extent over the ghastly situation in which Bingo had landed me that its deepest meaning never really penetrated. Old Little struck the literary note right from the start. "My nephew has probably told you that I've been making a close study of your books of late." "Yes, he did mention it. How did you like the bally things?" "Mr. Wooster, I am not ashamed to say that the tears came into my eyes as I listened to them. It amazes me that a man as young as you could have been able to plumb human nature so surely to its depths." "Oh, it's just a knack." The good old persp was bedewing my forehead. "Do you find the room a trifle warm?" "Oh, no, just right." "Then it's the pepper. If my cook has a fault, which I am not prepared to admit, it is that she is inclined to stress the pepper a trifle in her made dishes. By the way, do you like her cooking?" I was so relieved that we got off the subject of my literary output that I shouted approval in a ringing baritone. "I'm delighted to hear it, Mr. Wooster. That woman has been with me 7 years, and for 7 years I have lived in constant apprehension lest some evilly disposed person might lure her from my employment. You may judge of my dismay, then, Mr. Wooster, when only this morning the bolt fell. She gave notice." "Good Lord!" "Your consternation does you credit, but the matter has been adjusted. Jane is not leaving me." "Good egg." "Good egg indeed, though the expression is not familiar to me. Let me tell you, Mr. Wooster, that I appreciate your splendid defiance of the outworn fetishes of a purblind social system. You are big enough to see that in the magnificent words of Lord Bletchmore in Only a Factory Girl, 'Be her origin ne'er so humble, a good woman is the equal of the finest lady on earth.'" "I say, do you think that?" "I do, Mr. Wooster. I am ashamed to say that I was a slave to the idiotic convention which we call class distinction. But since I read your books—" I took a deep breath and slipped him the good news. "Young Bingo, your nephew, you know, wants to marry a waitress." "I honour him for it." I took another deep breath and shifted to the sordid side of the business. "I hope you don't think I'm butting in, don't you know, but, well, how about his allowance and all that? He was rather hoping that you might see your way to jerking up the total a bit." Old Little shook his head regretfully. "I fear that can hardly be managed. I will gladly continue my nephew's existing allowance, but beyond that I cannot go. It would not be fair to my wife." "What? But you're not married?" "Not yet. But the lady who for years has cooked so well for me honoured me by accepting my hand this very morning." "Young Mr. Little has been trying to reach you on the telephone, sir," said Jeeves that night when I got home. "I'll bet he has." I'd sent poor old Bingo an outline of the situation by messenger boy shortly after lunch. He seemed a trifle agitated. "I don't wonder, Jeeves. That scheme of yours has blown out a fuse. I'm sorry to say that fiancé of yours has handed you the mitten and gone and got engaged to old Mr. Little." "Indeed, sir? You don't seem much upset." "The fact is, sir, I had anticipated some such outcome." "Then what on earth did you suggest the scheme for?" To tell you the truth, sir, I was not wholly averse from a severance of my relations with Miss Watson, whereas the other young person with whom I have an understanding— Great Scott, Jeeves, how long has this been going on? For some weeks, sir. I was greatly attracted by her when I first met her at a subscription dance at Camberwell.
My sainted aunt!
Yes, sir. By an odd coincidence, it is the same young person that young Mr. Little— I have placed some cigarettes on the small table. Good night, sir. I suppose in the case of a chappie of really fine fibre and all that sort of thing, a certain amount of anguish would have followed this dishing of young Bingo's matrimonial plans, but what with one thing and another, I can't let it weigh on me very heavily. The fact that less than a week after he'd had the bad news, I came on young Bingo dancing like an untamed gazelle at Ciro's helped me to bear up. So I didn't worry about Bingo, or about anything else, as a matter of fact. Everything seemed to be going right. Added to this, the weather continued topping to a degree, and to round it all off, my Aunt Agatha had gone to France for at least another 6 weeks. It suddenly struck me so forcibly, one morning while I was having my bath, that I hadn't a worry on earth. But no sooner had I dried the old limbs and shoved on the suiting and toddled into the sitting-room than the blow fell. There was a letter from Aunt Agatha on the mantelpiece. "Oh, gosh," I said when I'd read it. "Sir?" said Jeeves. "The curse has come upon us, Jeeves. She wants me to go and join her at— what's the name of that dashed place? At Roville-sur-Mer. I'd better be packing, sir." "I suppose so." To people who don't know my Aunt Agatha, I find it extraordinarily difficult to explain why it is that she has always put the wind up me to such a frightful extent. I mean, I'm not dependent on her financially or anything like that. It's simple personality, I've come to the conclusion. You see, all through my childhood, and when I was a kid at school, she was always able to turn me inside out with a single glance, and I haven't come out from under the influence yet. We run to height a bit in our family, and there's about 5'9" of Aunt Agatha, topped off with a beaky nose, an eagle eye, and a lot of grey hair, and the general effect is pretty formidable. Anyway, it never even occurred to me for a moment to give her the miss in baulk on this occasion. If I said I must go to Roville, it was all over except buying the tickets. What's the idea, Jeeves? I wonder why she wants me. I could not say, sir. Well, it was no good talking about it. The only gleam of consolation, the only bit of blue among the clouds, was the fact that at Roville I should at last be able to wear the rather fruity cummerbund I had bought 6 months ago and had never had the nerve to put on. One of those silk contrivances, you know, which you tie round your waist instead of a waistcoat, something on the order of a sash, only more substantial. I'd never been able to muster up the courage to put it on so far, for I knew that there would be trouble with Jeeves when I did, it being a pretty brightish scarlet. Still, at a place like Roville, it seemed to me that something might be done. Roville, which I reached early in the morning, is a fairly nifty spot, where a chappie without encumbrances in the shape of aunts might spend a somewhat genial week or so. It is like all these French places, mainly sands and hotels and casinos. The hotel which had had the bad luck to draw Aunt Agatha's custom was the Splendide. By the time I got there wasn't a member of the staff who didn't seem to be feeling it deeply. The manager, a whiskered cove who looked like a bandit, simply tied himself into knots whenever she looked at him. This triumph had produced a sort of grim geniality in her. "I'm so glad you were able to come, Bertie. The air will do you so much good. You will meet some pleasant people, too. I want to introduce you to a Miss Hemingway and her brother, who will become great friends of mine. I'm sure you will like Miss Hemingway. Her brother is curate at Chipley-in-the-Glen in Dorsetshire. He tells me they are connected with the Kent Hemingways. She is a charming girl." I had a grim foreboding of an awful doom. "Aileen Hemingway is just the girl I should like to see you marry, Bertie. Here, I say, Bertie, it is young men like you who make the person with the future of the race at heart despair. You should be breeding children to— No, really, I say, please. Here they are. Aileen, dear." And I perceived a girl and a chappie bearing down on me. "I want you to meet my nephew, Bertie Wooster. He's just arrived. Such a surprise." I gave the couple the wary up and down. The brother was a small, round cove with a face rather like a sheep. He wore pince-nez, his expression was benevolent, and he had on one of those collars which button at the back. "Welcome to Roville, Mr. Wooster," he said. "Oh, Sidney," said the girl, "does Mr. Wooster remind you of Canon Blenkinsop, who came to Chipley to preach last Easter? The resemblance is most striking." They peered at me for a while, as if I was something in a glass case, and I goggled back and had a good look at the girl. There's no doubt about it, she was different. The moment I looked at her, I said to myself, The girl plays the organ in a village church. Well, we gazed at one another for a bit, and there was a certain amount of chit-chat, and then I tore myself away. But before I went, I had been booked up to take brother and girl for a nice drive that afternoon. The drive was about as mouldy as I had expected. The curate chappie prattled on of this and that, the girl admired the view, and I got a headache. I tottered back to my room to dress for dinner. It really was rummy the way the Hemingway family had taken to me. I couldn't move a step, dash it, without one of them popping out from somewhere. In fact, I got into the habit of retiring to my room when I wanted to take it easy for a bit. I'd gone to earth in my suite one evening, and for the first time that day was feeling that life wasn't so bad. I heaved a sigh, and at that moment there was a knock at the door. "Someone at the door, Jeeves?" "Yes, sir." He opened the door, and in popped Aileen Hemingway and her brother. "Oh, hello," I said. "Oh, Mr. Wooster," said the girl in a gasping sort of way. "Is anything up?" "Poor Sidney, I ought never—" At this point the brother, after shedding a floppy overcoat and parking his hat on a chair, gave a little cough. "The fact is, Mr. Wooster," he said, "a sad, most deplorable thing has occurred. This afternoon I found the time hang a little heavy upon my hands, and I was tempted to, gamble at the casino." I looked at the man in a kindlier spirit. "Oh," I said, "did you click?" "If you mean, was I successful, I must answer in the negative. I lost my little all, Mr. Wooster." "Tough luck," I said. I left the casino and returned to the hotel. There I encountered one of my parishioners, a Colonel Musgrave, who chanced to be holiday-making over here. I induced him to cash me a cheque for £100 on my little account in my London bank. Well, that was all to the good, what? On the contrary, Mr. Wooster, it did but make matters worse. I immediately went back to the casino and lost the entire sum. "I say," I said, "you are having a night out. And the most lamentable feature of the whole affair is that I have no funds in the bank to meet the cheque when presented." I am free to confess that though I realized by this time that all this was leading up to a touch, and that my ear was shortly going to be bitten in no uncertain manner, my heart warmed to the poor prune. "Colonel Musgrave," he went on, gulping somewhat, "is not a man who would be likely to overlook the matter. He will expose me to my vicar. In short, Mr. Wooster, if Colonel Musgrave presents that cheque, I shall be ruined, and he leaves for England tonight." The girl now started in once more. "Mr. Wooster, we must have the money to get back the cheque from Colonel Musgrave before 9 o'clock. He leaves on the 9:20. Mr. Wooster, will you lend Sidney the money and take these as security?" Before I knew what she was doing, she had dived into her bag, produced a case, and opened it. "My pearls. I don't know what they're worth." "No, I say, really," I protested. "There's no need of any security, you know. Only too glad to let you have the money. Rather luckily drew some this morning." The brother shook his head. "Mr. Wooster, we appreciate your generosity, your beautiful, heartening confidence in us, but we cannot permit this." "What Sidney means," said the girl, "is that you really don't know anything about us when you come to think of it. If you'll just give me a receipt as a matter of form—" "Oh, righto. Here you are." The girl took the piece of paper, grabbed the money, slipped it to her brother Sidney, and then, before I knew what was happening, she had darted at me, kissed me, and legged it from the room. I'm bound to say the thing rattled me. Through a sort of mist, I could see that Jeeves had appeared from the background, and was helping the brother on with his coat. And the brother came up to me and grasped my hand. "I cannot thank you sufficiently, Mr. Wooster." "Oh, not at all. Good night, old thing." I blinked at Jeeves as the door shut. "Rather a sad affair, Jeeves." "Well, yes, sir." "You speak as though you didn't think much of it." "It's not my place to criticize your actions, sir, but I will venture to say that I think you behaved a little rashly. These fashionable French watering places are notoriously infested by dishonest characters. Now, look here, Jeeves. Perhaps I am over-suspicious, sir, but when I was in the employment of Lord Frederick Ranley, shortly before I entered your service, his lordship was very neatly swindled by a criminal known, I believe, by the sobriquet of Soapy Sid, who scraped acquaintance with us in Monte Carlo with the assistance of a female accomplice. I don't want to butt in on your reminiscences, Jeeves, but you're talking through your hat. How can there have been anything fishy about this business? They've left me the pearls, haven't they?" I picked up the case and opened it. Oh, great Scott! The bally thing was empty. "Precisely, sir. It was in exactly the same manner that Lord Frederick was swindled. While his female accomplice was gratefully embracing his lordship, Soapy Sid substituted a duplicate case. On the strength of the receipt, he subsequently demanded from his lordship the return of the pearls, and his lordship, not being able to produce them, was obliged to pay a heavy sum in compensation.
Soapy Sid? Brother Sidney? Why, by Jove, Jeeves, do you think that parson was Soapy Sid?
Yes, sir. I recognized him directly he came into the room.
Then, dash it all, I think you might have told me.
I thought it would save disturbance and unpleasantness if I merely extracted the case from the man's pocket as I assisted him with his coat, sir. He laid another case on the table beside the dud one, and by Jove, you couldn't tell them apart. I opened it, and there were the good old pearls. Jeeves, you're an absolute genius. Dear old Sid is hardly likely to have the nerve to come back. I'm on velvet. I may be down 100 quid, but I'm up a jolly good string of pearls. Hardly that, sir. I think you will have to restore the pearls to their rightful owner. But who is their rightful owner? Mrs. Gregson, sir.
What?
It was all over the hotel an hour ago that Mrs. Gregson's pearls had been abstracted. I was speaking to Mrs. Gregson's maid shortly before you came in, and she informed me that the manager of the hotel is now in Mrs. Gregson's suite. The situation was beginning to unfold.
I'll go and give them back to her, eh? It'll put me one up, what?
Precisely, sir. And if I may make the suggestion, I think it might be judicious to stress the fact that they were stolen by...
By the dashed girl she was hounding me on to marry, by Jove!
Exactly, sir. Long before I reached Aunt Agatha's lair, I could tell that the hunt was up. I trickled in. Among those present, I noticed a chambermaid in hysterics and the hotel manager fellow.
"Oh, hello,"
I said. Aunt Agatha shushed me away. "Don't bother me now, Bertie."
"Something up?"
Yes. I've lost my pearls."
"Pearls?
Sure you've looked everywhere?"
"Of course I've looked everywhere. Oh, be quiet,"
she shouted. The chambermaid continued to go strong.
"I say," I said, "I think there's something the matter with this girl. She stole my pearls. I'm convinced of it."
This started the whisker specialist off again.
I said, I don't want to interrupt you and all that sort of thing, but these aren't the little chaps by any chance, are they?"
I pulled the pearls out of my pocket and held them up.
"These look like pearls. What?"
I don't know when I've had a more juicy moment.
Where, Aunt Agatha gurgled. "I got them from your friend Miss Hemingway." "From Miss Hemingway? But how did they come into her possession?" "How?" I said. "Because she jolly well stole them, because that's how she makes her living, palling up to unsuspicious people in hotels and sneaking their jewellery. I don't know what her alias is, but her bally brother, the chap whose collar buttons at the back, is known in criminal circles as Soapy Sid." "Miss Hemingway, a thief? But how did you manage to recover the pearls?"
"Bertie, dear, never mind. I have my methods. I must say, Aunt Agatha, I think you have been infernally careless. There's a printed notice in every bedroom in this place saying that there's a safe in the manager's office, and you absolutely disregarded it. And what's the result? The first thief who came along simply walked into your room and pinched your pearls. And instead of admitting that it was all your fault, you started biting this poor man here in the gizzard. You've been very, very unjust."
Yes,
moaned the poor man. "And this unfortunate girl, what about her?"
I shall recompense her,"
said Aunt Agatha, feebly.
"If you take my tip, you jolly well will, but what gives me the pip most is the way you've tried to give this man's hotel a bad name." "Yes, by damn," cried the whiskered marvel. "Tomorrow you leave my hotel, by Great Scotland,"
and more to the same effect. Presently, having said his say, he withdrew, taking the chambermaid with him, the latter with a crisp tenor clutched in a vice-like grip. I turned to Aunt Agatha.
"I don't want to rub it in, Aunt Agatha," I said coldly, "but I should just like to point out before I go that the girl who stole your pearls is the girl you've been hounding me on to marry ever since I got here. I do think you might be more careful how you go about egging me on to marry females." I gave her one look and left the room. 10 o'clock, a clear night, and all's well, Jeeves," I said, breezing back into the good old suite.
"I am gratified to hear it, sir."
"If 20 quid would be any use to you, Jeeves."
"Thank you very much, sir."
Once a year, Jeeves takes a couple of weeks' vacation and biffs off to the sea or somewhere to restore his tissues. Well, the time had come round again, and Jeeves was in the kitchen giving the understudy a few tips about his duties. I happened to want a stamp or something, and I toddled down the passage to ask him for it, and I hadn't gone 2 steps when Jeeves's voice caught me squarely in the eardrum. "You will find Mr. Wooster," he was saying to the substitute chappie, "an exceedingly pleasant and amiable young gentleman, but not intelligent.
By no means intelligent. Mentally, he is negligible. I suppose, strictly speaking, I ought to have charged in and ticked the blighter off in no uncertain voice, but I doubt whether it's humanly possible to tick Jeeves off. I merely called for my hat and stick in a marked manner and legged it. I was still brooding over the bally insult above when I dropped in at the oyster bar at Buck's for a quick bracer. I needed a bracer rather particularly at the moment because I was on my way to lunch with Aunt Agatha. I just had one quick and another rather slower, and was feeling about as cheerio as possible under the circs, when a muffled voice hailed me from the northeast, and turning round, I saw young Bingo Little. "Hello, hello," I said. "You've not been in here lately?" "No, I've been living out in the country at a place called Ditteridge." "No, really? I know people who've got a house there, the Glossops. You met them?" "Why, that's where I'm staying. I'm tutoring the Glossop kid." "What for?" "Money, of course. An absolute sitter came unstitched at Haydock Park. Dropped my entire month's allowance. Hadn't the nerve to touch my uncle for any more, so it was a case of buzzing round to the agents and getting a job. I haven't met the Glossop kid." "Don't. The only one of the family I really know is the girl." "Oh, Bertie." I looked at the poor fish anxiously. I knew that he was always falling in love with someone, but it didn't seem possible that even he could have fallen in love with Honoria Glossop. "I worship her, Bertie." "Have you told her?" "No, I haven't the nerve. But we walk together in the garden most evenings, and it sometimes seems to me that there is a look in her eyes, like a tender goddess. "Another bit of bread and cheese," he said to the lad behind the bar. "You're keeping your strength up." "This is my lunch. I've got to meet Oswald at Waterloo at 1:15 to catch the train back." "Oswald? Is that the kid?" "Yes. Pestilential." "Pestilential? That reminds me. I'm lunching with my Aunt Agatha." I hadn't seen Aunt Agatha since that little affair of the pearls, and I must say that there was one topic of conversation I felt pretty confident she wouldn't touch on, and that was the subject of my matrimonial future. But you'll hardly credit it. She actually started in on me with the fish. "Bertie, I've been thinking again about you and how necessary it is that you should get married. By great good luck I have found the very wife for you. She has met you, and does not dislike you." "Who is it?" I queried hoarsely. "Sir Roderick Glossop's daughter, Honoria." "No!" "Don't be silly, Bertie. Lady Glossop has very kindly invited you to Ditteridge Hall for a few days. I told her you would be delighted to come down tomorrow." It wasn't a full 2 minutes after I had parted from Aunt Agatha before the old fighting spirit of the Woosters reasserted itself. It was a tight corner, but the tighter the corner I felt, the more juicily should I score off Jeeves, and I got myself out of it without a bit of help from him. Honoria was away when I got to Ditteridge on the following afternoon. Her mother told me that she was staying with some people named Braithwaite and would be back next day. She said I would find Oswald out in the grounds. Rather decent, the grounds at Ditteridge. I spotted young Bingo leaning against a bridge over a lake, smoking a cigarette. Sitting on the stonework, fishing, was a species of kid. Bingo was both surprised and delighted to see me. "This is Oswald," said Bingo. "What could be sweeter? How are you?" "Oh, all right," said the kid. "Nice place, this." "Oh, all right," said the kid. Young Bingo led me off to commune apart. "Doesn't jolly old Oswald's incessant flow of prattle make your head ache sometimes?" I asked. Bingo sighed. "It's a hard job." "What's a hard job?" "Loving him." "Do you love him?" I asked, surprised. "I try, for her sake." "Why don't you shove him in? It would wake him up a bit and make him take an interest in things." Bingo shook his head. "Your proposition attracts me, but she is devoted to the little brute." "Ah, but I know," I cried. "What would Jeeves have done?" "How do you mean, what would Jeeves have done?" "I mean, what would he have advised, you wanting to make a hit with Honoria Glossop and all that?" "I take it from me, laddie. He would have shoved you behind that clump of bushes over there. He would have got me to lure Honoria onto the bridge. Then at the proper time he would have told me to give the kid a pretty hefty jab in the small of the back so as to shoot him into the water, and then you would have dived in and hauled him out. How about it?" "It's absolutely wonderful," said young Bingo in a hushed sort of voice. Honoria arrived in the car with the Braithwaite girl shortly after lunch the next day. I was introduced to the latter, a tallish girl with blue eyes and fair hair. I rather took to her. She was so unlike Honoria, and if I'd been able to spare the time, I shouldn't have minded talking to her for a bit. But business was business. I'd fixed it up with Bingo to be behind the bushes at 3 sharp, so I got hold of Honoria and steered her out through the grounds in the direction of the lake. We'd just come in sight of the lake. My watch made it 2 minutes after the hour. "You said you had something important to say to me." "Absolutely." I decided to open the proceedings by sort of paving the way for young Bingo. "It's like this. There's somebody who's frightfully in love with you. A friend of mine, you know." She gave a kind of laugh. "Well, why doesn't he tell me so?" "Well, you see, thinks you so much above him. You might just bear it in mind, what?" "How funny you are." She chucked back her head and laughed. She had a penetrating sort of laugh, rather like a train going into a tunnel. The kid Oswald gazed at us with a good deal of dislike. "I wish the dickens you wouldn't make that row," he said, "scaring all the fish away." It broke the spell a bit. Honoria changed the subject. "I do wish Oswald wouldn't sit on the bridge like that. He might easily fall in." "I'll go and tell him," I said. "Hello. Fishing?" I laid my hand in a sort of elder-brotherly way on his shoulder. "Here, look out," said the kid. It's one of those things that want doing quickly or not at all. I shut my eyes and pushed. There was a scrambling sound, a kind of yelp and a splash. I opened my eyes. The kid was just coming to the surface. "Help!" I shouted, cocking an eye on the bush from which young Bingo was scheduled to emerge. Nothing. "I say! Help!" Nothing. Meanwhile, the kid Oswald was presumably being cut off in his prime, and it began to seem to me that some sort of steps ought to be taken about it. It seems rummy that water should be so much wetter when you go into it with your clothes on than when you're just bathing. I was only under about 3 seconds, but I came up feeling clammy and bloated. I'd assumed that directly I came to the surface I should get hold of the kid and steer him courageously to shore, but he hadn't waited to be steered. When I'd finished getting the water out of my eyes and had time to look round, I saw him about 10 yards away, going strongly and using, I think, the Australian crawl. By the time I had landed, the kid was halfway to the house. I was interrupted in my meditations by a noise like the Scotch Express going under a bridge. It was Honoria Glossop, laughing. "Oh, Bertie, you are funny!" And even in that moment there seemed to me something sinister in the words. First proposing in that extraordinary roundabout way, and then pushing poor little Oswald into the lake so as to impress me. I'm not angry, Bertie. I think it was too sweet of you. But I'm quite sure it's time that I took you in hand. As I was coming downstairs after changing, I ran into young Bingo. "Bertie, a wonderful thing has happened." "You blighter! What became of you?" "Oh, you mean about being in those bushes? I hadn't time to tell you about that. It's all off." "All off?" "Bertie, I was actually starting to hide in those bushes when, walking across the lawn, I saw the most beautiful girl in the world. I joined her. I got into conversation. She is Daphne Braithwaite. Directly our eyes met, I realized that what I had imagined to be my love for Honoria Glossop had been a mere passing whim." At this point I left the blighter. 2 days later I got a card from Jeeves. "The weather," it ended, "continues fine. I've had one exceedingly enjoyable bathe." I gave one of those hollow, mirthless laughs and went downstairs to join Honoria. She was going to read Ruskin to me. End of Side 1. Side 2. The next blow fell precisely at 1:45 summer-time. Spencer, Aunt Agatha's butler, was offering me the fried potatoes at the moment, and such was my emotion that I lofted 6 of them onto the sideboard. Mark you, I was in a pretty enfeebled condition already. I'd been engaged to Honoria Glossop nearly 2 weeks, and during all that time not a day had passed without her putting in some heavy work in the direction of what Aunt Agatha had called moulding me. I was in no fit state to receive shocks, especially shocks like this. Honoria had lugged me round to lunch at Aunt Agatha's, and I had just been saying to myself, "Death, where is thy jolly old sting?" when she hove the bomb. "Bertie," she said, "what is the name of that man of yours?" "Oh, Jeeves? I think he's a bad influence for you. When we are married, you must get rid of him." It was at this point that I jerked the spoon and sent 6 of the best and crispest sailing onto the sideboard, with Spencer gambolling after them like a dignified old retriever. I passed the rest of the meal in a sort of stupor. The scheme had been, if I remember, that after lunch I should go off and caddy for Honoria on a shopping tour, but when she got up and started collecting me and the rest of her things, Aunt Agatha stopped her. "You run along, dear," she said. "I want to say a few words to Bertie." So Honoria legged it, and Aunt Agatha drew up her chair and started in. "Bertie, dear Honoria does not know it, but a little difficulty has arisen about your marriage. The fact is, Sir Roderick is being rather troublesome." "Wants to scratch the fixture? Well, perhaps he's right." "Pray do not be so absurd, Bertie. No, it's just that the nature of Sir Roderick's profession unfortunately makes him over-cautious. I suppose a nerve specialist with his extensive practice can hardly help taking a rather warped view of humanity." I got what she was driving at now. Sir Roderick Glossop, Honoria's father, is always called a nerve specialist because it sounds better, but everybody knows that he's really a sort of janitor to the loony bin. "You mean he thinks I may be a loony?" "Of course he does not think anything so ridiculous. He just wants to satisfy himself that you are perfectly normal. He appears to have got hold of some extraordinary story about your having pushed his son Oswald into the lake at Ditteredge Hall. Well, I did sort of lean against him. Oswald definitely accuses you of having pushed him into the water. That has disturbed Sir Roderick, and unfortunately it has caused him to make inquiries, and he has heard about your poor Uncle Henry." She eyed me with a good deal of solemnity. We were peeping into the family cupboard and having a look at the good old skeleton. My late Uncle Henry, you see, was by way of being the blot on the Worcester escutcheon. An extremely decent chappie, personally, and one who had always endeared himself to me by tipping me with considerable lavishness when I was at school. But there's no doubt he did at times do rather rummy things, notably keeping 11 pet rabbits in his bedroom. "It is very absurd, of course," continued Aunt Agatha. "If any of the family had inherited poor Henry's eccentricity, and it was nothing more, it would have been Claude and Eustace, and there could not be two brighter boys. Claude and Eustace were twins, and had been kids at school with me in my last summer term. Look how well they're doing at Oxford. Your Aunt Emily had a letter from Claude only the other day saying that they hoped to be elected shortly to a very important college club called the Seekers. Lord Rainsby, the Earl of Datchet's son, was one of his fellow candidates. However, we are wandering from the point, which is that Sir Roderick wants to have a quiet talk with you, quite alone. He will lunch with you at your flat tomorrow at 1:30. Please remember he drinks no wine, strongly disapproves of smoking, and can only eat the simplest food, owing to an impaired digestion." I breakfasted pretty late next morning and went for a stroll afterwards. I got back as far as Hyde Park Corner when some blighter sloshed me between the shoulder blades. It was young Eustace, my cousin. He was arm in arm with two other fellows, the one on the outside being my cousin Claude, and the one in the middle a pink-faced chappie with light hair and an apologetic sort of look. "Bertie, old egg," said young Eustace affably. "Hello," I said, not frightfully chirpy. "Fancy running into you. By the way, you've never met old Dogface, have you? Dogface, this is my cousin Bertie. Lord Rainby, Mr. Wooster. We've just been round to your flat, Bertie. Bitterly disappointed that you were out, but were hospitably entertained by old Jeeves. What are you doing in London?" I asked. "Oh, buzzing around. We're just up for the day. We oiled back on the 3:10, and now touching that lunch you very decently volunteered to stand us. Which shall it be? Ritz, Savoy, Carlton? I can't give you lunch. I got an engagement myself, and by Jove," I said, taking a look at my watch, "I'm late." I hailed a taxi. "Sorry." "As man to man, then," said Eustace. "Lend us a fiver." I hadn't time to stop and argue. I unbelted the fiver and hopped into the cab. It was 20 to 2 when I got to the flat. I bounded into the sitting-room, but it was empty. Jeeves shimmied in. "Sir Roderick has not yet arrived, sir." "Good egg. What are you giving us?" "Cold consommé, a cutlet, and a savoury, sir, with lemon squash, iced." "Well, I don't see how that can hurt him." There was a ring at the bell. "Stand by, Jeeves. We're off." I had met Sir Roderick Glossop before, of course, but I had never realized till this moment what an extraordinarily formidable old bird he was. He was fairly tall and fairly broad, and he had the most enormous head with practically no hair on it, which made it seem bigger and much more like the dome of St. Paul's. I suppose he must have taken about a 9 or something in hats. Shows what a rotten thing it is to let your brain develop too much. "I'm afraid I'm a little late," he said as we sat down. "I was detained at my club by Lord Alistair Hungerford, the Duke of Ramfurline's son. His Grace, he informed me, had exhibited a renewal of the symptoms which have been causing the family so much concern. Hence my unpunctuality. A profession like mine is a great strain." "Must be. Sometimes I'm appalled at what I see around me." He stopped and sort of stiffened. "Do you keep a cat, Mr. Wooster?" "No." No cat? I was conscious of a distinct impression that I had heard a cat mewing. Probably a taxi. I fear I do not follow you. I mean to say, taxis. Rather like cats, in a sort of way. I had not observed the resemblance. Have some lemon squash, I said. The conversation seemed to be getting rather difficult. Thank you. Half a glassful, if I may. I have a particular dislike for cats. But I was saying... Oh, yes. Sometimes it seems to me that the whole world is mentally unbalanced. This very morning, for example, a most singular and distressing occurrence took place as I was driving from my house to the club. The day being clement, I'd instructed my chauffeur to open my landaulet, and I was leaning back when our progress was arrested in the middle of the thoroughfare by one of those blocks in the traffic. The vehicles proceeding in the opposite direction had also been temporarily arrested, but after a moment they were permitted to proceed. I had fallen into a meditation, when suddenly the most extraordinary thing took place. My hat was snatched abruptly from my head, and as I looked back I perceived it being waved in a kind of feverish triumph, and then it was lost to sight. I didn't laugh, but I distinctly heard a couple of my floating ribs part from their moorings under the strain. The action was beyond all question that of a mentally unbalanced subject. Mr. Wooster, there is a cat close at hand. Indeed, the mewing appears to come from the adjoining room. This time I had to admit there was no doubt about it. I punched the bell for Jeeves, who drifted in. Sir? Oh, Jeeves, are there any cats in the flat? Only the 3 in your bedroom, sir. What do you mean? The black one, the tabby, and the small lemon-coloured animal, sir. What on earth? I charged round the table in the direction of the door. Unfortunately, Sir Roderick had just decided to edge in that direction himself, with the result that we collided in the doorway with a good deal of force and staggered out into the hall together. He came smartly out of the clinch and grabbed an umbrella from the rack. "Stand back, sir! I am armed!" Just then the most frightful shindig started in the bedroom. "I fancy, sir," said Jeeves respectfully, "that the animals may have become somewhat exhilarated as a result of having discovered the fish under Mr. Wooster's bed." The old boy tottered. "Did you say that there was a fish under Mr. Wooster's bed?" "Yes, sir." Sir Roderick gave a low moan and reached for his hat and stick. "You aren't going?" I said. "Mr. Wooster, I am going. I prefer to spend my leisure time in less eccentric society." "But I say, I must come with you. I'm sure the whole business can be explained. Jeeves, my hat." Jeeves rallied round. I took the hat from him and shoved it on my head. "Good heavens!" Beastly shock it was. The bally thing had absolutely engulfed me. "I say, this isn't my hat." "It's my hat," said Sir Roderick, "the hat which was stolen from me this morning as I drove in my car." But I stood there goggling in a sort of coma, while the old boy shifted the hat off me and turned to Jeeves. "I should be glad, my man," he said, "if you would accompany me a few yards down the street." "Very good, sir." "Here, but I say," I began, but he left me standing. He stalked out, followed by Jeeves, and at that moment the row in the bedroom started again. I was about fed up with the whole thing, so I flung open the door. I got a momentary flash of about 115 cats of all sizes and colours scrapping in the middle of the room, and then they all shot past me with a rush and out of the front door, and all that was left of the mob scene was the head of a whacking big fish, lying on the carpet and staring up at me in a rather austere sort of way. I withdrew on tiptoe and shut the door, and as I did so I bumped into someone. "Oh, sorry," he said. I spun round. It was the pink-faced chappie, the fellow I had met with Claude and Eustace. "I say," he said apologetically, "awfully sorry to bother you, but those weren't my cats legging it downstairs, were they? They came out of my bedroom." "Then they were my cats," he said sadly. "Did you put cats in my bedroom?" "Your man, what's his name, did. He rather decently said I could keep them there till my train went. I just come to fetch them, and now they've gone." "Oh, well, can't be helped, I suppose. I'll take the hat and the fish anyway." I was beginning to dislike this chappie. "Did you put that bally fish there, too?" "No, that was Eustace's. The hat was Claude's." I sank limply into a chair. "I say, you couldn't explain this, could you?" The chappie gazed at me. "Why, don't you know all about it?" "I say," he blushed profusely, "I shouldn't wonder if the whole thing didn't seem rummy to you." "Rummy is the word. It was for the Seekers, you know." "The Seekers?" "Rather a blood club, you know, up at Oxford, which your cousins and I are rather keen on getting into. You have to pinch something, you know, to get elected, some sort of a souvenir, you know, a policeman's helmet, you know, or a door knocker or something. The room's decorated with the things at the annual dinner, and everybody makes speeches and all that sort of thing. Rather jolly. Well, we wanted rather to make a sort of special effort and do the thing in style, if you understand, so we came up to London to see if we couldn't pick up something here that would be a bit out of the ordinary. And we had the most amazing luck right from the start. Your cousin Claude managed to collect a quite decent top hat out of a passing car, and your cousin Eustace got away with a really goodish salmon or something from Harrods, and I snaffled 3 excellent cats, all in the first hour. And then the difficulty was to know where to park the things till our train went. You were out, but your man said it would be all right. Well, I think I'll be taking the hat, if you don't mind. It's gone. Gone? The fellow you pinched it from happened to be the man who was lunching here. Oh, I say, poor old Claude will be upset. Well, how about the goodish salmon or something? Would you care to view the remains? I doubt if the committee would accept that. He sighed deeply. No cats, no fish, no hat. We've had all our trouble for nothing, and on top of that, I say, I hate to ask you, but you couldn't lend me a tenner, could you? A tenner? What for? Well, the fact is, I've got to pop round and bail Claude and Eustace out. They've been arrested. Arrested? Yes, you see, over the excitement of collaring the hat and the salmon or something, added to the fact that we had rather a festive lunch, they got a bit above themselves, poor chaps, and tried to pinch a motor lorry. And when the driver started making a fuss, there was a bit of a mix-up, and Claude and Eustace was more or less languishing in Vine Street Police Station. When Jeeves came back, I was waiting for him. "Well?" I said. Sir Roderick asked me a number of questions, sir, respecting your habits and mode of life, to which I replied guardedly. What I want to know is why you didn't explain the whole thing to him right at the start. Now he's gone off thinking me a loony. I should not be surprised from his conversation with me, sir, if some such idea had not entered his head. I was just starting in to speak when the telephone bell rang. Jeeves answered it. "No, madam, Mr. Wooster is not in." "Yes, madam, I will inform him." He put back the receiver. "Mrs. Gregson, sir." "Aunt Agatha! Does she know? Already?" "I gather that Sir Roderick has been speaking to her on the telephone, sir, and—" "No wedding bells for me, what?" Jeeves coughed. "Mrs. Gregson did not actually confide in me, sir, but I fancy that some such thing may have occurred." "Jeeves," I said, "I believe you worked the whole thing." "Well, sir, Spencer, Mrs. Gregson's butler, who inadvertently chanced to overhear something of your conversation when you were lunching at the house, did mention certain of the details to me. I doubt if the young lady was entirely suitable to you, sir." "And she would have shot you out on your ear 5 minutes after the ceremony?" "Yes, sir. Spencer informed me that she had expressed some such intention. Mrs. Gregson wishes you to call upon her immediately, sir." "She does, eh? What do you advise, Jeeves?" "I think a trip abroad might prove enjoyable, sir." I shook my head. "She'd come after me." "Not if you went far enough afield, sir. There are excellent boats leaving every Wednesday and Saturday for New York." I don't mind admitting that in the first flush of the thing, so to speak, when Jeeves told me, this would be about 3 weeks after I'd landed in America, that a blighter called Cyril Bassington had arrived, and I found that he had brought a letter of introduction from my Aunt Agatha, but I don't mind admitting that just at first I was rather bucked. You see, after the painful events which had resulted in my leaving England, I hadn't expected to get any sort of letter from Aunt Agatha which would pass the censor, so to speak, and it was a pleasant surprise to open this one and find it almost civil. And I was all for peace, and that right speedily. I'm not saying a word against New York, mind you, but I wanted to pop back to the cosy old flat in Berkeley Street, which could only be done when Aunt Agatha had simmered. So I'm bound to say I looked on this Bassington when he arrived more or less as a dove of peace, and was all for him. Jeeves brought his card in one morning with a Bahia. "And what might all this be, Jeeves?" "The gentleman has arrived from England, I understand, sir. He called to see you earlier in the day." "Good Lord, Jeeves, you don't mean to say the day starts earlier than this?" "He desired me to say he would return later, sir." "I've never heard of him. Have you ever heard of him, Jeeves?" "I am familiar with the name Bassington, sir. There are 3 branches of the Bassington family, the Shropshire Bassingtons, the Hampshire Bassingtons, and the Kent Bassingtons. England seems pretty well stocked up with Bassingtons." "Tolerably so, sir. And what sort of a specimen is this one?" "I could not say, sir, on such short acquaintance. The gentleman brought a letter for you, sir." "Oh, he did he?" I said. and grasped the communication, and then recognized the handwriting. "I say, Jeeves, this is from my Aunt Agatha." "Indeed, sir?" "Don't dismiss it in that light way. Don't you see what this means? She says she wants me to look after this excrescence while he's in New York. By Jove, Jeeves, if I only fawn on him a bit, I may yet be able to get back to England in time for Goodwood." "Yes, sir." "He isn't going to stay in New York long," I said, taking another look at the letter. "He's headed for Washington. I should say that we can win this lad's esteem and affection with a lunch and a couple of dinners, what?" "I fancy that should be entirely adequate, sir. This is the jolliest thing that's happened since we left England." "Very possibly, sir." I was looking for Cyril to show up again any time after breakfast, but he didn't appear, so towards 1 o'clock I trickled out to the Lambs Club, where I had an appointment to feed the Wooster face with a cove of the name of George Caffin, who I'd got pally with since my arrival, a fellow who wrote plays and what-not. Caffin was a bit late, but bobbed up, finally, saying that he had been kept at a rehearsal of his new comedy, Ask Dad, and we started in. We just reached the coffee when the waiter came up and said that Jeeves wanted to see me. Jeeves was in the waiting room. "Mr. Bassington has just telephoned, sir." "Oh?" "Yes, sir." "Where is he?" "In prison, sir." "In prison?" "Yes, sir. He said on the telephone that he had been arrested and would be glad if you could step round and bail him out." I collected old George, who very decently volunteered to stagger along with me, and we hopped into a taxi. We sat around at the police station for a bit on a wooden bench in a sort of ante-room, and presently a policeman appeared leading in Cyril. "Hello," I said. "What?" "My experience is that a fellow never really looks his best just after he's come out of a cell. Cyril had a black eye and a torn collar, and altogether was nothing to write home about, especially if one was writing to Aunt Agatha. He was a thin, tall chappie with a lot of light hair and pale blue, goggly eyes." "I got your message," I said. "Oh, are you Bertie Wooster?" "Absolutely. This is my pal George Caffin." We all shook hands, and the policeman, having retrieved a piece of chewing gum from the underside of a chair where he had parked it against a rainy day, went off into a corner and began to contemplate the infinite. "This is a rotten country," said Cyril. "Why do the policemen in New York look like postmen? I was simply standing on the pavement looking at things, when a fellow who looked like a postman prodded me in the ribs with a club. Why the dickens should a fellow come 3,000 miles to be prodded by postmen?" "The point is well taken," said George. "What did you do?" "I gave him a shove, and then he biffed me in the eye and lugged me off to this beastly place." "I'll fix it, old son," I said, and I hauled out the bankroll and went off to open negotiations. I don't mind admitting that I was a bit perturbed. I mused with a considerable amount of tensity over Cyril that night. I hauled out Aunt Agatha's letter of introduction and reread it, and there was no getting away from the fact that she undoubtedly appeared to be somewhat wrapped up in this blighter. I was deuced thankful that he had taken such a liking for George Caffin, old George being a steady sort of cove. After I got him out of this dungeon cell, he and George had gone off together as chummy as brothers. There was some talk, I gathered, of their dining together. I got about as far as this in my meditations, when Jeeves came in with a cable from Aunt Agatha, and this is what it said. "Has Cyril Bassington called yet? On no account introduce him into theatrical circles. Letter follows." I read it a couple of times. "This is rummy, Jeeves." "Yes, sir." Jeeves floated away, and I sat down to think the thing over. I'd been directing the best efforts of the old bean to the problem for a matter of half an hour when there was a ring at the bell. I went to the door, and there was Cyril, looking pretty festive. He curveted past me into the sitting-room, and when I got there, after shutting the front door, I found him reading Aunt Agatha's cable and giggling. "Oughtn't to have looked at this, I suppose. Mind if I have a drink? It's rather funny, considering what I came to tell you. Jolly old Caffin has given me a small part in that musical comedy of his." He drank his drink. "You know, I've always wanted to go on the stage, but my jolly old governor wouldn't stick it at any price. That's the real reason why I'm over here." When he had departed with a quick pip-pip, I was so jolly well worked up that I went and banged on Jeeves's door. Jeeves emerged in a brown dressing-gown. "Sir?" "Deuced sorry to wake you up, Jeeves." I was not asleep. "That's good. We have a problem, Jeeves. Mr. Bassington is going on the stage." "Indeed, sir." "Ah, the thing doesn't hit you. His family are most fearfully dead against his going on the stage, and what's worse, my Aunt Agatha will blame me, you see. Can't you think of some way of stopping him?" "Not, I confess, at the moment, sir." The part which old George had written for the chump Cyril took up about 2 pages of typescript, but it might have been Hamlet, the way that poor, misguided pinhead worked himself to the bone over it. And then Aunt Agatha's letter arrived. It took her about 6 pages to do justice to Cyril's father's feelings, and about 6 more to give me a kind of sketch of what she would say, think, and do if I didn't keep him clear of injurious influences while he was in America. I whizzed for the kitchen, bleating for Jeeves, and butted into the middle of a regular tea-party of sorts. Seated at the table were a depressed-looking cove who might have been a valet or something, and a boy in a Norfolk suit. "Oh, I say, Jeeves, sorry to interrupt the feast, but—" At this juncture the small boy's eye hit me like a bullet. He was a stoutish infant with a lot of freckles and a good deal of jam on his face. "Hello," I said.
What's your name?
He asked. "My name? Oh, Wooster, don't you know?"
My pop's richer than you are.
That seemed to be all about me. The child, having had his say, started in on the jam again. I turned to Jeeves. "I say, Jeeves, can you spare a moment? I want to show you something." "Very good, sir." We toddled into the sitting-room. "Who is your little friend?" "I trust I was not taking a liberty in entertaining him, sir." "Not a bit. I happened to meet the young gentleman taking a walk with his father's valet, sir, whom I used to know in London, and I ventured to invite them both to join me here." "Well, never mind about him, Jeeves. Read this letter." He gave it the up and down. "Very disturbing, sir." We'd got as far as this when there was a ring at the door. Jeeves shimmered off, and Cyril blew in. "I say, Wooster, old thing, I want your advice. You know this jolly old part of mine. How ought I to dress it?" "You'd better consult Jeeves," I said. "I'll smite the good old bell." Jeeves poured silently in. "Oh, I say, Jeeves," began Cyril, "I just wanted to have a syllable or two with you. It's this way." "Hello? Who's this?" I then perceived that the stout stripling had trickled into the room after Jeeves. The child remained there, drinking Cyril in for about half a minute. Then he gave his verdict. "Fish face." "Eh? What?" said Cyril. "You've a face like a fish." It seemed to take Cyril a moment or two to really grasp the thing, and then you could hear the blood of the Bassingtons begin to sizzle. "Well, I'm dashed," he said. "I wouldn't have a face like that, not if you gave me $2 million. Just what occurred then I couldn't exactly say, but the next few minutes were a bit exciting. Anyway, the air seemed pretty well congested with arms and legs and things. Something bumped into the Worcester waistcoat just around the 3rd button, and I collapsed onto the settee. When I'd unscrambled myself, I found that Jeeves and the child had retired, and Cyril was standing in the middle of the room, snorting. "Who's that frightful little brute, Wooster?" "Never saw him before today. I gave him a couple of tolerably juicy buffets before he legged it. I say, Wooster, that kid said a dashed odd thing. He yelled out something about Jeeves promising him $1 if he called me, what he said. What would Jeeves do that for? Nothing to Jeeves what sort of a face you have." "No," said Cyril. He spoke a little coldly. "Well, I'll be popping. Toodaloo. Pip-pip." It must have been about a week after this rummy little episode that George Caffin called me up and asked me if I would care to go and see a run-through of his show. The thing was billed to start at 8 o'clock, so I rolled up at 10:15 so as not to have too long to wait before they began. The dress parade was still going on. George was on the stage, talking to an absolutely round chappie with big spectacles and a practically hairless dome. I'd seen George with the merchant once or twice at the club, and I knew that he was Blumenfield, the manager. Presently George hopped down off the stage and came and joined me, and fairly soon after that the curtain went down. The chappie at the piano whacked out a well-meant bar or two, and the curtain went up again. I can't quite recall what the plot of Ask Dad was about, but I do know that it seemed able to jog along all right without much help from Cyril. I sat there for nearly half an hour until I suddenly discovered he had been on from the start. He was, in fact, the rummy-looking plug-ugly who was now leaning against a potted palm, trying to appear intelligent while the heroine sang a song about love. After the second refrain he began to dance in company with a dozen other equally weird birds. The dance had just finished, and Cyril and his pals had shuffled off into the wings when a voice spoke from the darkness on my right. "Pop!" Old Blumenfield clapped his hands, and the hero, who had just been about to get the next line off his diaphragm, cheesed it. I peered into the shadows. Who should it be but Jeeves's little playmate with the freckles? "Pop, that number's no good." "Don't you like it, darling?" "You want something zippy there." Quite right, my boy. I'll make a note of it. All right, go on. I turned to George. I say, George, old man, who the dickens is that kid? Old George groaned. I didn't know he'd crawled in. It's Blumenfield's son. Oh, we're gonna have a Hades of a time. The rehearsal went on until eventually the moment arrived for Cyril's big scene. Cyril's first line was, "Oh, I say, you know, you mustn't say that, really." But before the heroine had time for the comeback, "Pop?" "Yes, darling?" "That one's no good. The one with a face like a fish." "But they all have faces like fish, darling." "I mean the ugly one." "Which ugly one? That one?" said old Blumenfield, pointing to Cyril. "Yeah, he's rotten." "I thought so myself." Cyril had been gaping a bit while these few remarks were in progress. He now shot down to the footlights. "What the deuce do you mean?" "Don't yell at me across the footlights!" shouted old Blumenfield. "I've a dashed good mind to come down and spank that little brute." "What? You gotta work good for my pop." "I don't want any bally cheek from you," said Cyril. "Do you understand that this boy is my son? You both have my sympathy." "You're fired," bellowed old Blumenfield. About 10:30 next morning, Jeeves filtered into my bedroom and said that Cyril was waiting to see me in the sitting-room. He seemed pretty ordinary. "Hello, Wooster, old thing." "Cheerio." "I just looked in to say goodbye. I'm off to Washington in an hour. You know, Wooster, old top, I've been thinking it all over, and really it doesn't seem quite fair to the old governor, my going on the stage and so forth. I've explained everything to old Blumenfield, and he quite sees my position. Well, I'm awfully glad to have seen something of you. Pip-pip. Toodaloo." He sallied forth with the clear, blue, pop-eyed gaze of a young child. I rang for Jeeves. "Jeeves?" "Sir?" "Did you tell that pie-faced infant to get Mr. Bassington sacked from the Ask Dad company?" He started to put out my clothes. It is possible that young Master Blumenfield may have gathered from casual remarks of mine that I did not consider the stage altogether a suitable sphere for Mr. Bassington. "I say, Jeeves, you know, you're a bit of a marvel." "I endeavour to give satisfaction, sir." The thing really started in the park at the Marble Arch end, where weird birds of every description collect on Sunday afternoons and stand on soap-boxes and make speeches. It isn't often you'll find me there, but it so happened that on the Sabbath after my return to the good old Metrop, I had a call to pay in Manchester Square, and taking a stroll round in that direction, I found myself right in the middle of it. In front of me there stood a little group of serious thinkers with a banner labelled Heralds of the Red Dawn, and as I came up, one of the heralds, a bearded egg in a slouch hat and a tweed suit, was slipping it into the idle rich. While I was standing there, somebody spoke. "Mr. Wooster, surely." Stout chappie. Couldn't place him for a second. Then I got him. Bingo Little's uncle. "Oh, hello," I said. "Going strong?" "I am in excellent health, I thank you. And you?" "In the pink. Just been over to America. Seen anything of Bingo lately?" "Bingo?" "Your nephew." "Oh, Richard. No, not very recently. Since my marriage, a little coolness seems to have sprung up." "Sorry to hear that. So you've married since I saw you, what? Mrs. Little all right?" "My wife is happily robust, but, not Mrs. Little. On the publication of the last honours list, I became Lord Bittlesham." "By Jove, really? I say, heartiest congratulations. Why, you're the owner of Ocean Breeze." "Yes." At this moment I suddenly noticed that the audience was gazing in our direction, and I saw that the bearded chappie was pointing at us. "Yes, look at them," he was yelling. "Look at the tall, thin one. Has he ever done an honest day's work in his life? No, a prowler, a trifler, and a bloodsucker." He seemed to be verging on the personal, and I didn't think a lot of it. Old Bittlesham, on the other hand, was pleased and amused. "A great gift of expression these fellows have," he chuckled. "And the fat one," proceeded the chappie, "that's Lord Bittlesham. His god is his belly, and he sacrifices burnt offerings to it." "You know, that's rather well put," I said. "Come away, Mr. Wooster. I am the last man to oppose the right of free speech, but I refuse to listen to this vulgar abuse." Next day I looked in at the club and found young Bingo in the smoking room. "Hello, Bingo, how's the boy?" "Jogging along." "I saw your uncle yesterday." Young Bingo unleashed a grin. "I know you did, you trifler. How's the prowling these days?" "Good Lord, you weren't there? I didn't see you." "Yes, you did. Perhaps you didn't recognize me in the shrubbery." "The shrubbery?" "The beard, my boy. Worth every penny I paid for it." "I don't understand." It's a long story. Before we start, isn't she the most wonderful girl you ever saw? He produced a photograph from somewhere. Don't tell me you're in love again. What do you mean, again? Well, to my certain knowledge, you've been in love with at least half a dozen girls since the spring, and it's only July now. This is the real thing. Where did you meet her? On top of a bus. Her name is Charlotte Corday Rowbottom. My God, it's not her fault, poor child. Her father had her christened that because he's all for the revolution, and it seems that the original Charlotte Corday used to go about stabbing oppressors in their baths. You must meet old Rowbottom, Bertie. A delightful chap. Wants to massacre the bourgeoisie and disembowel the hereditary aristocracy. But about Charlotte. We were on top of the bus, and it started to rain. I offered her my umbrella, and we chatted of this and that. I fell in love and got her address, and a couple of days later I bought the beard and toddled round and met the family. But why the beard? Well, she told me all about her father on the bus, and I saw that to get any footing at all in the home I should have to join these Red Dawn blighters, and naturally, if I was to make speeches in the park, something in the nature of a disguise was indicated. It's done me a lot of good with old Rowbottom. He thinks I'm a Bolshevist of sorts, who has to go about disguise because of the police. You really must meet old Rowbottom, Bertie. I tell you what, you doing anything tomorrow afternoon? Nothing special? Why? Good. Then you could have us all to tea at your flat. By the way, put your last collar stud on Ocean Breeze for the Goodwood Cup. I'm going to. I mean to win enough to marry Charlotte. I say, you don't know how I could raise 50 quid. I must put at least 50 quid on Ocean Breeze. Well, see you tomorrow. Jeeves, I said when I got home. Sir? About Mr. Little. He's bringing some friends of his to tea tomorrow. I want you to observe closely, Jeeves, and form your decision. Very good, sir. And about the tea. Get in some muffins. Yes, sir. And some jam, ham, cake, scrambled eggs, and 5 or 6 wagon loads of sardines. Sardines, sir? Said Jeeves, with a shudder. I'd forgotten to warn Jeeves about the beard, and it came on him absolutely out of a blue sky. I saw the man's jaw drop. He was too busy introducing the mob to take much notice. They were a very C3 collection. Comrade Butt, Bingo's rival in love, apparently, looked like one of the things that come out of dead trees after the rain. Moth-eaten was the word I should have used to describe old Rowbottom, and as for Charlotte, she seemed to take me straight into another and a dreadful world. It wasn't that she was exactly bad-looking. There was just too much of her. "My friend Mr. Wooster," said Bingo. Old Rowbottom looked at me, and then he looked round the room. "May I say, Comrade Wooster?" "I beg your pardon?" "Do you yearn for the revolution?" "Oh, I don't know that I exactly yearn. I mean to say, as far as I can make out, the whole hub of the scheme seems to be to massacre coves like me." "I'm talking him round," said Bingo. Old Rowbottom looked at me a bit doubtfully. "Comrade Little has great eloquence." "I think he talks something wonderful," said the girl, and young Bingo shot a glance of such succulent devotion at her that I reeled in my tracks. "Tea is served, sir," said Jeeves. I'd promised to meet young Bingo next day to tell him what I thought of his infernal Charlotte, and I was mooching slowly up St. James's Street, trying to think how the dickens I could explain to him that I considered her one of the world's foulest, when who should come toddling out of the Devonshire Club but old Bittlesham and Bingo himself. "What ho!" I said. The result of this simple greeting was a bit of a shock. Old Bittlesham quivered from head to foot. "Mr. Wooster, you gave me a severe start." "Oh, sorry." "My uncle," said young Bingo, "has had a threatening letter." "Mr. Wooster, do you recall a sinister, bearded man who assailed me in no measured terms in Hyde Park last Sunday?" I shot a look at young Bingo. "Could you identify him?" "Well, The fact is, Bertie," said Bingo, "we think this man with a beard is at the bottom of all this business. I happened to be walking late last night through Pounceby Gardens, and as I was passing the house, a fellow came hurrying down the steps. I noticed that he had a beard. I'm going to make inquiries." "The police should be informed," said Lord Bittlesham. "No," said young Bingo firmly. "You leave it all to me. I'll pop you into a taxi now and go and talk it over with Bertie." "You're a good boy, Richard," said old Bittlesham, and we put him in a passing cab and pushed off. I turned and looked young Bingo squarely in the eyeball. "Did you send the letter?" "Rather." "But where's the sense of it?" Bertie, my lad," said Bingo, taking me earnestly by the coat sleeve. "Look here." He waved a bit of paper in front of my eyes. "Great Scott! There was a cheque for 50 of the best, signed Bittlesham, and made out to the order of R. Little. What's that for?" "Expenses," said Bingo, pouching it. "I now proceed to the bank and startle them into a fit with it. Later I edge round to my bookie and put the entire sum on Ocean Breeze. Oh, by the way, what do you think of Charlotte?" "Well, I know, old man. Don't try to find words. Left you speechless, what? Well, I leave you here, laddie. Oh, before we part, what of Butt? Nature's worst blunder, don't you think? I must say I've seen cheerier souls. I think I've got him licked, Bertie. Charlotte is coming to the zoo with me this afternoon, alone, and later on to the pictures. That looks like the beginning of the end. What?" I lost sight of Bingo after that. The Sons of the Red Dawn also passed out of my life, though Jeeves told me he had met Comrade Butt one evening and had a brief chat with him. Then Goodwood came along. End of Side 2. Side 3. Now, many a cove would no doubt edge into this narrative with a long description of Goodwood, featuring the blue sky and what not, but better give it a miss, I think. The anguish hasn't had time to pass. You see, what happened was that Ocean Breeze finished absolutely nowhere for the cup. I had wandered out of the paddock to try and forget, when I bumped into old Bittlesham. I pushed my hand out and shook his in silence. "How much did you drop?" "Drop?" "On Ocean Breeze." "I did not bet on Ocean Breeze." "What?" "I never bet on horse racing. It is against my principles." "But if you haven't dropped a parcel over the race, why are you looking so rattled?" "That fellow's here." "What fellow?" "That bearded man. He's making an inflammatory speech at this very moment, specifically directed at me. Come." Young Bingo was certainly tearing off some ripe stuff. Inspired by the agony of having put his little all on a stoomer that hadn't finished in the first 6, he was fairly letting himself go on the subject of the blackness of the hearts of the plutocratic owners who allowed a trusting public to imagine a horse was the real goods when it couldn't trot the length of its own stable. "But what does Lord Bittlesham care if the poor working man loses his hard-earned savings? The world won't be a fit place for honest men to live in till the blood of Lord Bittlesham and his kind flows down the gutters of Park Lane." Roars of approval from the populace. Old Bittlesham bounded over to a large, sad policeman who was watching the proceedings, appeared to be urging him to rally round, and then returned to me. "It's monstrous! The man definitely threatens my personal safety, and that policeman declines to interfere." "Absolutely," I said. Comrade Butt had taken the centre of the stage now. He had a voice like the last trump, and you could hear every word he said, but somehow he didn't seem to be clicking. Suddenly he stopped in the middle of a sentence. The crowd thought he had dried up. "Suck a lozenge!" shouted somebody. Comrade Butt pulled himself together with a jerk, and even from where I stood I could see the nasty gleam in his eye. "Ah!" he yelled. "You may mock, comrades, but let me tell you that the movement is spreading every day and every hour. Yes, even among the so-called upper classes. In fact, here today, on this very spot, we have in our little band one of our most earnest workers, the nephew of that very Lord Bittlesham whose name you were hooting but a moment ago." And before old Bingo had a notion of what was up, Butt had reached out a hand and grabbed the beard. It came off all in one piece. I heard old Bittlesham give one short, sharp snort of amazement at my side, and then any remarks he may have made were drowned in thunders of applause. I'm bound to say that in this crisis young Bingo acted with a good deal of decision and character. To grab Comrade Butt by the neck and try to twist his head off was with him the work of a moment. But before he could get any results, the policeman had charged in, and the next minute he was shoving his way back through the crowd with Bingo in his right hand and Comrade Butt in his left. Sometimes when Jeeves has brought in my morning tea, he drifts silently from the room and leaves me to go to it. At other times he sort of shimmies respectfully. On the day after I'd got back from Goodwood, I was staring at the ceiling when I noticed that he was still in my midst. "Oh, hello," I said. "Mr. Little called earlier in the morning, sir." "Oh, by Jove, what? Did he tell you about what happened?" "Yes, sir. It was in connection with that he wished to see you. He proposes to retire to the country and remain there for some little while. Dashed sensible. That was my opinion also, sir. There was, however, a slight financial difficulty to be overcome. I took the liberty of advancing him £10 on your behalf. I trust that meets with your approval, sir. Oh, of course. Take a tenner off the dressing-table. Very good, sir. Jeeves, I said. Sir? What beats me is how the chappie Butt ever got to know who he was. Jeeves coughed. There, sir, I fear I may have been somewhat to blame. I fear I may carelessly have disclosed Mr. Little's identity to Mr. Butt on the occasion when I had that conversation with him. I sat up. What? And I'm afraid there's another aspect to the matter. I am also responsible for the breaking off of relations between Mr. Little and the young lady who came to tea here. Do you mean to say it's off? Completely, sir. The young lady's father, I am informed by Mr. Little, now regards him as a spy and a deceiver. Well, I'm dashed, Jeeves. The money on the dressing-table. Collar it all. After Goodwood's over, I generally find that I get a bit restless. I'm not much of a lad for the birds and the trees, but there's no doubt that London's not at its best in August. As I sat in the old flat one night, I felt I couldn't stand it much longer, and when Jeeves came in, I put the thing to him squarely. "Jeeves," I said, "I think we've had about enough of the betrop for the time being, and require a change." "Just as you say, sir. There is a letter on the tray, sir." I opened the letter. "I say, this is rather extraordinary." "Sir?" "You know Twing Hall?" "Yes, sir." "Well, Mr. Little's there." "Indeed, sir." "Absolutely in the flesh. He's had to take another of those tutoring jobs." It was rummy, and I'll tell you why it was rummy. Twing Hall belongs to old Lord Wickhammersley, a great pal of my governor's when he was alive, and I have a standing invitation to pop down there when I like. I was thinking of going there before I read the letter. And what's more, Jeeves, my cousin Claude and my cousin Eustace, they're down there too, reading for some exam or other with the vicar. I read the letter again. The vicarage, Twing, gloss. Dear Bertie, do you want to make a bit of money? Well, come down here quick and get in on the biggest sporting event of the season. Claude and I are with a reading party at old Heppenstall's. There are 9 of us, not counting your pal Bingo Little, who is tutoring the lad up at the hall. Come and join us. Yours, Eustace. I handed this to Jeeves. He studied it thoughtfully. What do you make of it? Very high-spirited young gentlemen, sir, Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace. Did you observe that the letter continues over the page? Eh? What? This was what was on the other side of the last page. Sermon handicap, runners and betting, probable starters, Reverend Joseph Tucker, Badgwick, scratch. Reverend Leonard Starkey, Stapleton, scratch. Reverend Alexander Jones, Upper Bingley, receives 3 minutes. Reverend W. Dix, Little Clickton in the Wold, receives 5 minutes. Reverend Francis Heppenstall, Twing, receives 8 minutes. Reverend Cuthbert Dibble, Bousted Parver, receives 9 minutes. Reverend Orlo Huff, Bousted Magna, receives 9 minutes. Reverend J. Roberts, Fail by the Water, receives 10 minutes. Reverend G. Hayward, Lower Bingley, receives 12 minutes. Reverend James Bates, Gandle by the Hill, receives 15 minutes. The above have arrived. Prices 5 to 2, Tucker, Starkey, 3 to 1, Jones, 9 to 2, Dix, 6 to 1, Heppenstall, Dibble, Huff, 100 to 8, any other. It baffled me. I think we ought to have a look into this. The 5:10 was late, as usual, and everybody was dressing for dinner when I arrived at the hall. I slid into the vacant chair and found that I was sitting next to old Wickhammersley's youngest daughter, Cynthia. "Oh, hello, old thing," I said. Great pals, we've always been. "Well, Bertie, so you've arrived." "Oh, yes, here I am. I say, what an amazing lot of clergymen there are round here. And there's young Bingo Little, great pal of mine. He's tutoring your brother, you know." "Good gracious, is he a friend of yours?" "Known him all my life." "Then tell me, Bertie, is he at all weak in the head? He keeps looking at me so oddly." "Oddly? How? Give me an imitation." Considering that she had only about a second and a half to do it in, I must say it was a jolly fine exhibition. She opened her mouth and eyes pretty wide and let her jaw drop sideways. "Oh, that's all right," I said. "He's simply in love with you." "Don't be absurd." "My dear old bird, he can fall in love with anybody." "Thank you. He's very good-looking, isn't he?" "Bingo." Some time after this, Lady Wickhammersley gave the signal for the female of the species to leg it. I didn't get the chance of talking to young Bingo when they'd gone, and found him eventually in his room. "Hello, old scream," I said. "Hello, Bertie," he replied. "Rummy finding you down here. I take it your uncle cut off your allowance after Goodwood, and you had to take this tutoring job to keep the wolf from the door." "Correct." "Well, you might have let your pals know where you were." "I didn't want them to know where I was. I've been through a bad time, Bertie, these last weeks. Recently, however, I've bucked up a bit. Tell me, Bertie, what are you doing down here? I didn't know you knew these people." "Me? Why, I've known them since I was a kid." Young Bingo put his feet down with a thud. "Do you mean to say you've known Lady Cynthia all that time? I love that girl, Bertie." "What did she say about me at dinner?" "She said she thought you were good-looking." Young Bingo closed his eyes in a sort of ecstasy. Bright and early next morning, as I lay in bed blinking at the sunlight on the dressing-table and wondering when Jeeves was going to show up with a cup of tea, a heavy weight descended on my toes. The blighter had apparently risen with the lark. "When Cynthia smiles," said young Bingo, "the skies are blue. The world takes on a roseate hue." "What the devil are you talking about?" "I'm reading you my poem, the one I wrote to Cynthia last night. I'll go on, shall I?" "No, I haven't had my tea." At this moment Jeeves came in with the old beverage, and I sprang on it with a glad cry. After a couple of sips, things looked a bit brighter. Even young Bingo didn't offend the eye to quite such an extent. By the time I'd finished the first cup, I was a new man, so much so that I not only permitted but encouraged the poor fish to read the rest of his poem. We were still arguing about it all when the door burst open, and in blew Claude and Eustace. The twins seemed pleased to see me. "Good old Bertie," said Claude. "Stout fellow," said Eustace. "The Rev told us you had arrived." "Has Bingo told you?" said Claude. "We've been talking," said Bingo hastily, "of other matters." "Well, it's like this, Bertie," said Eustace, settling down. "I told you in my letter there are 9 of us marooned in this desert spot, reading with old Heppenstall. Well, of course, nothing is jollier than sweating up the classics when it's 100 in the shade, but there does come a time when you begin to feel the need of a little relaxation. And so Steggles got this idea. Steggles is one of our reading party, and between ourselves rather a worm as a general thing. Still, you have to give him credit for getting this idea." "What idea?" "Well, you know how many parsons there are around about here. There are about a dozen hamlets within a radius of 6 miles, and each hamlet has a church, and each church has a parson, and each parson preaches a sermon every Sunday. Tomorrow week, Sunday the 23rd, we're running off the Great Sermon Handicap. Steggles is making the book. Each parson is to be clocked by a reliable steward of the course, and the one that preaches the longest sermon wins. Did you study the race card I sent you?" I couldn't understand what it was all about." "Why, you chump, it gives the handicaps and the current odds on each starter. I've got another one here in case you've lost yours. Take a careful look at it. Jeeves, old son, do you want a sporting flutter?" "Sir?" said Jeeves, who had just meandered in with my breakfast. Claude explained the scheme. Amazing the way Jeeves grasped it right off, but he merely smiled in a paternal sort of way. "Thank you, sir. I think not." "Well, you're with us, Bertie, aren't you?" said Claude. "You study that card? Well, tell me, does anything strike you about it?" Of course it did. "Why, it's a sitter for old Heppenstall," I said. "There isn't a parson in the land who can give him 8 minutes. Why, in the days when I was with him, old Heppenstall never used to preach under half an hour, and there was one sermon of his on brotherly love which lasted 45 minutes, if it lasted a second. Your pal Steggles must be an ass giving him a handicap like that. Has he lost his vim lately?" "Not a bit of it," said Eustace. "Tell him what happened, Claude." "Why," said Claude, "the first Sunday we were here, we all went to Twing Church, and old Heppenstall preached a sermon that was well under 20 minutes. This is what happened. Steggles didn't notice it, and the Rev didn't notice it himself, but Eustace and I both spotted that he'd dropped a chunk of at least half a dozen pages out of his sermon case. The next Sunday, we heard Tucker and Starkey, and they both went well over the 35 minutes, so Steggles arranged the handicapping as you see on the card. You must come into this, Bertie. You see, the trouble is that I haven't a bean, and Eustace hasn't a bean, and Bingo Little hasn't a bean, so you'll have to finance the syndicate. Think the thing over and phone me later in the day. Come on, Claude, old thing." The more I studied the scheme, the better it looked. "How about it, Jeeves?" Jeeves smiled gently and drifted out. "Jeeves has no sporting blood," said Bingo. "Well, I have. I'm coming into this." "Good man," said Bingo. "Now I can see daylight. Say, have a tenner on Heppenstall and Cop. That'll give me a bit in hand to back Pink Pill in the 2 o'clock at Gatwick the week after next. Cop on that, put the pile on Muskrat for the 1:30 at Lewis, and there I am with a nice little sum to take to Alexandra Park, and then I'll be in a position to go to my uncle and beard him in his lair somewhat. Quite a bit of a snob, you know. When he hears that I'm going to marry the daughter of an earl... I say, old man, aren't you looking ahead rather far?" "Oh, that's all right. She practically told me the other day she was fond of me." "What?" "Well, she said that the sort of man she liked was the self-reliant, manly man with strength, good looks, character, ambition, and initiative." "Leave me, laddie. Leave me to my fried egg." Directly I'd got up, I went to the phone, snatched Eustace away from his morning's work, and instructed him to put a tenner on the Twing flyer at current odds for each of the syndicate. And after lunch, Eustace rang me up to say that he'd done business at a snappy 7-1. And it was dashed lucky, I thought next day, that we'd managed to get the money on in time. For on the Sunday morning, old Heppenstall fairly took the bit between his teeth and gave us 36 solid minutes. I was sitting next to Steggles in the pew, and I saw him blench visibly. The first thing he did when he emerged into the open air was to announce, formally, that anyone who fancied the Rev could now be accommodated at 15 to 8 on. And so matters stood till just after lunch on Tuesday afternoon, when, as I was strolling up and down in front of the house, Claude and Eustace came bursting up the drive on bicycles. "Bertie," said Claude, deeply agitated, "unless we take immediate action, we're in the cart." "What's the matter?" "G. Hayward's the matter," said Eustace morosely, "the Lower Bingley starter." "Somehow or other he got overlooked," said Claude, "but Eustace and I happened by the merest fluke to be riding through Lower Bingley this morning, and there was a wedding on at the church. G. Hayward delivered an address of 26 minutes. "There's only one thing to be done, Bertie," said Claude. "You must spring some more funds so that we can hedge on Hayward and save ourselves. But I say, I hate the idea of all that money we put on Heppenstall being chucked away. What else can you suggest? You don't suppose the Rev can give this absolute marvel a handicap and win, do you?" "I've got it," I said. "What?" "I'll pop over this afternoon and ask Heppenstall as a personal favour to preach that sermon of his on brotherly love on Sunday." I toddled over in the evening and fixed the thing up. But what I've always said, and what I always shall say, is that this anti-post betting is a mug's game. You never can tell what's going to happen. I'd hardly finished my breakfast on the Saturday morning when Jeeves came to my bedside to say that Eustace wanted me on the telephone. "Bertie, here I am. Deuce of a time you've been." "Bertie, we're sunk. The favourite's blown up." "No." "Yes, coughing in his stable all last night." "What?" "Absolutely. Hay fever. That means the curate will show up at the post instead, and he's no good at all." I had to grapple with the thing for a moment. "Eustace? Hello? What can you get on G. Hayward?" "Only 4-1 now. The odds shortened late last night." "Well, 4-1 will clear us. Put another fiver all round on G. Hayward for the syndicate. That'll bring us out on the right side of the ledger. If he wins." "What do you mean?" "I'm beginning to wonder," said Eustace gloomily. "The Reverend Joseph Tucker did an extraordinarily fine trial gallop at a mothers' meeting over at Badgwick yesterday. However, seems our only chance. So long." Not being one of the official stewards, I had my choice of churches next morning, and naturally I didn't hesitate. I had only Eustace's word for it that G. L. Hayward was such a stayer, but any misgivings I may have had disappeared the moment he got into the pulpit. The man was a tall, rangy-looking greybeard, and he went off from the start with a nice easy action, pausing and clearing his throat at the end of each sentence, and it wasn't 5 minutes before I realised that here was the winner. At the 20-minute mark he'd merely settled down. 25 minutes saw him going strong, and when he finally finished with a good burst, the clock showed 35 minutes 14 seconds. Bingo was talking on the phone when I arrived back at the hall. "Fine, splendid, topping," he was saying. "I'll tell Bertie." He hung up the receiver and caught sight of me. "Oh, hello, Bertie. I was just talking to Eustace. It's all right, old man. The report from Lower Bingley has just got in. G. Hayward romps home." "Are all the returns in, then?" "All except Gandle by the Hill, but we needn't worry about Bates. He never had a chance. By the way, poor old Jeeves lost his tenner." "Jeeves? How do you mean?" "He came to me this morning, just after you'd left, and asked me to put a tenner on Bates for him." "I beg your pardon, sir. This note arrived for you just after you had left the house this morning." Jeeves had materialised from nowhere and was standing at my elbow. "Eh? Note?" "The Reverend Mr. Heppenstall's butler brought it over from the vicarage, sir. It came too late to be delivered to you at the moment." Young Bingo was talking to Jeeves like a father on the subject of betting against the form book while I read the note. The yell I gave made him bite his tongue in the middle of a sentence. "What the dickens is the matter?" he asked. "We're dished. Listen to this. The vicarage, Twing, Gloss. My dear Wooster, as you may have heard, circumstances over which I have no control will prevent my preaching the sermon on brotherly love. I am unwilling, however, that you shall be disappointed, so if you will attend divine service at Gandle by the Hill this morning, you will hear my sermon preached by young Bates, my nephew. I have lent him the manuscript at his urgent desire, for between ourselves there are wheels within wheels. My nephew is one of the candidates for the headmaster of a well-known public school, and the choice is narrowed down between him and one rival. Late yesterday evening, James received private information that the head of the Board of Governors of the school proposed to sit under him this Sunday in order to judge of the merits of his preaching. Trusting that his preaching of the sermon will supply you with as pleasant memories as you say you have of mine, I remain cordially yours, F. Heppenstall. P.S. The hay fever has rendered my eyes unpleasantly weak for the time being, so I am dictating the letter to my butler, Brookfield, who will convey it to you. I don't know when I've experienced a more massive silence than the one that followed my reading of this cheery epistle. "Great Scott," whispered Bingo eventually. "An SP job." "I believe that is the technical term, sir," said Jeeves. "So you had inside information, dash it," said Bingo. "Why, yes, sir," said Jeeves. "The butler happened to mention the contents of the note to me when he brought it. We are old friends." "Well, all I can say," Bingo cried, "is that it's a bit thick, preaching another man's sermon." "Well, my dear old thing," I said, "clergymen do it all the time." Jeeves coughed. "And in the present case, sir, if I may be permitted to take the liberty of making the observation, I think we should make allowances. We should remember that the securing of this headmastership meant everything to the young couple." "Young couple? What young couple?" "The Reverend James Bates, sir, and Lady Cynthia. I am informed by her ladyship's maid that they have been engaged to be married for some weeks, provisionally, so to speak, and his lordship made his consent conditional on Mr. Bates securing a really important and remunerative position." Young Bingo turned a light green. "Engaged to be married." "Yes, sir." "I think I'll go for a walk," said Bingo. "But, my dear old thing," I said, "it's just lunchtime." "I don't want any lunch." Nobody is more alive than I am to the fact that young Bingo Little is in many respects a sound old egg. As a companion for a cheery hour, I think I would choose him before anybody. On the other hand, I'm bound to say that there are things about him that could be improved. His habit of falling in love with every single girl he sees is one of them, and another is his way of letting the world in on the secrets of his heart. I mean to say, well, here's the telegram I got from him one evening in November, about a month after I'd got back to town from my visit to Twing Hall. "I say, Bertie, old man, I am in love at last. She is the most wonderful girl. Come here at once and bring Jeeves. Bingo." Jeeves had brought the thing in with the evening drink, and I slung it over to him. "It's about due, of course," I said. "Young Bingo hasn't been in love for at least a couple of months. I wonder who it is this time." "Miss Mary Burgess, sir," said Jeeves, "the niece of the Reverend Mr. Heppenstall. She is staying at Twing Vicarage." "Great Scott! How do you know that?" "When we were visiting Twing Hall in the summer, sir, I formed a somewhat close friendship with Mr. Heppenstall's butler. Mr. Little was compelled to resume his old position as tutor to Lord Wickhammersley's son at Twing Hall, sir, owing to having been unsuccessful in some speculations at Hurst Park at the end of October." Bingo met us at Twing Station next day and insisted on my sending Jeeves on in the car with the bags while he and I walked. He started in about the female the moment we had begun to hoof it. "She's wonderful, Bertie. She reminds me of St. Cecilia. She makes me yearn to be a better, nobler, deeper, broader man. I say, old lad, aren't we going rather a long way round? Considering we were supposed to be headed for Twing Hall, it seemed to me that we were making a longish job of it. The hall was about 2 miles from the station by the road, and we'd cut off down a lane, gone across country for a bit, climbed a stile or two, and were now working our way across a field that ended in another lane. She sometimes takes her little brother for a walk round this way," explained Bingo. "I thought we would meet her." "Of course, and then tack on to the girl and buzz along with her." "Good Lord," said Bingo, honestly amazed. "Don't suppose I've got nerve enough for that, do you?" Young Bingo made me stand there in the teeth of a nor'east half-gale for 10 minutes, and I was just thinking of suggesting that we should lay off and give the rest of the proceedings a miss, when round the corner there came a fox-terrier, and Bingo quivered like an aspen. Then there hove in sight a small boy, and he shook like a jelly. Finally a girl appeared, and his emotion was painful to witness. He was just raising his fingers limply to his cap when he suddenly saw that the girl wasn't alone. A chappie in clerical costume was also among those present. The girl bowed. The curate said, "Ah, Little, rough weather." The dog barked, and then toddled on, and the entertainment was over. The curate was a new factor in the situation to me. I reported his movements to Jeeves when I got back to the hall. Of course, Jeeves knew all about it already. "That is the Reverend Mr. Wingham, Mr. Heppenstall's new curate, sir. I gathered from Brookfield that he is Mr. Little's rival, and at the moment the young lady appears to favour him. Mr. Wingham has the advantage of being on the premises. He and the young lady play duets after dinner. Mr. Little, on these occasions, I understand, prowls about in the road, chafing visibly. It seems to be all the poor fish is able to do, dash it. He's lost his pep. Why, when we met her just now, he hadn't even the common manly courage to say good evening. I gather that Mr. Little's affection is not unmingled with awe, sir. Well, how are we to help a man when he's such a rabbit as that? Have you anything to suggest? I shall be seeing him after dinner. In my opinion, sir, the most judicious course for Mr. Little to pursue would be to concentrate on the young gentleman. The small brother? How do you mean? Make a friend of him, sir. Take him for walks, and so forth. I slipped Bingo the tip from the stable that night, and was glad to observe that it seemed to cheer him up. "Jeeves is always right," he said. "I ought to have thought of it myself. I'll start in tomorrow." It was amazing how the chappie bucked up. The brother was forming a bond that was a dashed sight stronger than the curate's duets. The day we left, Bingo came to see us off, with Wilfred frisking about him like an old college chum. The last I saw of them, Bingo was standing him chocolates out of the slot machine. Which made it all the more of a jar about a fortnight later, when his telegram arrived, as follows. "Bertie, old man, I say, Bertie, could you possibly come down here at once? Everything gone wrong. You simply must come, Bertie. Don't forget to bring Jeeves. Bingo." Jeeves, I'm getting a bit fed. I can't go chucking all my engagements every second week in order to biff down to Twing and rally round young Bingo. If you could spare me for the night, sir, I should be glad to run down and investigate. Jeeves got back late the next day. "Well," I said. "I've done what I could, sir, but I fear Mr. Little's chances do not appear bright. I gather from Brookfield, sir, that Mr. Steggles is interesting himself in the affair." "Good Lord! What, making a book on it?" "I understand that he is accepting wagers from those in his immediate circle, sir, against Mr. Little, whose chances he does not seem to fancy. I don't like that, Jeeves." "No, sir. From what I know of Steggles, there will be dirty work." "It has already occurred, sir. It seems that in pursuance of the policy which he had been good enough to allow me to suggest to him, Mr. Little escorted Master Burgess to the church bazaar, and there met Mr. Steggles, who was in the company of young Master Heppenstall, the Reverend Mr. Heppenstall's second son, who is home from Rugby just now. The encounter took place in the refreshment room, where Mr. Steggles was at that moment entertaining Master Heppenstall. To cut a long story short, sir, the two gentlemen became extremely interested in the hearty manner in which the lads were fortifying themselves, and Mr. Steggles offered to back his nominee in a weight-for-age eating contest against Master Burgess for £1 a side. Mr. Little admitted to me that he was conscious of a certain hesitation as to what the upshot might be, should Miss Burgess get to hear of the matter, but his sporting blood was too much for him. The contest was duly carried out, both lads exhibiting the utmost willingness and enthusiasm, and eventually Master Burgess justified Mr. Little's confidence by winning, but only after a bitter struggle. Next day both contestants were in considerable pain. Inquiries were made and confessions extorted, and Mr. Little had an extremely unpleasant interview with the young lady, which ended in her desiring Mr. Little that he never speak to her again. It was a put-up job, Jeeves. I mean, Steggles worked the whole thing on purpose. It's his old nobbling game. There would seem to be no doubt about that, sir. But I did recommend a possible solution. I recommended him to busy himself with good works. I didn't hear a word from Bingo for a couple of weeks, and I took it after a while that he had found the going too hard and had chucked in the towel. And then, one night, not long before Christmas, I came back to the flat, pretty latish, having been out dancing at the embassy. Judge of my chagrin and all that, when tottering to my room and switching on the light, I observed the foul features of young Bingo all over the pillow. I hove a shoe, and Bingo sat up, gurgling. "Smatter," said young Bingo. "What the deuce are you doing in my bed?" "Oh, hello, Bertie, so there you are." "What are you doing in my bed?" "I came up to town for the night on business." "Yes, but what are you doing in my bed?" "Dash it all, Bertie," said young Bingo querulously, "don't keep harping on your beastly bed. There's another made up in the spare room." "I say, Bertie, old man," said Bingo, apparently fed up with the discussion about sleeping quarters, "I must once again pay a marked tribute to good old Jeeves. For the last 2 weeks I've been comforting the sick, and though it took it out of me like the deuce, the scheme worked splendidly. She softened visibly before I'd been at it a week. And yesterday I say, you remember that curate chap, Wingham, fellow with long nose? Of course I remember him. Your rival? Rival? Oh, well, I suppose you could have called him that at one time. It sounds a little far-fetched. Does it? I said, stung by the sickening complacency. Well, let me tell you that the last I heard was that the cow and horses in Twing village, they were offering 7 to 1 on the curate and finding no takers. Bingo started violently. You don't mean that they're betting on this sacred... Oh, I say, dash it all. But I wonder if there's a chance of my getting any of that 7 to 1 money. Who's offering it, do you know? You seem dash confident, I said. I'd always thought that Wingham... Oh, I'm not worried about him, said Bingo. I was just going to tell you. Wingham's got the mumps and won't be out and about for weeks. And it's not all. You see, he was producing the village school Christmas entertainment, and now I've taken over the job. I went to see old Heppenstall last night and clinched the contract. It means that I shall be absolutely the centre of the village life and thought for 3 solid weeks, with a terrific triumph to wind up with. I'm handicapped a bit by not having been in on the thing from the start. It's too late to alter the thing entirely, but at least I can jazz it up. I'm going to write them in something zippy, to brighten the thing up a bit. For the next 3 weeks I didn't see Bingo. He became a sort of voice heard off, developing a habit of ringing me up on long distance and consulting me on various points arising at rehearsal, until the day when he got me out of bed at 8 in the morning to ask whether I thought Merry Christmas was a good title. I told him then that this nuisance must now cease. Then after that he cheesed it and practically passed out of my life, till one afternoon when I got back to the flat to dress for dinner and found Jeeves inspecting a whacking big poster sort of thing, which he had draped over the back of an armchair. "Good Lord, Jeeves," I said, "what on earth's that?" "Mr. Little sent it to me, sir, and desired me to bring it to your notice." This was how it ran. Twing Village Hall, Friday, December 23rd, Richard Little presents a new and original review entitled What Ho, Twing, book by Richard Little, lyrics by Richard Little, music by Richard Little, with the full Twing juvenile company and chorus, scenic effects by Richard Little, produced by Richard Little. The village hall at Twing is a smallish building, smelling of apples. It was full when I turned up on the evening of the 23rd, for I had purposely timed myself to arrive not long before the kick-off. I secured a nice strategic position near the door at the back of the hall. From where I stood I had a good view of the audience. As always on these occasions, the first few rows were occupied by the nibs, consisting of the squire, his family, a platoon of local parsons, and perhaps a couple of dozen of prominent pew-holders. Then came a dense squash of what you might call the lower middle classes. And at the back, where I was, we came down with the jerk in the social scale, this end of the hall being given up almost entirely to a collection of frankly tough eggs. The girl, Mary Burgess, was at the piano playing a waltz. Beside her stood the curate, Wingham, apparently recovered. The temperature, I should think, was about 127. Somebody jabbed me heartily in the lower ribs, and I perceived the man Steggles. "Hello," he said. "I didn't know you were coming down." I didn't like the chap, but we Woosters can wear the mask. I beamed a bit. "Oh, yes, Bingo wanted me to roll up and see his show. I hear he's giving us something pretty ambitious." "I believe so. Of course, it means a lot to him, doesn't it? He's told you about the girl, of course." "Yes, and I hear you're laying 7 to 1 against him." He didn't even quiver. "Just a little flutter to relieve the monotony of country life, but you've got the facts a bit wrong. It's down in the village that they're laying 7 to 1. I can do you better than that if you feel in a speculative mood. How about a tenner at 100 to 8? Good Lord! Are you giving that?" "Yes. Somehow I have a sort of feeling, a kind of premonition, that something's going to go wrong tonight, and if it does, of course, I should think it would prejudice the girl against him pretty badly." "Are you going to try and smash up the show?" I said sternly. "Me? What could I do?" He buzzed off, leaving me distinctly disturbed. The thing at the outset was merely one of those weird dramas which you dig out of books published around Christmas time. The kids drooled on in the usual manner, the booming voice of Bingo ringing out from time to time behind the scenes when the fatheads forgot their lines, and the audience was settling down into the sort of torpor usual on these occasions, when the first of Bingo's interpolated bits occurred. It was that number which What's-her-name sings in that review at the Palace. It always got 3 encores in London, and it went well now. Even the tough eggs liked it. At the end of the second refrain, the entire house was shouting for an encore, and at this point all the lights went out. I don't know when I've had anything so sudden and devastating happen to me before. They didn't flicker, they just went out. Well, of course, that sort of broke the spell, as you might put it, And of course young Bingo had to make an ass of himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, something has gone wrong with the lights." The tough eggs were tickled by this bit of information straight from the stable. They took it up as a sort of battle cry. Then after about 5 minutes, the lights went up again and the show was resumed. It took 10 minutes after that to get the audience back into its state of coma, but eventually they began to settle down, and everything was going nicely when a small boy with a face like a turbot edged out in front of the curtain, which had been lowered after a pretty painful scene about a wishing ring, or a fairy's curse, or something like that, and started to sing that song of George Thingamy's out of Cuddle Up. Quite a ripish ballad, but by no means the sort of thing for a children's Christmas entertainment in the old village hall. At the end of the second refrain, the kid stopped, shuffled down to the front, and having shut his eyes and giggled hysterically, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will now call upon Squire Tressida to oblige by singing the refrain." You know, with the most charitable feelings towards him, there are moments when you can't help thinking that young Bingo ought to be in some sort of a home. What happened was simply that old Tressida just sat where he was, swelling and turning a brighter purple every second. The tough eggs yelled with enthusiasm, and then the lights went out again. When they went up some minutes later, they disclosed the squire marching stiffly out at the head of his family, fed up to the eyebrows, the Burgess girl at the piano with a pale, set look, and the curate gazing at her with something in his expression that seemed to suggest that although all this was no doubt deplorable, he had spotted the silver lining. The show went on once more. There were great chunks of plays for the tots dialogue, and then the girl at the piano struck up the prelude to that Orange Girl number that's the big hit at the Palace Review. I took it that this was to be Bingo's smashing Act One finale. The entire company was on the stage, and a clutching hand had appeared round the edge of the curtain, ready to pull at the right moment. The thing that made the number was the business where the girls take oranges out of their baskets, you know, and toss them lightly to the audience. I don't know if you've ever noticed it, but it always seems to tickle an audience to bits when they get things thrown at them from the stage. But at the Palace, of course, the oranges are made of yellow wool, and the girls don't so much chuck them as drop them limply into the first and second rows. I began to gather that the business was going to be treated rather differently tonight when a dash-great chunk of pips and mildew sailed past my ear and burst on the wall behind me. When I had scrubbed my face and got my eye to stop watering for a moment, I saw that the evening's entertainment had begun to resemble one of Belfast's livelier nights. The air was thick with shrieks and fruit. The kids on the stage were having the time of their lives. The tough eggs had begun to pick up all the oranges that hadn't burst and were shooting them back, and just as things had really begun to hot up, out went the lights again. It seemed to be about my time for leaving, so I slid for the door. I was hardly outside when the audience began to stream out. They surged about me in twos and threes, and I've never seen a public body so dashed unanimous on any point. To a man and to a woman they were cursing poor old Bingo. And there was a large and rapidly growing school of thought which held that the best thing to do would be to waylay him as he emerged and splash him about in the village pond a bit. It seemed to me that the only matey thing to do was to go behind and warn young Bingo to turn his coat collar up and breeze off snakily by some side exit. I found him sitting on a box in the wings. "Bertie," he said hollowly, "it was that blighter Steggles. I caught one of the kids before he could get away. I got it all out of him. Steggles substituted real oranges for the balls of wool. Well, I will now proceed to tear him limb from limb. Good heavens, man, you haven't got time for frivolous amusements. You've got to get out, and quick. Bertie, she was here just now. She said it was all my fault and that she would never speak to me again. Do you realise that about 200 of Twing's heftiest are waiting for you outside to chuck you into the pond? No, absolutely. It's all right, he said. I can sneak out through the cellar and climb over the wall at the back. It couldn't have been more than a week later when Jeeves, after he'd brought me my tea, gently steered me away from the sporting page of the Morning Post and directed my attention to an announcement in the Engagements and Marriages column. It was a brief statement that a marriage had been arranged and would shortly take place between the Honourable and Reverend H. Wingham, third son of the Right Honourable the Earl of Sturridge, and Mary, only daughter of the late Matthew Burgess of Weatherly Court, Hants. I don't suppose it'll take old Bingo long to get over it. You're the man I'm sorry for. Me, sir? Well, dash it all, you can't have forgotten what a deuce of a lot of trouble you took to bring the thing off for Bingo. It's too bad that all your work should have been wasted. Not entirely wasted, sir. When I heard that Mr. Steggles had interested himself in the contest, sir, I went shares with my friend Brookfield and bought the book which had been made on the issue by the landlord of the Cow and Horses. This proved a highly profitable investment. Your breakfast will be ready almost immediately, sir. End of Side 3. Side 4. The feeling I'd had when Aunt Agatha trapped me in my lair that morning and spilled the bad news was that my luck had broken at last. As a rule, you see, I'm not lugged into family rows. On the occasions when aunt is calling to aunt, like mastodons bellowing across primeval swamps, and Uncle James's letter about Cousin Mabel's peculiar behaviour as being shot round the family circle, "Please read this carefully and send it on to Jane," the clan has a tendency to ignore me. It's one of the advantages I get from being a bachelor, and that's why I felt that the curse had come upon me, so to speak, when Aunt Agatha sailed into my sitting-room and started to tell me about Claude and Eustace. "Thank goodness," said Aunt Agatha. "Arrangements have at last been made about Eustace and Claude." "Arrangements?" "They sail on Friday for South Africa. Mr. Van Alstyne, a friend of poor Emily's, has given them berths in his firm at Johannesburg." "Friday? The day after tomorrow, do you mean?" "Yes. They leave on the Edinburgh Castle." "What's the idea? I mean, aren't they in the middle of their term at Oxford?" Aunt Agatha looked at me coldly. "Do you positively mean to tell me, Bertie, that you are not aware that Claude and Eustace were expelled from Oxford over a fortnight ago?" "No, really? Why?" "They poured lemonade on the junior dean of their college." "I see nothing amusing in the outrage, Bertie." No, rather not. I wasn't laughing, just joking. Poor Emily, being one of those doting mothers, wished to keep the boys in London, but I was firm. The colonies are the only place for wild youths. So they sail on Friday. They've been staying for the last 2 weeks with your Uncle Clive in Worcestershire. They will spend tomorrow night in London and catch the boat train on Friday morning. I wish you to put them up in your flat for the night and see that they do not miss the train in the morning." When she had gone, I rang for Jeeves to break the news to him. "Oh, Jeeves, Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace will be staying here tomorrow night." "Very good, sir." "I'm glad you think so. To me the outlook seems black and scaly. You know what those two lads are. Very high-spirited young gentlemen, sir." "Would there be anything further, sir?" At that, I'm bound to say, I drew myself up a trifle haughtily. I knew what was up, of course. For the last day or so there had been a certain amount of coolness in the home over a pair of jazz spats which I had dug up while exploring in the Burlington Arcade. Believe me, it would have taken a chappie of stronger fibre than I am to resist the pair of old Etonian spats which had smiled up at me from inside the window. "Nothing further, Jeeves," I said, with quiet dignity. "Very good, sir." Almost before I realized, the twins were in the place, had collared the best chairs, pinched a couple of my special cigarettes, poured themselves out a whisky and soda apiece, and started to prattle with the gaiety and abandon of two birds who had achieved their life's ambition, instead of having come a most frightful perler and being under sentence of exile. "Hello, Bertie, old thing," said Claude. "Jolly decent of you to put us up." "Oh, no," I said. "Only wish you were staying a good long time." "Hear that, Eustace? He wishes we were staying a good long time." "I expect it will seem a good long time," said Eustace, philosophically. "Now, what do you propose to do, Bertie, in the way of entertaining the handsome guests tonight?" "My idea is to have a bit of dinner in the flat," I said. "And afterwards?" "Well, I thought we might chat of this and that. Then it struck me that you would probably like to turn in early, as your train goes about 10 or something, doesn't it?" "Bertie," said Eustace, "you don't for a moment imagine that we are dreaming of going to bed tonight, do you?" As far as I can remember, we went on from Cyro's to play shemmy with some fellows I don't recall having met before. It must have been about 9 in the morning when we fetched up again at the flat, by which time I'm bound to admit, as far as I was concerned, the first careless freshness was beginning to wear off a bit. In fact, I just got enough strength to say goodbye to the twins, wish them a pleasant voyage and a happy and successful career in South Africa, and stagger into bed. It must have been about 1 in the afternoon when I woke, and there was one bright thought which cheered me up, and that was that about now the twins would be leaning on the rail of the liner, which made it all the more of a shock when the door opened and Claude walked in. "Hello, Bertie," said Claude. "Have a nice refreshing sleep. Now, what about a good bold bite of lunch?" "Great Scott, what on earth are you doing here?" I gurgled. Claude looked at me reproachfully. "Hardly the tone I like to hear in a host, Bertie. Why, it was only last night that you were saying you wished I was stopping a good long time. Your dream has come true. I am. But why aren't you on your way to South Africa?" "Now that is a point. Well, it's like this, old man. You remember that girl you introduced me to at Cyro's last night?" "Which girl?" "Her name was Marion Warder. I danced with her a good deal, if you remember." I began to recollect in a hazy sort of way. "Marion Warder has been a pal of mine for some time. She's playing in that show at the Apollo at the moment." We are soulmates, Bertie. I found it out quite early in the PM, and the more thought I've given to the matter, the more convinced I've become. So the long and the short of it is that I gave old Eustace the slip at Waterloo and slid back here. But what about Van Alstyne, or whatever his name is? He'll be expecting you to turn up. Oh, he'll have Eustace. That'll satisfy him. And now you must excuse me for a moment, Bertie. I want to go and hunt up Jeeves and get him to mix me one of those pick-me-ups of his. For some reason which I can't explain, I've got a slight headache this morning. And believe me or believe me not, the door had hardly closed behind him when in blew Eustace, with a shining morning face that made me ill to look at. "Oh, my aunt," I said. Eustace started to giggle pretty freely. "Smooth work, Bertie, smooth work. I'm sorry for poor old Claude, but there was no alternative. I eluded his vigilance at Waterloo and snaked off in a taxi. I suppose the poor ass is wondering where the deuce I've got to, but it couldn't be helped. If you really seriously expected me to go slogging off to South Africa, you shouldn't have introduced me to Miss Warder last night. Oh, heaven. Are you in love with Marion Warder, too?" "Two? What do you mean, two?" I was going to tell him about Claude when the blighter came in person. Claude had revived like a watered flower, but he nearly had a relapse when he saw his bally brother goggling at him. "What on earth are you doing here?" he said. "What on earth are you doing here?" said Eustace. "Have you come back to inflict your beastly society upon Miss Warder? Is that why you've come back?" They thrashed the subject on a bit further. "Well," said Claude at last, "I suppose it can't be helped. If you're here, you're here. May the best man win." "Yes, but dash it all," I managed to put in at this point. "What's the idea? Where do you think you're going to stay if you stick on in London?" "Why, here," said Eustace. "Where else?" said Claude. "But you silly asses, suppose Aunt Agatha finds out that I'm hiding you when you ought to be in South Africa. Where do I get off?" "Where does he get off?" Claude asked Eustace. "Oh, I expect he'll manage somehow," said Eustace to Claude. All was quiet along the Potomac for about 24 hours, and then Aunt Agatha trickled in to have a chat. 20 minutes earlier, and she would have found the twins gaily shoving themselves outside a couple of rashers and an egg. She sank into a chair. "Bertie, I am uneasy. I wonder if I took too harsh a view towards Claude and Eustace. I mean, are they safe?" "Are they what?" "Has it ever occurred to you, Bertie, that your Uncle George may be psychic?" She seemed to me to be changing the subject. "Psychic?" "Your Uncle George was dining with me last night, and he was quite shaken. He declares that while on his way from the Devonshire Club to Boodle's, he suddenly saw the phantasm of Eustace. It was so clear that he thought for an instant that it was Eustace himself. The figure vanished round a corner, and when Uncle George got there, nothing was to be seen." "You don't think those poor dear boys have met with some horrible accident?" It made my mouth water to think of it, but I said no. And presently she biffed off, still worried. When the twins came in, I put it squarely to the blighters that they must not wander at large about the metrop. "But, my dear old soul," said Claude, "we can't have our movements hampered." "Out of the question," said Eustace. "The whole essence of the thing, if you understand me," said Claude, "is that we should be at liberty to flit hither and thither." "But, damn it!" "Bertie," said Eustace reprovingly. "Of course, in a way I see his point," said Claude. "I suppose the solution of the problem would be to buy a couple of disguises." "My dear old chap," said Eustace, "the brightest idea on record." Must have been a couple of days after that Marion Warder rolled in about the hour of tea. She looked warily round the room before sitting down. "Your cousins not at home, Bertie?" "No, thank goodness." "Then I'll tell you where they are. They're in my sitting room. Bertie, this has got to stop. You're seeing a good deal of them, are you?" Jeeves came in with the tea, but the poor girl was so worked up that she didn't wait for him to pop off before going on with her complaint. "I can't move a step without tripping over one or both of them. They've taken to calling together, and it's wearing me to a shadow." "I know," I said sympathetically. "They even started giving me presents now, at least Claude has. He insisted on my accepting this cigarette case last night. It's not a bad one, I must say." It wasn't. It was a distinctly fruity concern in gold, with a diamond stuck in the middle. And the rummy thing was that I had a notion I'd seen something very like it before. Next day was a Wednesday, and as the object of her devotion had a matinee, the twins were, so to speak, off duty. Claude had gone with his whiskers on to Hurst Park, and Eustace and I were in the flat, talking. At least, he was talking, and I was wishing he would go. The love of a good woman, Bertie. Good Lord! What's that? The front door had opened, and from out in the hall there came the sound of Aunt Agatha's voice asking if I was in. There was just about 2 seconds to clear the way, but it was long enough for Eustace to dive under the sofa, and Aunt Agatha had a worried look. "Bertie, what are your immediate plans?" "Oh, I'm dining tonight with—" No, I don't mean tonight. Are you busy for the next few days? But of course you're not. What I came for this afternoon was to tell you that I wish you to go with your poor Uncle George to Harrogate for a few weeks. If you are not entirely heartless, Bertie, you will do as I ask you. Your poor Uncle George has had a severe shock. What, another? He feels that only complete rest and careful medical attendance can restore his nervous system to its normal poise. We do not think he ought to be alone, so I wish you to accompany him. But I say, Bertie—" There was a lull in the conversation. "What shock has he had?" I asked. "Between ourselves," said Aunt Agatha, lowering her voice in an impressive manner, "I incline to think that the whole affair was the outcome of an overexcited imagination. As far as I can gather, your Uncle George appears to have been the victim of a burglary." "Burglary?" "He says that a strange man with whiskers and a peculiar nose entered his rooms in Jermyn Street during his absence and stole some of his property. He says that he came back and found the man in his sitting room. He immediately rushed out of the room and disappeared." "Uncle George?" "No, the man. And according to your Uncle George, he had taken a valuable cigarette case. But as I say, I'm inclined to think that the whole thing was imagination, so I should like you, Bertie, to be prepared to start for Harrogate with him not later than Saturday." She popped off, and Eustace crawled out from under the sofa. The blighter was strongly moved. "So that's where he got that cigarette case, dash him," said Eustace bitterly. "The fellow ought to be in chokey." "He ought to be in South Africa," I said, "and so ought you." After this, things became a bit strained at the flat, owing to Claude and Eustace not being on speaking terms. But if anyone had come to me the day before and told me what was going to happen, I should simply have smiled wanly. Claude sidled up to me on the Friday morning and told me his bit of news. "Bertie, I've been thinking it over." "What over?" "The whole thing. This business of staying in London when I ought to be in South Africa. It isn't fair. And the long and the short of it is, Bertie, old man, I'm leaving tomorrow." "You are?" I gasped. "Yes. If you won't mind sending old Jeeves out to buy a ticket for me, I'm afraid I'll have to stick you for the passage money, old man. You don't mind?" "Mind?" I said. "That's all right, then. Oh, I say, you won't say a word to Eustace about this, will you?" "But isn't he going too?" Claude shuddered. "No, thank heaven. The idea of being cooped up on board a ship with that blighter gives me the pip just to think of it." "Jeeves," I said, breezing into the kitchen, "go out on first speed to the Union Castle offices and book a berth on tomorrow's boat for Mr. Claude." "Yes, sir." "Mr. Claude does not wish any mention of this to be made to Mr. Eustace." "No, sir. Mr. Eustace made the same proviso when he desired me to obtain a berth on tomorrow's boat for himself." I gaped at the man. "Is he going too?" "Yes, sir." "This is rummy." "Yes, sir." Had circumstances been other than they were, I would at this juncture have unbent considerably towards Jeeves, frisked round him a bit and whooped to a certain extent and what not. But those spats still formed a barrier, and I regret to say that I took the opportunity of rather rubbing it in a bit on the man. I mean, he'd been so dashed aloof and unsympathetic, though perfectly aware that the young master was in the soup and that it was up to him to rally round, that I couldn't help pointing out how the happy ending had been snaffled without any help from him. So that's that, Jeeves. The episode is concluded. I knew things would sort themselves out if one gave them time and didn't get rattled." "Yes, sir." Even the thought that I'd got to go to Harrogate with Uncle George couldn't depress me that Saturday when I gazed about the old flat and realised that Claude and Eustace weren't in it. I was lying back on the old settee, gazing peacefully up at the flies on the ceiling and feeling what a wonderful world this was, when Jeeves came in with a letter. "A messenger boy has brought this, sir." I opened the envelope, and the first thing that fell out was a £5 note. "Great Scott," I said, "what's all this?" The letter was scribbled in pencil and was quite brief. "Dear Bertie, will you give enclosed to your man and tell him I wish I could make it more? He has saved my life. This is the first happy day I've had for a week. Yours, M.W." Jeeves was standing holding out the £5 which had fluttered to the floor. "You'd better stick to it. Seems to be for you." "Sir?" "I say that £5 is for you, apparently. Miss Warder sent it." That was extremely kind of her, sir. "What the dickens is she sending you £5 for? She says you saved her life." Jeeves smiled gently. "She overestimates my services, sir." "But what were your services, dash it?" "It was in the matter of Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace, sir. I was hoping that she would not refer to the matter, as I did not wish you to think that I had been taking a liberty." "What do you mean?" "Well, I chanced to be in the room while Miss Warder was complaining with some warmth of the manner in which Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace were thrusting their society upon her. I felt that in the circumstances it might be excusable if I suggested a slight ruse to enable her to dispense with their intentions. Good Lord! You don't mean to say you were at the bottom of their popping off, after all? It occurred to me that were Miss Warder to inform Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace independently that she proposed sailing for South Africa to take up a theatrical engagement, the desired effect might be produced. Jeeves, we Woosters may make bloomers, but are never too proud to admit it. You stand alone. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, but I say, a ghastly thought had struck me. When they get on the boat and find she isn't there, won't they come buzzing back? I anticipated that possibility, sir. At my suggestion, Miss Warder informed the young gentleman that she proposed to travel overland to Madeira and join the vessel there. And where do they touch after Madeira? Nowhere, sir. For a moment I just lay back. There seemed to me to be only one flaw. The only pity is, I said, that on a large boat like that they will be able to avoid each other. I mean, I should have liked to feel that Claude was having a good deal of Eustace's society, and vice versa. I fancy that will be so, sir. I secured a 2-berth stateroom. Mr. Claude will occupy one berth, Mr. Eustace the other. I sighed with pure ecstasy. Have you started packing yet, Jeeves? I asked. Packing, sir? For Harrogate? Oh, of course, yes, sir. I forgot to mention it. Sir George rang up on the telephone this morning while you were still asleep and said that he had changed his plans. He does not intend to go to Harrogate. Oh, I say, how absolutely topping. What made him change his plans, did he say? No, sir, but I gather from his man, Stevens, that he is feeling much better. I took the liberty of giving Stevens the recipe for that pick-me-up of mine, of which you have always approved so much. Stevens tells me that Sir George informed him this morning that he is feeling a new man. Well, there was only one thing to do. Jeeves, I said, those spats. Yes, sir? You may burn them. Thank you very much, sir. I have already done so. It must have been a week or so after the departure of Claude and Eustace that I ran into young Bingo Little in the smoking room of the Senior Liberal Club. "Hello, Face." "Cheerio, Ugly," said young Bingo, and we settled down to have a small one before lunch. Once a year the committee of the drones decides that the old club could do with a wash and brush up, so they shoo us out and dump us down for a few weeks at some other institution. This time we were roosting at the Senior Liberal, and personally I'd found the strain pretty fearful. It was a relief to come across Bingo. This club is the limit. It's the eel's eyebrows, agreed young Bingo. Have you lunched here yet? No, why? They have waitresses. Good Lord, I thought that went out with the armistice. Bingo mused a moment, straightening his tie absently. Pretty girls? No. Oh. Shall we be going in? All right, except I haven't a bean. Hasn't your uncle forgiven you yet? Not yet, confound him. I was sorry to hear the row was still on. I resolved to do the poor old thing well at the festive board, and I scanned the menu with some intentness when the girl rolled up with it. How will this do you, Bingo? I said at length. A few plover's eggs to weigh in with, a cup of soup, a touch of cold salmon, some cold curry, and a splash of gooseberry tart and cream with a bite of cheese to finish. I don't know that I had expected the man actually to scream with delight, but I had expected him to say something. I looked up and found that his attention was elsewhere. He was gazing at the waitress. She was a tallish girl, with sort of soft, soulful brown eyes. Nice figure and all that. Rather decent hands, too. How about it, laddie? Eh? I recited the programme once more. Oh, yes, fine, said Bingo. Anything. The girl pushed off, and he turned to me with protruding eyes. Oh, my heavens, surely you haven't fallen in love again? Jeeves, I said that night when I got home. Sir? Burnish the old brain and be alert and vigilant. I suspect that Mr. Little will be calling round shortly for sympathy and assistance. He's in love for about the 53rd time. And sure enough, it wasn't 10 days before in rolled the old ass. Bertie, if you're a pal of mine, now is the time to show it. Proceed, old gargoyle, you have our ear. You remember giving me lunch at the Senior Liberal some days ago? We were waited on by... Yes, I remember. Tall, lissom female. I wish you wouldn't talk of her like that, dash it all. She's an angel. Anyway, I love her, as I was saying. And I want you, Bertie, old boy, to pop round to my uncle and do a bit of diplomatic work. That allowance of mine must be restored and dashed quick, too. What's more, it must be increased. But look here, why not wait a while? Wait? What's the good of waiting? She accepted me this morning. Good Lord, that's quick work. You haven't known her 2 weeks. Not in this life, no. But she has a sort of idea that we must have met in some previous existence. I can't say I remember it myself, but there may be something in it. Great Scott! Do waitresses really talk like that? How should I know how waitresses talk? Well, you ought to by now. The first time I ever met your uncle was when you hounded me on to ask him if he would rally round to help you marry that girl Mabel. Bingo started violently. You've given me an idea, Bertie. Do you remember the frightful, subtle scheme I worked, telling him you were, what's her name, the woman who wrote those books? It wasn't likely I'd forget. That's the scheme. Rosie M. Banks forward once more. It can't be done, old thing. Sorry, but it's out of the question. Bertie, old man, said Bingo, drawing up his chair, listen. And of course, dash it, at the end of 10 minutes I'd allowed the blighter to talk me round. Well, what do you want me to do, I said. Start off by sending the old boy an autographed copy of your latest effort with a flattering inscription. Then you pop round and put it across. What is my latest? The Woman Who Braved All. Of course, he'll want to discuss it with you. Bar a weekly wrestle with the Pinkin and an occasional dip into the form book, I'm not much of a lad for reading, and my sufferings as I tackled the woman, curse her, who braved all, were pretty fearful. But I managed to get through it, and only just in time as it happened, for I'd hardly reached the bit where their lips met in one long, slow kiss and everything was still but for the gentle sighing of the breeze in the laburnum, when a messenger boy brought a note from said Bittlesham, asking me to trickle round to lunch. I found the old boy in a mood you could only describe as melting. "Mr. Wooster, I wish to congratulate you. You go from strength to strength. I have read All for Love. I have read Only a Factory Girl. I know Madcap Myrtle by heart. This is your bravest and best. It tears the heartstrings. I am full of human charity and kindliness towards my species." Towards the whole species? Towards the whole species. Even young Bingo? My nephew? Richard? He looked a bit thoughtful. Yes, even, well, that is to say, perhaps, yes, even towards Richard. That's good, because I wanted to talk about him. He's pretty hard up, you know, and he could use a bit of the right stuff paid every quarter, if you felt like unbelting. He mused a while. He toyed with the book, and it fell open at page 215. His expression changed, and he gazed up at me with misty eyes. "Very well, Mr. Wooster. Fresh from a perusal of this noble work of yours, I cannot harden my heart. Richard shall have his allowance." Good egg! He wants to get married, you know. I did not know. Who is the lady? Well, as a matter of fact, she's a waitress. He leapt in his seat. "You don't say so, Mr. Wooster. I had not given the boy credit for such tenacity of purpose. When I first had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, nearly 18 months ago, Richard was desirous of marrying this same waitress." I had to break it to him. The light of avuncular affection died out of the old boy's eyes. I had supposed that Richard was displaying the quality of constancy, which is so rare. I must think it over." So we left it at that, and I came away and told Bingo the position of affairs. "Allowance okay," I said. "Uncle's blessing? Trifle wobbly." "I might have known you would muck it up," said young Bingo. I didn't see him again for 3 days. Early in the afternoon of the 3rd day, he blew in. "Hello, Bertie. Hello, old turnip. Where have you been all this while?" "Oh, here and there. Ripping weather we're having, Bertie." "Not bad." He pottered about the room for a bit, babbling at intervals. "Oh, I say, Bertie," he said suddenly, dropping a vase which he had picked off the mantelpiece and was fiddling with. "I know what it was I wanted to tell you. I'm married." I stared at him. That flower in his buttonhole, that dazed look. Yes, he had all the symptoms, and yet the thing seemed incredible. "Married?" "Yes, this morning at the registrar's in Holborn." I sat up in my chair. "What made you commit this rash act?" "Wish the deuce you wouldn't talk like that. I married her because I love her." "That's all right, and deuce creditable, I'm sure. But have you reflected what your uncle's going to say?" "Bertie, I'll be frank with you. The little woman rather put it up to me, if you know what I mean. I told her how my uncle felt about it, and she said that we must part unless I loved her enough to brave the old boy's wrath. And what do you propose to do now? Oh, I've got it all planned out. And after you've seen my uncle and broken the news... You don't mean to say you think you're going to lug me into it? Bertie, old man, we were at school. Oh, all right. Good man, I knew I could rely on you. We'll pick her up and dash round to Pounceby Gardens right away. I left Bingo and wife in the hall while I went upstairs to the drawing-room. While I was prowling about the room waiting for him to show up, I suddenly caught sight of that bally Woman Who Braved All lying on one of the tables. It was open at page 215, and a passage heavily marked in pencil caught my eye, and directly I read it I saw that it was all to the mustard. This was the passage. What can prevail against a pure and all-consuming love? Neither principalities nor powers. I love your son, Lord Windermere, and nothing can keep us apart. Since time first began, this love of ours was fated, and who are you to pit yourself against the decrees of fate? The Earl looked at Millicent keenly from beneath his bushy eyebrows. "Humph," he said. At that point, the door opened, and old Bittlesham rolled in. "My dear Mr. Wooster, what can I do for you?" "Well, the fact is, I'm more or less representing young Bingo, you know." His geniality sagged a trifle. "The way I always look at it is that it's dashed difficult for anything to prevail against what you might call a pure and all-consuming love." "We discussed this matter at our last meeting, Mr. Wooster." "Yes, but there have been developments. The fact of the matter is, this morning young Bingo went and got married." "Married?" "Absolutely hitched up. I am greatly disturbed by your news. I consider that I have been, defied." "But who are you to pit yourself against the decrees of fate? This love of theirs was fated. Since time began, you know." There was a silence. Then his eye fell on the book. "Why, bless my soul, Mr. Wooster, you have been quoting." "More or less." "I thought your words sounded familiar. Dear me, dear me. Ah, well, I must not be like Lord Windermere, must I? I will write to Richard tonight and inform him of my consent to his marriage." "You can slip him the glad news in person. He's waiting downstairs, with wife complete." I shot out and went downstairs. "Well," said Bingo eagerly. "All over except the hand-clasping," I replied. You never can tell in this world. If ever I felt that something attempted, something done, had earned a night's repose, it was when I got back to the flat and shoved my feet up on the mantelpiece. I was so convinced of this that when, about half an hour later, old Bingo came galloping into my sitting-room, all I thought was that he wanted to thank me, and I was just going to offer him a cigarette, when I observed that he seemed to have something on his mind. My dear old soul, surely nothing has gone wrong. Only every bally thing that could go wrong. What do you think happened after you left us? You know that beastly book you insisted on sending my uncle? It wasn't the way I should have put it myself. The Woman Who Braved All came in dashed useful. Well, it didn't come in useful when we got into the room. It was lying on the table, and after we started to chat a bit and everything was going along nicely, the little woman spotted it. "Oh, have you read this, Lord Bittlesham?" she said. "3 times already," said my uncle. "I'm so glad," said the little woman. "Why, are you also an admirer of Rosie M. Banks?" asked the boy, beaming. "I am Rosie M. Banks," said the little woman. "Oh, my aunt, not really?" "Yes." "But how could she be? I mean, dash it, she was slinging the foodstuffs at the Senior Liberal Club. She took the job to collect material for a book she's writing called Mervyn Kean Clubman. She might have told you. It made such a hit with her when she found that I loved her for herself alone, despite her humble station, that she kept it under her hat. Well, what happened then? There was a dickens of a painful scene. The old boy called her an impostor, and the thing ended with the little woman buzzing off to her publishers to collect proofs. There's going to be a lot of trouble when the little woman discovers that we worked the Rosie M. Banks wheeze with a view to trying to get me married to somebody else. You see, one of the things that first attracted her to me was the fact that I had never been in love before. Did you tell her that? Yes. Great Scott. Next morning, Bingo rang me up just after I'd got the bacon and eggs into my system. "Bertie, things are hotting up." "What's happened now?" "My uncle has given the little woman's proofs the once over and admits her claim. I've just been having 5 snappy minutes with him on the telephone. He says that you and I made a fool of him. He made it clear all right that my allowance has gone fut again. I'm sorry. Don't waste time being sorry for me. He's coming to call on you today to demand a personal explanation, and the little woman is coming to call on you to demand a personal explanation." I put the phone down and bellowed for Jeeves. "Sir?" I sketched out the scenario for him. What would you advise? I think if I were you, sir, I would accept Mr. Pitt Whaley's invitation immediately. If you remember, sir, he invited you to shoot with him in Norfolk this week. I didn't enjoy myself much in Norfolk. It rained most of the time, and when it wasn't raining I was so dashed jumpy that I couldn't hit a thing. By the end of the week I couldn't stand it any longer. I made up my mind that I would pop back and do the strong, manly thing by lying low in my flat and telling Jeeves to inform everybody who called that I wasn't at home. I sent Jeeves a telegram saying I was coming, and drove straight to Bingo's place when I reached town. But apparently the man was out, and I was just going to leg it when I heard the sound of footsteps inside, and the door opened. I found myself peering into the globular face of Lord Bittlesham. "Oh, hello," I said. He said. "Bingo in?" I said. He shook his head and smiled, and then suddenly I'm dashed if he didn't make a sort of lumbering leap back into the flat and bang the door. I couldn't understand it, and I just started down the steps when I met young Bingo, charging up 3 steps at a time. "Hello, Bertie. I thought you were out of town. I've just got back. I looked in on you to see how the land lay, all that business, you know." "Oh, that was all settled days ago. Everything's as right as it can be. Jeeves fixed it all up." "What did Jeeves do?" "Oh, he took the matter in hand and smoothed it all out in a second. My uncle and the little woman are tremendous pals now. He's always dropping in for a chat." "He's in there now." "I say, how is your uncle these days?" "Why, have you met him?" But he opened the door when I rang, and then after he'd stood goggling at me for a bit, he suddenly banged the door in my face. Young Bingo laughed a carefree laugh. "Oh, that's all right. He thinks you're a loony." "He what?" "Yes, that was Jeeves's idea, you know. He suggested that I should tell my uncle that I had acted in perfectly good faith in introducing you to him as Rosie M. Banks, that I had repeatedly had it from your own lips that you were, and that I didn't see any reason why you shouldn't be. And then we got hold of Sir Roderick Glossop, you remember, the old boy whose kid you pushed into the lake down at Ditteridge Hall, and he rallied round with his story of how he'd come to lunch with you and found your bedroom full up with cats and fish, and how you'd pinched his hat while you were driving past his car in a taxi and all that, you know. Just rounded the whole thing off nicely." I pushed on to the old flat, seething like the dickens. One thing I was jolly certain of, and that was that this was where Jeeves and I parted company. I buzzed into the flat like an east wind, and there was the box of cigarettes on the small table, and the illustrated weekly papers on the big table, and my slippers on the floor, and every dashed thing so bally right, if you know what I mean. I started to calm down in the first 2 seconds. And then through the doorway there shimmered good old Jeeves, in the wake of a tray full of the necessary ingredients, and there was something about the mere look of the man. However, I steeled the old heart and had a stab at it. "I have just met Mr. Little, Jeeves." "Indeed, sir." He told me you had been helping him." "I did my best, sir, and I am happy to say that matters now appear to be proceeding smoothly. Whisky, sir?" "Thanks. Jeeves." "Sir?" "Another time." "Sir?" "Oh, nothing. Not all the soda, Jeeves." "Very good, sir." He started to drift out. "Oh, Jeeves." "Sir?" "I wish... that is, I think... I mean... Oh, nothing." "Very good, sir. The cigarettes are at your elbow, sir. Dinner will be ready at 7:45 precisely, unless you desire to dine out." "No, I'll dine in." "Yes, sir." "Jeeves?" "Sir?" "Oh, nothing," I said. "Very good, sir," said Jeeves. This audiobook was produced and published by Penguin Books Limited. Very Good Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse, read by Simon Callow. It was the morning of the day on which I was slated to pop down to my Aunt Agatha's place at Woolham Chertsey in the county of Herts for a visit of 3 solid weeks, and as I seated myself at the breakfast table, I don't mind confessing that the heart was singularly heavy. "Jeeves, I am not the old merry self this morning." "I'm sorry to hear that, sir." He uncovered the fragrant eggs and bee, and I pronged a moody forkful. "Why has my Aunt Agatha invited me to her country seat? Not because she's fond of me. No, sir. It is a well-established fact that I give her a pain in the neck. Am I right or wrong, Jeeves?" "Perfectly correct, sir. And yet she has absolutely insisted on my scratching all previous engagements and buzzing down to Woolham-Chertsey. She must have some sinister reason. Can you blame me, Jeeves, if the heart is heavy? No, sir. Excuse me, sir. I fancy I heard the front door bell. He shimmered out, and I took another listless stab at the Ian Bacon. A telegram, sir. Open it, Jeeves, and read contents. Who is it from? It is unsigned, sir. Let's have a look. I scanned the thing. It was a rummy communication. Remember, when you come here, absolutely vital, meet perfect strangers. What does it mean, Jeeves? I could not say, sir. It says, come here. Where's here? You will notice the message was handed in at Woolham-Chertsey, sir. Ah, now this tells us something, Jeeves. What, sir? I don't know. It couldn't be from my Aunt Agatha, do you think? Hardly, sir. No, you're right again. Then all we can say is that some person unknown, resident at Woolham-Chertsey, considers it absolutely vital for me to meet perfect strangers. The thing is a mystery, which time alone can solve. We must wait and see, Jeeves. The very expression I was about to employ, sir. I hit Woolham-Chertsey at about 4 o'clock and found Aunt Agatha in her lair, writing letters. Oh, there you are, Bertie. I'm glad you've arrived so early. I want to have a word with you before you meet Mr. Filmer. Who? Mr. Filmer, the cabinet minister. He's staying in the house. Surely even you must have heard of Mr. Filmer. Oh, rather, I said, though as a matter of fact the bird was completely unknown to me. I particularly wish you to make a good impression on Mr. Filmer. Righto. Don't speak in that casual way, as if you supposed that it was perfectly natural that you would make a good impression upon him. Mr. Filmer is a serious-minded man of high character and purpose, and you are just the type of vapid and frivolous wastrel against which he is most likely to be prejudiced. Hard words. You will endeavour, therefore, while you are here, not to display yourself in the role of a vapid and frivolous wastrel. In the first place, you will give up smoking during your visit. Oh, I say. Mr. Filmer is president of the Anti-Tobacco League, nor will you drink alcoholic stimulants. Oh, dash it. Then you will kindly exclude from your conversation all that is suggestive of the bar, the billiard room, and the stage door. I rose to a point of order. Yes, but why have I got to make an impression on Mr. Filmer? Because, said the old relative, giving me the eye, I particularly wish it. Not, perhaps, a notable, snappy comeback, as comebacks go, but it was enough to show me that that was more or less that. I headed for the garden, and I'm dashed if the first person I saw wasn't young Bingo Little. Bingo Little and I have been pals practically from birth, but how he came to be there was more than I could understand. Some time before, you see, he'd married the celebrated authoress, Rosie M. Banks, and the last I'd seen of him, he had been on the point of accompanying her to America on a lecture tour. Bingo! He spun round, and by Jove, his face wasn't friendly. Shh! Would you ruin me? Eh? Didn't you get my telegram? Was that your telegram? Of course it was my telegram. Then why didn't you sign it? I did sign it. No, you didn't. I couldn't make out what it was all about. Well, you got my letter. I didn't get any letter. Then I must have forgotten to post it. It was to tell you that I was down here tutoring your cousin Thomas, and that it was essential that when we met you should treat me as a perfect stranger. But why? Because if your aunt supposed that I was a pal of yours, she would naturally sack me on the spot. Why? Why? Be reasonable, Bertie. I thought you were in America. Well, I'm not. Why not? Never mind, why not? But why have you taken a tutoring job? Never mind why. And I want you to get it into your head, Bertie, that you and I must not be seen hobnobbing. Your foul cousin was caught smoking in the shrubbery the day before yesterday, and that has made my position pretty tottery. If, after all, she finds out I'm a friend of yours, nothing can save me from being shot out. At this point he seemed to think he heard somebody coming, for he suddenly leapt with incredible agility into a laurel bush, and I toddled along to consult Jeeves. And so began what, looking back along a fairly eventful career, I think I can confidently say was the scaliest visit I have ever experienced in the course of my life. I played golf with the right on every day, and it was only by biting the Worcester lip and clenching the fists till the knuckles stood out white under the strain that I managed to pull through. I was beginning to feel pretty sorry for myself when one night, as I was in my room listlessly donning the soup and fish in preparation for the evening meal, in trickled young Bingo. "Bertie, said Bingo, having sat down on the bed and diffused silent gloom for a moment. "How is Jeeves's brain these days? How is the grey matter, Jeeves? Surging about pretty freely?" "Yes, sir." "Thank heaven for that," said young Bingo, "for I require your soundest counsel. Unless right-thinking people take strong steps through the proper channels, my name will be mud." "What's wrong, old thing?" Bingo plucked at the coverlet. "I will tell you. I will also now reveal why I am staying in this pest house, tutoring a kid who requires not education in the Greek and Latin languages, but a swift slosh on the base of the skull with a blackjack. I came here, Bertie, because it was the only thing I could do. At the last moment before she sailed to America, Rosie decided that I'd better stay behind and look after the Peak. She left me a couple of £100 to see me through till her return. But you know how it is. When someone comes slinking up to you in the club and tells you that some cripple of a horse can't help winning even if it develops lumbago, I tell you I regarded the thing as a cautious and conservative investment." "You mean you planked the entire capital on a horse?" "If you could call the thing a horse. If it hadn't shown a flash of speed in the straight, it would have got mixed up with the next race. Somehow or other, I have had to find the funds to keep me going so that I could win through till Rosie's return without her knowing what had occurred. It was a moment for swift thinking. There was enough left from the wreck to board out the Peak at a comfortable home, and I tottered out a broken man to get a tutoring job. I landed the kid Thomas, and here I am." It was a sad story, of course, but it seemed to me that he got rather well out of a tight place. "All you have to do," I said, "is to carry on here for a few weeks more, and everything will be oojar cum spiff." "A few weeks more? I shall be lucky if I stay 2 days. You remember I told you that your aunt's faith in me as a guardian of her blighted son was shaken a few days ago by the fact that he was caught smoking. I now find that the person who caught him smoking was the man Filmer. And 10 minutes ago young Thomas told me that he was proposing to inflict some hideous revenge on Filmer. Your aunt thinks the world of Filmer, and would sack me on the spot. Jeeves?" "I fear, sir—" Bingo gave a low moan. "Don't tell me, Jeeves," he said brokenly, "that nothing suggests itself." "Nothing at the moment, I regret to say, sir." Bingo uttered a stricken wooffle, like a bulldog that has been refused cake. "Well, then, the only thing I can do, I suppose," he said somberly, "is not to let the pie-faced little thing out of my sight for a second." I will say for young Bingo that once the need for action arrived, he behaved with an energy and determination which compelled respect. But on the evening of the second day, Aunt Agatha announced that some people were coming over on the morrow for a spot of tennis, and I feared that the worst must now befall. Young Bingo, you see, is one of those fellows who, once their fingers close over the handle of a tennis racket, fall into a sort of a trance. I knew that he would not give a thought to young Thomas and the right on till the last ball had bounced, and as I dressed for dinner that night, I was conscious of an impending doom. "Jeeves, what exact steps do you think the kid Thomas intends to take?" In the course of an informal conversation which I had with the young gentleman this afternoon, sir, he informed me that he had been reading a romance entitled Treasure Island, and had been much struck by the character and actions of a certain Captain Flint. I gather that he was weighing the advisability of modelling his own conduct on that of the captain. But good heavens, Jeeves, if I remember Treasure Island, Flint was the bird who went about hitting people with a cutlass. Possibly he does not possess a cutlass, sir. Well, with anything. We can but wait and see, sir. The tie, if I might suggest it, sir, a shade more tightly knotted. One aims at the perfect butterfly effect. What do ties matter, Jeeves, at a time like this? There is no time, sir, that ties do not matter. Next day, at 2:30, the revels commenced on the tennis lawn. It was one of those close baking days with thunder rumbling just round the corner. "Bingo," I said, as we pushed forth to do our bit in the first doubles, "I wonder what young Toss will be up to this afternoon. Eh? I don't see him anywhere." "You know what? See him." "Who?" "Young Toss." "What about him?" I let it go. The only consolation I had in the black period of the opening of the tourney was the fact that the right-on had taken a seat among the spectators and was wedged in between a couple of females. Considerably relieved, I gave myself up to the game, and was in the act of putting it across the local curate with a good deal of vim, when there was a roll of thunder, and the rain started to come down in buckets. We all stampeded for the house, and had gathered in the drawing-room for tea, when suddenly Aunt Agatha, looking up from a cucumber sandwich, said, "Has anybody seen Mr. Filmer?" It was one of the nastiest jars I have ever experienced. "He must have got caught in the rain and be sheltering somewhere in the grounds," said Aunt Agatha. "Bertie, go out and find him. Take a raincoat to him." "Righto." I put on a raincoat and tucked another under my arm, and was sallying forth when in the hall I ran into Jeeves. "Jeeves, I fear the worst. Mr. Filmer is missing." "Yes, sir. I'm about to scour the grounds in search of him." "I can save you the trouble, sir. Mr. Filmer is on the island in the middle of the lake." "Why doesn't the chump row back?" "He has no boat, sir." "Then how can he be on the island?" "He rowed there, sir. But Master Thomas rowed after him and set his boat adrift. He was informing me of the circumstances a moment ago, sir. It appears that Captain Flint was in the habit of marooning people on islands." "But good Lord, Jeeves!" The lake stood to the east of the house, beyond the rose garden, and covered several acres. In the middle of it was an island. In the middle of the island was a building known as the Octagon, and in the middle of the Octagon, seated on the roof and spouting water like a public fountain, was the right-hon A.B. Filmer. I made a neat landing. "Wait here, Jeeves." "Very good, sir. The head gardener was informing me this morning, sir, that one of the swans had recently nested on this island." "This is no time for natural history gossip, Jeeves." I pushed my way through the bushes, and presently came out in the open and found myself in a sort of clearing facing the Octagon. The right-on, not having spotted the arrival of the rescue party, was, at that moment, apparently trying to make his voice carry across the waste of waters to the house. His yowls seemed to screech over my head like shells. "Hi!" I shouted. "Hi!" the right-on bellowed, looking in every direction but the right one, of course. "Hi! Hi! Hi! Oh!" he said, spotting me at last. "What-ho?" I suppose the conversation can't be said to have touched a frightfully high level up to this moment, and just then, at the very instant when I was getting ready to say something good, there was a hissing noise like a tire bursting in a nest of cobras. And out of the bushes to my left there popped something so large and white and active that, thinking quicker than I've ever done in my puff, I rose like a rocketing pheasant, and before I knew what I was doing had begun to climb for life. It wasn't very long before I was parked up on the roof of the Octagon beside the right-on, gazing down at one of the largest and shortest-tempered swans I had ever seen. "Don't tease it." "It teased me," I said. The swan extended another 8 feet of neck and gave an imitation of steam escaping from a leaky pipe. The rain continued to lash down with what you might call indescribable fury, and I was sorry that in the agitation inseparable from shinning up a stone wall at practically a second's notice, I had dropped the raincoat which I had been bringing with me for my fellow rooster. For a moment I thought of offering him mine, but wiser counsels prevailed. "How near did it come to getting you?" I asked. "Within an ace." The right-on now turned to another aspect of the matter. "I cannot understand how my boat, which I fastened securely to the stump of a willow tree, can have drifted away. I begin to suspect that it was deliberately set loose by some mischievous person." "Oh, hardly likely that. You'd have seen them doing it." "No, Mr. Wooster, for the bushes form an effective screen. Moreover, rendered drowsy by the unusual warmth of the afternoon, I dozed off for some little time almost immediately I reached the island." This wasn't the sort of thing I wanted his mind dwelling on, so I changed the subject. "Wet, isn't it? What?" "I had already observed it," said the right-on in one of those nasty, bitter voices. "I thank you, however, for drawing the matter to my attention." I paused. You would scarcely believe me, but until this moment, what with all the recent bustle and activity, I had clean forgotten that while we were treed up on the roof like this, there lurked all the time in the background one whose giant brain would probably be able to think up 6 schemes for solving our little difficulties in a couple of minutes. "Jeeves!" I shouted. "Sir?" came a faint, respectful voice from the great open spaces. "My man," I explained to the right-on. "He'll have us out of this in a minute." "Jeeves!" "Sir?" "Mr. Filmer and I are treed, Jeeves, and the place is alive with swans." "I will attend to the matter immediately, sir." "Look out for the swan, Jeeves." "I have the bird under close observation, sir." The swan had been uncoiling a further supply of neck in our direction, but now he whipped round. The sound of a voice speaking in his rear seemed to affect him powerfully. He subjected Jeeves to a short, keen scrutiny, and then, taking in some breath for hissing purposes, gave a sort of jump and charged ahead. "Look out, Jeeves!"
"Very good, sir."
Now, every young man starting life ought to know how to cope with an angry swan. You begin by picking up the raincoat which somebody has dropped, and then, judging the distance to a nicety, you simply shove the raincoat over the bird's head, and taking the boat hook which you have prudently brought with you, you insert it underneath the swan and heave. The swan goes into a bush and starts trying to unscramble itself, and you saunter back to your boat, taking with you any friends who may happen at the moment to be sitting on the roofs in the vicinity. That was Jeeves's method, and I cannot see how it could have been improved upon. The right-on showing a turn of speed of which I would not have believed him capable, we were in the boat in considerably under 2 ticks, and we pushed away from the shore. It was only when we were landing that the right-on came to life. "Mr. Wooster!" "Oh, I have been thinking of the problem of how my boat can have got adrift." "The dickens of a problem. You'll never solve it." "On the contrary, I have arrived at a solution. I am convinced that my boat was set adrift by the boy Thomas, my hostess's son." "Oh, I say, no." "Why?" "He had a grudge against me, and it is the sort of thing only a boy, or one who is practically an imbecile, would have thought of doing." He legged it for the house, and I pushed off rather smartly too, and reported to Aunt Agatha that the right-on had been salved. Then I toddled upstairs to have a hot bath. While I was enjoying the grateful warmth, a knock came at the door. It was Purvis, Aunt Agatha's butler. "Mrs. Gregson desires me to say, sir, that she would be glad to see you as soon as you are ready." "But she has seen me." "I gather that she wishes to see you again, sir." I lay beneath the surface for another few minutes, and having dried the frame, went along the corridor to my room. Jeeves was there, fiddling about with underclothing. "Oh, Jeeves, oughtn't somebody to go and give Mr. Filmer a spot of quinine or something?" "I have already done so, sir." "Good. I wouldn't say I'd like the man frightfully, but I don't want him to get a cold in the head." I shoved on a sock. "Jeeves, I suppose you know that we've got to think of something pretty quick. I mean to say, you realise the position. Mr. Filmer suspects young Thomas of doing exactly what he did, and if he brings home the charge, Aunt Agatha will undoubtedly fire Mr. Little, and then Mrs. Little will find out what Mr. Little has been up to, and what will be the upshot and outcome, Jeeves?" "I have already attended to the matter, sir." "You have?" "Yes, sir. I had scarcely left you when the solution of the affair presented itself to me." "Jeeves, you're a marvel. What was the solution?" "I conceived the notion of going to Mr. Filmer and saying that it was you who had stolen his boat, sir." "Saying what?" "At first Mr. Filmer was reluctant to credit my statement, but I pointed out to him that you had certainly known that he was on the island. I pointed out, furthermore, that you were a light-hearted young gentleman, sir, who might well do such a thing as a practical joke. I left him quite convinced." I gazed at the blighter, spellbound. "And what about me?" "You are also benefited, sir. I have ascertained that Mrs. Gregson's motive in inviting you to this house was that she might present you to Mr. Filmer with a view to your becoming his private secretary." "What?" "Yes, sir. Purvis, the butler, chanced to overhear Mrs. Gregson in conversation with Mr. Filmer on the matter. Had Mrs. Gregson secured the position for you, you might have found it embarrassing to decline to accept it." "Embarrassing is right." "Yes, sir. But I say, Jeeves, there's just one point which you seem to have overlooked. Where exactly do I get off?" "Sir?" "I mean to say, Aunt Agatha sent word by Purvis just now that she wanted to see me." "It might be the most judicious plan not to meet her, sir. There is a good stout water-pipe running down the wall immediately outside this window, sir, and I could have the 2-seater waiting outside the park gates in 20 minutes. Jeeves, you are always right. You couldn't make it 5, could you? Let us say 10, sir." The letter arrived on the morning of the 16th. I was pushing a bit of breakfast into the Worcester face at the moment. "Oh, Jeeves." "Sir?" "We have here a communication from Lady Wickham. She has written inviting me to Skelding's for the festive S. We repair thither on the 23rd. We shall be there some little time, I expect." There was a pause. "I thought I understood you to say, sir, that you propose to visit Monte Carlo immediately after Christmas." "I know, but that's all off." "Very good, sir. At this point the telephone bell rang, tiding over very nicely what had threatened to be an awkward moment. Jeeves unhooked the receiver. "Yes?" "Yes, madam." "Very good, madam. Here is Mr. Wooster." He handed me the instrument. "Mrs. Spencer Gregson, sir." You know, every now and then I can't help feeling that Jeeves is losing his grip. In his prime, it would have been with him the work of a moment to have told Aunt Agatha that I was not at home. "Hello?" "Bertie, Lady Wickham tells me she has invited you to Skeldings for Christmas. Are you going?" "Rather." "Well, mind you behave yourself. Lady Wickham is an old friend of mine." I was in no mood for this sort of thing over the telephone. "I shall naturally endeavour, Aunt Agatha—" "What did you say? Speak up. I can't hear." "I said, right-ho." "Oh. Well, mind you do. And there's another reason why I particularly wish you to be as little of an imbecile as you can manage while at Skeldings. Sir Roderick Glossop will be there. You don't mean Tuppy Glossop?" "I mean Sir Roderick Glossop, which was my reason for saying Sir Roderick Glossop. Now, Bertie, I want you to listen to me attentively. I have at last succeeded, in face of all the evidence, in almost persuading Sir Roderick that you are not actually insane. On your behaviour at Skeldings, therefore—" But I had hung up the receiver, shaken. Stop me if I've told you this before, but in case you don't know, let me just mention the facts in the matter of this Glossop. He was a formidable old bird with a bald head and outsized eyebrows, by profession a loony doctor. How it happened, I couldn't tell you to this day, but I once got engaged to his daughter Honoria, a ghastly dynamic exhibit, who read Nietzsche and had a laugh like waves breaking on a stern and rock-bound coast. The fixture was scratched, owing to events occurring, which convinced the old boy that I was off my napper. Jeeves, do you know what? Sir Roderick Glossop is going to be at Lady Wickham's. Very good, sir. If you have finished breakfast, I will clear away. Cold and haughty. As I had anticipated, the information that we were not going to Monte Carlo had got in amongst him. There is a keen sporting streak in Jeeves, and I knew he had been looking forward to a little flutter at the tables. I ignored his lack of decent feeling. "Do so, Jeeves," I said, proudly. Relations continued pretty fairly strained all through the rest of the week. Going down to Skeldings in the car on the afternoon of the 23rd, Jeeves was aloof and reserved. It seemed to me, as I lay in bed on the morning of the 24th, that the only step to take was to put the whole facts of the case before him. I was feeling considerably in the pink that morning. Everything had gone like a breeze. My hostess, Lady Wickham, was a beaky female, built far too closely on the lines of my Aunt Agatha for comfort, but she had seemed matey enough on my arrival. Her daughter, Roberta, had welcomed me with a warmth which, I'm bound to say, had set the old heartstrings fluttering a bit. And Sir Roderick, in the brief moment we had together, appeared to have let the Yuletide spirit soak into him to the most amazing extent. When he saw me, his mouth sort of flickered at one corner, which I took to be his idea of smiling, and he said, "Ha, young man." Not particularly chummily, but he said it. So all in all, life at this juncture seemed pretty well all to the mustard, and I decided to tell Jeeves exactly how matters stood. "Jeeves," I said, as he appeared with the steaming. "Sir?" "Touching on this business of our being here, I would like to say a few words of explanation. I'm afraid scratching that Monte Carlo trip has been a bit of a jar for you, Jeeves." "Not at all, sir." "Oh, yes, it has. What I wish to impress upon you, Jeeves, is that I have not been actuated in this matter by any mere idle whim. It was through no light and airy caprice that I accepted this invitation to Lady Wickham's. I have been angling for it for weeks, prompted by many considerations. In the first place, does one get the Yuletide spirit at a spot like Monte Carlo? Does one desire the Yuletide spirit, sir? Certainly one does. Well, that's one thing. Now, here's another. It was imperative that I should come to Skeldings for Christmas, Jeeves, because I knew that young Tuppy Glossop was going to be here." "Sir Roderick Glossop, sir?" "His nephew. You may have observed, hanging about the place, a fellow with light hair and a Cheshire cat grin. That is Tuppy, and I've been anxious for some time to get to grips with him. I have it in for that man of wrath. Listen to the facts, Jeeves, and tell me if I am not justified in planning a hideous vengeance." I took a sip of tea. "In spite of the fact that young Tuppy is the nephew of Sir Roderick Glossop, at whose hands, Jeeves, as you are aware, I have suffered much, I fraternized with him freely, both at the Drones Club and elsewhere. One night after dinner at the Drones, he betted me I wouldn't swing myself across the swimming bath by the ropes and rings. I took him on, and was buzzing along in great style until I came to the last ring.
And then I found that this fiend in human shape had looped it back against the rail, thus leaving me hanging in the void. There was nothing for it but to drop into the water. He told me that he'd often caught fellows that way. And what I maintain, Jeeves, is that if I can't get back at him somehow at Skeldings, I am not the man I was. I see, sir. There was still something in his manner which told me that even now he lacked complete sympathy and understanding. So delicate though the subject was, I decided to put all my cards on the table. And now, Jeeves, we come to the most important reason why I had to spend Christmas at Skeldings. Jeeves, the fact of the matter is, I'm in love. Indeed, sir. You've seen Miss Roberta Wickham? Yes, sir. Very well, then. There was a pause while I let it sink in. During your stay here, Jeeves, you will no doubt be thrown a good deal together with Miss Wickham's maid. On such occasions, tell her I'm rather a good chap. Mention my hidden depths. Very good, sir. But what? What's on your mind? What I was about to remark, if you will excuse me, sir, was that I would scarcely have thought Miss Wickham a suitable... Jeeves, I said coldly, if you've anything to say against that lady, it had better not be said in my presence. Very good, sir. Or anywhere else, for that matter. What is your kick against Miss Wickham? Oh, really, sir? Jeeves, I insist. Very good, sir. Then briefly, if I may say so, sir, though Miss Wickham is a charming young lady, nevertheless, considered as a matrimonial prospect for a gentleman of your description, I cannot look upon her as suitable. In my opinion, Miss Wickham lacks seriousness, sir. To qualify as Miss Wickham's husband, a gentleman would need to possess a commanding personality and considerable strength of character. Exactly. And I would always hesitate to recommend as a life's companion a young lady with quite such a vivid shade of red hair. I eyed the blighter squarely. Jeeves, you're talking rot. Very good, sir. 'Tisn't often that I find myself able to prove Jeeves in the wrong, but by dinner-time that night I was in a position to do so, and I did it without delay. Touching on that matter we were touching on, Jeeves, I said, coming in from the bath and tackling him as he studied the shirt, I should be glad if you would give me your careful attention for a moment. Certainly, sir. This morning, if I remember rightly, you stated that Miss Wickham was volatile, frivolous, and lacking in seriousness. Am I correct? Quite correct, sir. Then what I have to tell you may cause you to alter that opinion. I went for a walk with Miss Wickham this afternoon, and as we walked, I told her about what young Tuppy Glossop did to me in the swimming bath at the Drones. Almost before I had finished, she was suggesting the ripest, fruitiest, brainiest scheme for bringing young Tuppy's grey hairs in sorrow to the grave. That is very gratifying, sir. Gratifying is the word. It appears that at the girls' school where Miss Wickham was educated, Jeeves, it used to become necessary from time to time for the right-thinking element of the community to slip it across certain of the baser sort. Do you know what they did, Jeeves? No, sir. They took a long stick, Jeeves, and they tied a darning needle to the end of it. Then at dead of night, it appears, they sneaked privily into the party of the second part's cubicle and shoved the needle through the bedclothes and punctured her hot water bottle. Any girl who can think up a wheeze like that is my idea of a helpmeet. I shall be glad, Jeeves, if by the time I come to bed tonight you have for me in this room a stout stick with a good sharp darning needle attached. Well, sir, I raised my hand. Jeeves, not another word. Have you any idea where young Tuppy sleeps? I could ascertain, sir. Do so, Jeeves. In a few minutes he was back with the necessary information. Mr. Glossop is established in the moat room, sir. It being Christmas Eve, there was a good deal of revelry and what not. Allowing for everything, it didn't seem that it was going to be safe to start my little expedition till 2:30 at the earliest. And indeed, by 2:30 everything appeared to be quiet. I shook off the mists of sleep, grabbed the good old stick and needle, and was off along the corridor. And presently, pausing outside the moat room, I turned the handle, found the door wasn't locked, and went in. At first, when I beetled in, the room had seemed as black as a coal cellar, but after a bit things began to lighten. I was a good deal cheered at this juncture to hear a fruity snore from the direction of the pillows. I edged forward and ran a hand in a gingerly sort of way over the coverlet. A moment later I had found the bulge. I steered the good old darning needle onto it, gripped the stick, and shoved. Then, pulling out the weapon, I sidled towards the door
and in another moment would have been outside when suddenly there was a crash that sent my spine shooting up through the top of my head, and the contents of the bed sat up like a jack-in-the-box and said, "Who's that?" It just shows how your most careful strategic moves can be the very ones that dish your campaign. I had left the door open, and the beastly thing had slammed like a bomb. But I wasn't giving much thought to the causes of the explosion, having other things to occupy my mind. What was disturbing me was the discovery that whoever else the bloke in the bed might be, he was not young Tuppy. I did not linger. I dived for the door handle and was off and away, banging the door behind me. And I was just about to do the stretch of corridor leading to the stairs in a split second under the record time for the course, when something brought me up with a sudden jerk. The tail of my dressing gown had caught in the door. The next moment the door had opened, and the bloke with the voice had grabbed me by the arm. It was Sir Roderick Glossop. The next thing that happened was a bit of a lull in the proceedings. For about 3¼ seconds, or possibly more, we just stood there, drinking each other in. "You!" said Sir Roderick, finally. And in this connection I want to state that it's all rot to say you can't hiss a word that hasn't an S in it. His eyebrows seemed to pierce me like a knife. "Come in here, now," he said, depositing me on the carpet and closing the door. "Kindly inform me what is this latest manifestation of insanity?" "Awfully sorry about all this. Fact is, I thought you were Tuppy. What I mean to say is, I thought you were your nephew." "Why should I be my nephew?" I thought this was his room." "My nephew and I changed rooms. I have a great dislike for sleeping on an upper floor. I am nervous about fire. I should have thought that your manservant would have informed you that we contemplated making this change. I met him shortly before luncheon and told him to tell you." "You told Jeeves?" "I did. I was aware that you and my nephew were on terms of intimacy, and I wished to spare myself the possibility of a visit from you. What is that thing in your hand?" I looked down and found that I was still grasping the stick. "Well, it's a long story," I broke off. He was goggling in a rapt sort of a way at the end of the bed, from which there had now begun to drip onto the carpet a series of drops. "Good heavens!" He had lifted the sheets and was gazing at the corpse of the hot water bottle. "Did you do this?" Yes." "Then your aunt tried to persuade me that you were not insane." "If you'll just let me explain—" "Be quiet! Kindly inform me which bedroom you are supposed to be occupying." "It's on the floor above, the clock room." "Thank you. I will find it." "Eh?" He gave me the eyebrow. "I propose to pass the remainder of the night in your room, where I presume there is a bed in a condition to be slept in. You may bestow yourself as comfortably as you can here." Well, we Woosters are old campaigners, but to say that I liked the prospect now before me would be paltering with the truth. After a bit of a look round, I decided that the best chance of getting a sort of night's rest was to doss as well as I could in the armchair. And I was just wondering if I would ever get to sleep again in this world, when a voice at my elbow said, "Good morning, sir." I could have sworn I hadn't so much as dozed off for even a minute, but Jeeves was standing beside me with a cup of tea on a tray. "Merry Christmas, sir." I reached out a feeble hand for the restoring brew. I swallowed a mouthful or two, and I fixed the man with a stony eye. "I wish to ask you one question. Did you or did you not know that Sir Roderick Glossop was sleeping in this room last night?" "Yes, sir." "And you didn't tell me?" "No, sir. If you will allow me to explain, sir." "Explain." "I was aware that my silence might lead to something in the nature of an embarrassing contretemps, sir, and I thought that possibly your views being what they are, you would prefer your relations with Sir Roderick Glossop and his family to be distant rather than cordial." "My views? What do you mean, my views?" "As regards a matrimonial alliance with Miss Honoria Glossop, sir." "My God, Jeeves!" "Precisely, sir." A disturbing thought struck me. "But, Jeeves, on calm reflection, won't Sir Roderick have gathered by now that my objective was young Tuppy, and that puncturing his hot water bottle was just one of those things that occur when the Yuletide spirit is abroad?" "No, sir. I fancy not. That might possibly have been Sir Roderick's mental reaction, had it not been for the second incident." "The second incident?" "During the night, sir, while Sir Roderick was occupying your bed, somebody entered the room, pierced his hot water bottle with some sharp instrument, and vanished in the darkness." "What? Do you think I walked in my sleep?" "No, sir. It was young Mr. Glossop who did it. I encountered him this morning, sir, shortly before I came here. It appears that he received the suggestion from the young lady." "From Miss Wickham?" "Yes, sir." You mean to say that after she had put me up to the scheme of puncturing Tuppy's hot water bottle, she went away and tipped Tuppy off to puncturing mine? Precisely, sir. She is a young lady with a keen sense of humour. I sat there, you might say, stunned. Jeeves, say no more. Love is dead. Very good, sir. I brooded for a while. You've seen Sir Roderick this morning, then? Yes, sir. How did he seem? He expressed a strong desire to meet you, sir. What would you advise? If you were to slip out by the back entrance as soon as you are dressed, sir, it would be possible for you to make your way across the field without being observed, and reach the village where you could hire an automobile to take you to London. I could bring on your effects later in your own car. But London, Jeeves? Is any man safe? My Aunt Agatha is in London. Yes, sir. Well, then? He regarded me for a moment with a fathomless eye. I think the best plan, sir, would be for you to leave England for some little while. I would not take the liberty of dictating your movements, sir, but as you already have accommodation engaged on the blue train for Monte Carlo for the day after tomorrow... But you cancelled the booking? No, sir. I told you to. Yes, sir. The matter slipped my mind. Oh? Yes, sir. All right, Jeeves. Monte Carlo, ho, then. Very good, sir. Another day had dawned, all hot and fresh, and in pursuance of my unswerving policy by that time, I was singing Sonny Boy in my bath, when there was a soft step without, and Jeeves's voice came filtering through the woodwork. I beg your pardon, sir. Mr. Glossop, sir. What about him? He's in the sitting-room, sir. I hopped out with some briskness, and slipping a couple of towels about the limbs and torso, made for the sitting-room. I found young Tuppy at the piano, playing Sonny Boy with one finger. "What ho?" I said, not without a certain hauteur. "Oh, hello, Bertie. Hey, Bertie. I want to see you about something important." It seemed to me that the bloke was embarrassed. "The fact is, Bertie, I'm engaged." "Engaged?" "Practically. You'll like her, Bertie. Her name is Cora Bellinger. She's studying for opera." "How do you mean, practically?" "Well, it's this way. Before ordering the trousseau, there's one little point she wants cleared up. You see, she has a rather serious outlook on life. She said if she thought I was a practical joker, she would never speak to me again. And unfortunately, she appears to have heard about that little affair at the drones. So what I want you to do, old man, is to seize an early opportunity of taking Cora aside and categorically denying that there's any truth in the story. My happiness, Bertie, is in your hands." Well, of course, if he put it like that, what could I do? We Woosters have our code. "Oh, all right. When do I meet this blighted female?" "Don't call her this blighted female, Bertie, old man. I've planned all that out. I'll bring her round here today for a spot of lunch." "What?" "At 1:30. Fine, thanks. I knew I could rely on you." I can't say I exactly saw eye to eye with young Tuppy in his admiration for the Bellinger female. Delivered on the mat at 1:25, she proved to be an upstanding light heavyweight of some 30 summers, with a commanding eye and a square chin which I personally would have steered clear of. Tuppy, however, was obviously all for her. The spectacle put me off my food. At 2:30, the Bellinger left to go to a singing lesson. Tuppy trotted after her to the door, and then came back and looked at me in a goofy sort of way. "Well, Bertie?" "Well, what?" "I mean, isn't she?" "Oh, rather." Tuppy sighed, and having helped himself to about 4 inches of whisky and 1 of soda, took a deep, refreshing draught. "Ah, I needed that." "Why didn't you have it at lunch?" "Well, I've not actually ascertained what Cora's opinions are on the subject of taking of slight snorts. The view I took was that laying off would seem to indicate a serious mind. What beats me is how on earth you expect to make her think you've got a mind at all, let alone a serious one." "I have my methods." "I bet they're rotten." "You do you? Well, let me tell you, my lad, that's exactly what they're anything but. Do you remember Beefy Bingham, who was at Oxford with us? I ran into him only the other day. He's a parson now. Yes, down in the East End. Well, he runs a lads' club for the local toughs, and I've been helping him. I don't suppose I've passed an evening away from the backgammon board for weeks. Cora's extremely pleased. I've got her to promise to sing on Tuesday at Beefy's next clean, bright entertainment." "You have?" "I absolutely have. Now mark my devilish ingenuity, Bertie. I'm going to sing too." "Why do you suppose that's going to get you anywhere?" "Because the way I intend to sing the song will prove to her that there are great deeps in my nature. It's all about Angela being lonely and what not." I uttered a sharp cry. "You don't mean you're going to sing Sonny Boy?" "I jolly well do." I was shocked. I held strong views on Sonny Boy. I considered it a song only to be attempted by a few of the elect in the privacy of the bathroom. I hadn't time, however, to express my horror and disgust, for at this juncture Jeeves came in. "Mrs. Travers has just rung up on the telephone, sir. She desired me to say that she will be calling to see you in a few minutes." "Contents noted, Jeeves. Now, listen, Tuppy." I stopped. The fellow wasn't there. "What have you done with him, Jeeves?" "Mr. Glossop has left, sir. At the mention of Mrs. Travers' name, he rose very swiftly." "Strange, Jeeves?" "Yes, sir." I turned to a subject of more moment. "Jeeves, Mr. Glossop proposes to sing Sonny Boy at an entertainment down in the East End next Tuesday." "Indeed, sir?" "Make a note to remind me to be there. He will infallibly get the bird, and I want to witness his downfall." "Very good, sir." "And when Mrs. Travers arrives, I shall be in the sitting-room." End of Side 1. Side 2. Those who know Bertram Wooster best are aware that in his journey through life he's impeded and generally snooted by about as scaly a platoon of aunts as was ever assembled. But there is one exception to the general ghastliness, viz. My Aunt Dahlia. She married old Tom Travers and is one of the best. Aunt Dahlia is one of those big, hearty women. "Bertie!" she cried, in a manner of one encouraging a bevy of hounds to renewed efforts. "I want your help." "And you shall have it, Aunt Dahlia. You know that friend of yours, young Glossop? He's just been lunching here." "He has? Well, I wish you'd poisoned his soup." "We didn't have soup. When you describe him as a friend of mine, I wouldn't quite say the term absolutely squared with the facts. Some time ago—" At this point, Aunt Dahlia said that she would rather wait for the story of my life till she could get it in book form. I shelved my personal grievances and asked what was biting her. "It's that young hound Glossop." "What's he been doing?" "Breaking Angela's heart." Angela, daughter of above, my cousin, quite a good egg. "How's he doing that?" "With his neglect. With his low, callous, double-crossing duplicity. Ever since the beginning of the season, up till about 3 weeks ago, he was all over Angela. The poor kid, who's quite off her oats about him, took it for granted that it was only a question of time. And now he's gone and dropped her like a hot brick, and I hear he's infatuated with some girl he met at a Chelsea tea party. Cora Bellinger. How did you know?" "He was lunching here today." "He brought her?" "Yes." "What's she like?" "In shape, a bit on the lines of the Albert Hall." "Did he seem very fond of her?" "Couldn't take his eyes off the chassis. The modern young man is a congenital idiot." I tried to point out the silver lining. "If you ask me, Aunt Dahlia, I think Angela is well out of it. This Glossop is a tough baby. I was trying to tell you just now what he did to me one night at the Drones. First, having got me in a sporting mood with a bottle of the ripest, he betted I wouldn't swing myself across the swimming bath by the ropes and rings. I took him on, but when I'd done half the trip and was going as strong as damn it, I found he had looped the last rope back against the rail, leaving me no alternative but to drop into the depths and swim ashore in correct evening costume." "He did?" "He certainly did. You wouldn't want your daughter to marry a man capable of a thing like that." "On the contrary, you restore my faith in the young hound. I want this Bellinger business broken up, Bertie." "How?" "Any way you please." "But what can I do?" "Do? Why, put the whole thing before your man Jeeves." Aunt Dahlia blew in on the morrow, and I rang the bell for Jeeves. "Speak, Jeeves." "Very good, sir. I have a plan, sir, which I fancy may produce satisfactory results." "Let's have it," said Aunt Dahlia. "The thing that struck me most forcibly about Miss Bellinger when she was under my observation was that hers was a somewhat hard and intolerant nature. I could not easily see her pitying and sympathizing with failure. I think, therefore, that should Miss Bellinger be a witness of Mr. Glossop appearing to disadvantage in public, she would cease to entertain affection for him. In the event, for instance, of his failing to please the audience on Tuesday with his singing—" I saw daylight. "By Jove, Jeeves, you mean if he gets the bird, all will be off?" "I should be greatly surprised if such is not the case, sir. I would suggest that you approach your friend, Mr. Bingham, and volunteer your services as a performer at his forthcoming entertainment. It could readily be arranged that you sang immediately before Mr. Glossop. I fancy, sir, that if Mr. Glossop were to sing Sonny Boy directly after you, too, had sung Sonny Boy, the audience would respond satisfactorily." "Jeeves," said Aunt Dahlia, "you're a marvel." "Thank you, madam." Jeeves?" I said. "You're an ass. Me sing Sonny Boy at Beefy Bingham's clean, bright entertainment? You sing it daily in your bath, sir." "Between singing Sonny Boy in one's bath, Jeeves, and singing it before a hall full of assorted blood-orange merchants and their young, there is a substantial difference." "Bertie," said Aunt Dahlia, "you'll sing and like it. Nothing will induce me to let out so much as a single note." And so, that afternoon, I sent a prepaid wire to Beefy Bingham, offering my services in the cause, and by nightfall the thing was fixed up. I was billed to perform next but one after the intermission. Following me came Tuppy, and immediately after him Miss Cora Bellinger, the well-known operatic soprano. Although I had steeled myself to the ordeal before me, I must admit that there was a moment just after I had entered the Oddfellows' Hall at Bermondsey East and run an eye over the assembled pleasure-seekers, when it needed all the bulldog pluck of the Woosters to keep me from calling it a day and taking a cab back to civilization. The clean, bright entertainment was in full swing when I arrived. "A nice full house, sir," said a voice at my elbow. It was Jeeves. "You here, Jeeves?" I said, coldly. "Yes, sir. I have been present since the commencement." "Oh? Anybody got the bird yet?" "Oh, no, sir." "I shall be the first, you think?" "No, sir. I see no reason to expect such a misfortune. I anticipate that you will be well received." A sudden thought struck me. "And you think everything will go according to plan?" "Yes, sir." "Well, I don't. Now, I'll tell you why I don't. I spotted a flaw in your beastly scheme." "A flaw, sir?" "Yes. Do you suppose for a moment that if, when Mr. Glossop hears me singing that dashed song, he'll come calmly on a minute after me and sing it too?" "Mr. Glossop will not hear you sing, sir. At my advice he has stepped across the road to the Jug and Bottle, and he intends to remain there until it is time for him to appear on the platform." "Oh? If I might suggest it, sir, there is another house named the Goat and Grapes, only a short distance down the street." A quiet 10 minutes at the Goat and Grapes was exactly what my system required. The limbs ceased to quiver gently, the tongue became loosened in its socket, and the backbone stiffened. I came prancing back to the hall, ready for anything, and shortly afterwards I was on the platform with about 1,000,000 bulging eyes goggling up at me. There was a rummy sort of buzzing in my ears, and then through the buzzing I heard the sound of a piano starting to tinkle, and commending my soul to God, I took a good long breath and charged in. Well, it was a close thing. The whole incident was a bit blurred, but I seem to recollect a kind of murmur as I hit the refrain. I thought at the time it was an attempt on the part of the many-headed to join in the chorus. I passed the thing over the larynx with all the vim at my disposal, hit the high note, and off gracefully into the wings. I then oiled round to where Jeeves awaited me among the standees at the back. Well, Jeeves, they didn't rush the platform. No, sir. I may be wrong, but it seemed to me that towards the end they were hotting up a trifle. The bird was hovering in the air. I could hear the beating of its wings. I did detect a certain restlessness, in the audience. I fancy they had lost their taste for that particular melody. Eh? I should have informed you earlier, sir, that the song had already been sung twice before you arrived. What? Yes, sir. It is a very popular song. I gaped at the man. That with this knowledge, I was about to give him my views when I was stopped by the spectacle of young Tuppy lurching onto the platform. Young Tuppy had the unmistakable air of a man who has recently been round to the Jug and Bottle. He waved a kindly hand to his supporters and bowed in a regal sort of manner. Then the female at the piano struck up the opening bars of Sonny Boy, and Tuppy swelled like a balloon and began. I don't know why, but somehow I'd got it into my head that the first thing thrown at Tuppy would be a potato. It was, however, as a matter of fact, a banana. Not that the potato school of thought had not also its supporters. As the proceedings warmed up, I noticed several intelligent-looking fellows who threw nothing else. The effect on young Tuppy was rather remarkable. His eyes bulged and his hair seemed to stand up, and yet his mouth went on opening and shutting. Then, coming out of his trance, he began to pull for the shore with some rapidity. The last seen of him, he was beating a tomato to the exit by a short head. Presently the tumult and the shouting died. I turned to Jeeves. Painful, Jeeves. Yes, sir. At this point old Beefy Bingham came out onto the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, said old Beefy, the next item on the programme was to have been songs by Miss Cora Bellinger, the well-known operatic soprano. I've just received a telephone message from Miss Bellinger saying that her car has broken down. She is, however, on her way here in a cab. Meanwhile, our friend Mr. Enoch Simpson will recite Dangerous Dan McGrew. I clutched at Jeeves. Jeeves? She wasn't there. No, sir. The whole bally scheme has blown a fuse. Yes, sir. Come, Jeeves. If you have no objection, sir, I would like to witness the remainder of the entertainment. Suit yourself, Jeeves. It must have been about 10:30, and I was in the old sitting-room, somberly sucking down a more or less final restorative, when the front doorbell rang, and there on the mat was young Tuppy. He had the beginnings of a black eye. "Oh, hello, Bertie." Tuppy came in and hovered about the mantelpiece. "I've just been singing at Beefy Bingham's entertainment." "Oh? How did you go?" "Held him spellbound." "Knocked him, eh?" "Cold. Not a dry eye." And this, mark you, from a man who had had a good upbringing, and had, no doubt, spent years at his mother's knee being taught to tell the truth. "I suppose Miss Bellinger is pleased." "Oh, is delighted." "So now everything's all right?" "Oh, quite." Tuppy paused. "On the other hand, Bertie." "Yes?" "Well, somehow I don't believe Miss Bellinger is the mate for me after all. I respect Miss Bellinger, Bertie, but, well, I can't help feeling now that a sweet, gentle girl, like your cousin Angela, for instance, Bertie, would, in fact, well, what I came round for was to ask if you would phone Angela and find out how she reacts to the idea of coming out with me tonight to the Berkeley for a segment of supper and a spot of dancing." "Go ahead. There's the phone." "No, I'd rather you ask her, Bertie. You see, there's just a chance that she may be—" I went to the phone and called up Aunt Dahlia's. "She says, come right along," I said. "Tell her that I will be with her in something under a couple of ticks." He had barely biffed when I heard a click in the keyhole and a soft padding in the passage without. "Jeeves?" "Sir?" said Jeeves, manifesting himself. "Jeeves, Mr. Glossop has just been here. He tells me that it is all off between him and Miss Bellinger." "Yes, sir." "You don't seem surprised." "No, sir. I confess I had anticipated some such eventuality." "What gave you that idea?" "It came to me, sir, when I observed Miss Bellinger strike Mr. Glossop in the eye. She was a little upset at the reception accorded to her singing." "Great Scott! Don't tell me she got the bird, too." "Yes, sir. I think the audience resented her choice of a song." "Jeeves, you aren't going to stand there and tell me that Miss Bellinger sang Sonny Boy, too?" "Yes, sir, and rashly, in my opinion, brought a large doll onto the platform to sing it to." "But, Jeeves, what a coincidence!" "Not altogether, sir. I ventured to take the liberty of accosting Miss Bellinger on her arrival at the hall and recalling myself to her recollection. I then said that Mr. Glossop had asked me to request her that as a particular favour to him, the song being a favourite of his, she would sing Sonny Boy. And when she found that you and Mr. Glossop had also sung the song immediately before her, I rather fancied that she supposed that she had been made the victim of a practical pleasantry. Will there be anything further, sir?" "No, thanks. Good night, sir." "Good night, Jeeves." I was jerked from the dreamless by a sound like the rolling of distant thunder, and on the mists of sleep clearing away was enabled to diagnose this and trace it to its source. It was my Aunt Agatha's dog, Mackintosh, scratching at the door. The above, an Aberdeen terrier of weak intellect, had been left in my charge by the old relative while she went off to Aix-les-Bains to take the cure, and I had never been able to make it see eye to eye with me on the subject of early rising. Although a glance at my watch informed me that it was barely 10, here was the animal absolutely up and about. I pressed the bell, and presently in shimmered Jeeves, complete with tea-tray, and preceded by dog, which leapt upon the bed, licked me smartly in the right eye, and immediately curled up and fell into a deep slumber. And where the sense is in getting up at some ungodly hour of the morning and coming scratching at people's doors when you intend at the first opportunity to go to sleep again, beats me. Nevertheless, every day for the last 5 weeks this loony hound had pursued the same policy, and I confess I was getting a bit fed. There were 1 or 2 letters on the tray, and having slipped a refreshing half-cupful into the abyss, I felt equal to dealing with them. The one on top was from my Aunt Agatha. Ah! My Aunt Agatha returns this evening. She will be at her town residence between the hours of 6 and 7, and she expects to find Mackintosh waiting for her on the mat. Indeed, sir. I shall miss the little fellow. I too, Jeeves, despite his habit of rising with the milk. I had opened the second letter and was giving it the eye. Ha! Sir? Once again, ha! Jeeves, but this time signifying mild surprise. "This letter is from Miss Wickham. She wants me to give her lunch today, and 2 friends of hers, here, at 1:30. "Indeed, sir?" "Yes. You must employ the rest of the morning in buzzing to and fro and collecting provender. Roly-poly pudding with lots of jam in it. Miss Wickham specifically mentions this." "Mysterious, what?" "Extremely, sir. Also oysters, ice cream, and plenty of chocolates with that gooey, slithery stuff in the middle. Makes you sick to think of it, eh?" "Yes, sir." At 12:30, I took the dog Mackintosh for his morning saunter in the park, and returning at about 1:10, found young Bobby Wickham in the sitting-room, smoking a cigarette and chatting to Jeeves, who seemed a bit distant, I thought. "It was awfully sporting of you to give us this lunch, Bertie," said Bobby. "Don't mention it, my dear old thing. Always a pleasure. You got all the stuff I told you about. The garbage, as specified, is in the kitchen. Since when have you become a roly-poly pudding addict?" "That isn't for me. There's a small boy coming." "What?" "I'm awfully sorry. I know just how you feel, but it's simply vital that he be cosseted and sucked up to and generally treated as the guest of honour, because everything depends on him." "How do you mean?" "I'll tell you. You know Mother." "Whose mother?" "My mother." "Oh, yes. I thought you meant the kid's mother." "He hasn't got a mother. Only a father, who's a big theatrical manager in America. I met him at a party the other night, and when I met this theatrical manager father, I said to myself, why not?" "Why not what?" "Why not plant Mother's play on him? You see, Betty, what with one thing and another, my stock isn't very high with Mother just now, so I thought, here is where I get a chance to put myself right. I cooed to old Blumenfeld." "Name sounds familiar." "Oh, yes, he's a big man over in America. He's come to London to see if there's anything in the play line worth buying. So I cooed to him a goodish bit, and then asked him if he would listen to Mother's play. He said he would, so I asked him to come to lunch, and I'd read it to him." "You're going to read your mother's play here? My God!" "I know what you mean. I admit it's pretty sticky stuff, but I have an idea that I shall put it over. It all depends on how the kid likes it. You see, old Blumenfeld, for some reason, always banks on his verdict." I uttered a slight yelp, causing Jeeves, who had entered with cocktails, to look at me in a pained sort of way. "Jeeves." "Sir?" "Do you recollect, when we were in New York, a dish-faced kid of the name of Blumenfeld, who on a memorable occasion snooted Cyril Bassington when the latter tried to go on the stage?" "Very vividly, sir." "Well, prepare yourself for a shock. He's coming to lunch." "Indeed, sir?" "I'm glad you can speak in that light, careless way. You've seen this kid in action. He told Cyril Bassington, a fellow to whom he had never been formally introduced, that he had a face like a fish. And this not 30 seconds after their meeting. I give you fair warning that if he tells me I have a face like a fish, I shall clump his head." "Bertie," cried the Wickham, "you'd simply ruin the whole thing." "Perhaps the young gentleman will not notice that you have a face like a fish, sir," suggested Jeeves. "Ah, there's that, of course. But we can't trust to luck," said Bobby. "It's probably the first thing he will notice. In that case, miss, it might be the best plan if Mr. Wooster did not attend the luncheon." I beamed on the man. "But Mr. Blumenfeld will think it so odd," said Bobby. "Well, tell him I'm eccentric." "I really think it would be the best plan, miss." "Oh, all right, push off then. But I wanted you to be here to listen to the play and laugh in the proper places." "I don't suppose there are any proper places." And with these words I reached the hall in 2 bounds, grabbed a hat, and made for the street. The cab was just pulling up at the door as I reached it, and inside were Pop Blumenfeld and his foul son. With a slight sinking of the old heart, I saw the kid had recognized me. "Hello," he said. "Hello," I said. "Where are you off to?" said the kid. "Ha ha," I said, and legged it for the great open spaces. I lunched at the Drones, and at 4 o'clock I thought it would be safe to think about getting back. I went to the phone and rang up the flat. "All clear, Jeeves? Blumenfeld Jr. nowhere about?" "No, sir." "Well, the coast being clear, I will now return home. Before you start, sir, perhaps you would ring Miss Wickham up. She instructed me to desire you to do so." "You mean she asked you to ask me?" "Precisely, sir." "Righto. And the number?" "Sloane 8090. I fancy it is the residence of Miss Wickham's aunt in Eaton Square." "Hello? Is that you, Bertie?" "In person. What's the news?" "Wonderful. The lunch was just right. The child stuffed himself to the eyebrows and got more and more amiable, till by the time he had had his 3rd go of ice cream, he was ready to say that any play, even one of Mother's, was the goods. I fired it at him before he could come out from under the influence, and he sat there absorbing it in a sort of gorged way, and at the end old Blumenfeld said, 'Well, sonny,' and the child gave a sort of faint smile as if he was thinking about roly-poly pudding and said, 'OK, Pop.' And that's all there was to it. Old Blumenfeld has taken him off to the movies, and I'm to look in at the Savoy at 5:30 to sign the contract. I've just been talking to Mother on the phone, and she's quite consummately braced. Terrific! Betty, there's just one other thing. You remember saying to me once that there wasn't anything in the world you wouldn't do for me? I paused a trifle warily. What do you want me to do? Well, it's nothing I actually want you to do. It's something I've done that I hope you won't be sticky about. Just before I began reading the play, that dog of yours came into the room. The child Blumenfeld was very much taken with it and said he wished he had a dog like that, so naturally I had to say, "Oh, I'll give you this one." You what? I knew you wouldn't mind. I hung up. I got to the flat and yelled for Jeeves. "Jeeves! The dog! My Aunt Agatha's dog! Mackintosh! I've not seen him for some little while, sir. Possibly he's in your bedroom. He's in a suite at the Savoy." "Sir?" "Miss Wickham has just told me she gave him to Blumenfeld Jr." I explained the circs. "What are we going to do?" "Most disturbing, sir." I snorted a trifle. "It's not disturbing, Jeeves. It's what's the word I want?" "Cataclysmal, sir." "I shouldn't wonder. Well, what's to be done?" "I will bring you a whisky and soda, sir." "What's the good of that?" "It will refresh you, sir. And in the meantime, if it is your wish, I will give the matter consideration." It was about 10 minutes later that Jeeves entered the presence once more. "I fancy, sir, that I have discovered a plan of action which will meet the situation. If I understand you rightly, sir, Mr. and Master Blumenfeld have attended a motion picture performance." "Correct." "In which case they should not return to the hotel before 5:15? "Correct once more. Miss Wickham is scheduled to blow in at 5:30 to sign the contract. Everything accordingly must depend on whether Mr. Blumenfeld left instructions that in the event of her arriving before he did, Miss Wickham was to be shown straight up to the suite to await his return." "Why does everything depend on that?" "Should he have done so, the matter becomes quite simple. All that is necessary is that Miss Wickham shall present herself at the hotel at 5 o'clock. She will go up to the suite. You will also have arrived at the hotel at 5, sir, and will have made your way to the corridor outside the suite. If Master and Mr. Blumenfeld have not returned, Miss Wickham will open the door and come out, and you will go in, secure the dog, and take your departure. Suppose the dog won't come away with me?" "I had thought of that, sir. The most judicious move will be for you to sprinkle your trousers with aniseed. Aniseed is used extensively in the dog-stealing industry. I don't know what the record is for popping out and buying aniseed, but I should think I hold it. I was back at the flat so quick that I nearly met myself coming out." Jeeves had good news. "Everything is perfectly satisfactory, sir. Mr. Blumenfeld did leave instructions that Miss Wickham was to be admitted to his suite. The young lady is now on her way to the hotel." You know, whatever you may say about old Jeeves, you've got to admit that the man can plan a campaign. Napoleon could have taken his correspondence course. On the present occasion, everything went absolutely according to plan. Arrived back at the flat, I handed Mackintosh to Jeeves, and instructed him to shut him up in the bathroom or somewhere where the spell cast by my trousers would cease to operate. Then I hesitated. "Jeeves, you've overlooked something." "Surely not, sir." "Yes, Jeeves, I regret to say that the late scheme has rather landed Miss Wickham in the cart." "In what way, sir?" "Why, don't you see that if they know that she was in the suite at the time of the outrage, the Blumenfelds, father and son, will instantly assume that she was mixed up in Mackintosh's disappearance, with the result that in their pique and chagrin they will call off the deal about the play." I waggled my head rather sadly, and at this moment there was a ring at the front doorbell. "Somebody at the door, sir." "Yes. Probably Mr. Blumenfeld Senior, sir." "What?" "He rang up on the telephone, sir, shortly before you returned, to say that he was about to pay you a call." "Advise me, Jeeves." "I fancy the most judicious procedure would be for you to conceal yourself behind the settee, sir." So I nestled behind the settee, and in about 5 seconds there was a sound like a mighty rushing wind, and something extraordinarily substantial bounded into the sitting-room.
"This guy Wooster, where is he?"
"I could not say, sir."
"He sneaked my son's dog."
"Mr. Wooster may be anywhere, sir. He is uncertain in his movements." The bloke Blumenfeld gave a loud sniff.
"Odd smell here."
"Yes, sir."
"What is it?"
"Aniseed, sir."
"Aniseed?"
"Yes, sir. Mr. Wooster sprinkles it on his trousers."
"Sprinkles it on his trousers?"
"Yes, sir."
"What on earth does he do that for?"
"I could not say, sir. Mr. Wooster's motives are always somewhat hard to follow. He is eccentric.
Eccentric? He must be a loony.
Yes, sir.
You mean he is?
Yes, sir. There was a pause. A long one.
Oh?
Said old Blumenfeld. He paused again.
Not dangerous?
Yes, sir, when roused.
What rouses him, chiefly?
One of Mr. Wooster's peculiarities is that he does not like the sight of gentlemen of full habit, sir. They seem to infuriate him.
You mean fat men?
Yes, sir. There was another pause.
I'm fat,
said old Blumenfeld. I would not venture to suggest it myself, sir, but as you say so, you may recollect that on being informed that you were to be a member of the luncheon party, Mr. Wooster, doubting his power of self-control, refused to be present.
That's right.
Mr. Wooster, I imagine, wished to avoid any possible unpleasantness, such as has occurred before. With regard to the smell of aniseed, sir, I fancy I have now located it. Unless I am mistaken, it proceeds from behind the settee. No doubt Mr. Wooster is sleeping there.
Doing what?
Sleeping, sir.
Does he often sleep on the floor?
Most afternoons, sir. Would you desire me to wake him?
No!
I thought you had something that you wished to say to Mr. Wooster, sir.
So did I, but I find I haven't.
I heard the door close, and a little while later the front door banged. I crawled out as Jeeves came trickling back. "Gone, Jeeves?" "Yes, sir." I bestowed an approving look on him. "One of your best efforts, Jeeves." "Thank you, sir. But what beats me is why he ever came here. What made him think that I had sneaked Mackintosh away?" "I took the liberty of recommending Miss Wickham to tell Mr. Blumenfeld that she had observed you removing the animal from his suite, sir. The point which you raised regarding the possibility of her being suspected of complicity in the affair had not escaped me." "I see. Risky, of course, but possibly justified. Yes, on the whole, justified. What's that you've got there?" "A £5 note, sir." "Ah, the one I gave you?" "No, sir. The one Mr. Blumenfeld gave me." "Eh? Why did he give you a £5?" "He very kindly presented it to me on my handing him the dog, sir." I gaped at the man. "You don't mean to say—" "Not Mackintosh, sir. This was another animal of the same species, which I purchased at the shop in Bond Street during your absence. Mr. Blumenfeld, I'm happy to say, did not detect the innocent subterfuge." "Jeeves, there is none like you." "None." "Thank you very much, sir. Excuse me, sir. I fancy I hear the telephone." He pushed out into the hall, then he came back. "Mrs. Spencer Gregson on the telephone, sir. She desires to communicate with you with reference to the dog Mackintosh." I straightened the tie. I pulled down the waistcoat. "Lead me to her," I said. I was lunching at my Aunt Dahlia's, and despite the fact that Anatole, her outstanding cook, had rather excelled himself in the matter of the bill of fare, I'm bound to say the food was more or less turning to ashes in my mouth. You see, I had some bad news to break to her. "Aunt Dahlia, you know that jolly cruise in your yacht in the Mediterranean to which you so kindly invited me?"
What about it?
"I'm frightfully sorry, but I shan't be able to come."
What?
"Matters of the most extreme urgency render my presence in the metropolis imperative."
I suppose what you really mean is that you're hanging round some unfortunate girl again.
I didn't like the way she put it, but I admit I was stunned by her penetration. "Yes, Aunt Dahlia, you have guessed my secret. I do indeed love."
Who is she?
"A Miss Pendlebury, Christian name Gladys. She spells it with a W."
With a G, you mean?
"No, with a W and a G."
What? Gladys?
"That's it." The relative uttered a yowl. "She isn't that female I saw driving you at 60 miles p.h. in the park the other day, in a red two-seater?" "She did drive me in the park the other day. I thought it rather a hopeful sign, and her Widgeon 7 is red."
"Oh, well then, she'll probably break your silly fat neck. Where did you meet her?"
"At a party in Chelsea. She's an artist."
Ye gods!
"And swings a jolly fine brush, let me tell you. She's painted a portrait of me. Jeeves and I hung it up in the flat this morning. I have an idea Jeeves doesn't like it."
"Well, if it's anything like you, I don't see why you should. An artist calls herself Gladys, and drives a car in the sort of way my nephew would if he were pressed for time. Well, it's all very sad, but I can't see why you won't come on the yacht."
I explained. It would be madness to leave them a trop at this juncture. You know what girls are. They forget the absent face. And I'm not at all easy in my mind about a certain cove of the name of Lucius Pym, apart from the fact that he's an artist, too, which forms a bond. His hair waves. I'm in grave danger of getting the short end. Taking all these things into consideration, then, I cannot breeze off to the Mediterranean, leaving this Pym a clear field. You must see that. Aunt Dahlia laughed. Rather a nasty laugh. I shouldn't worry, she said. You don't suppose for a moment that Jeeves will sanction the match? I was stung. Do you imply, Aunt Dahlia, that I allow Jeeves to boss me to the extent of stopping me marrying somebody I want to marry? Well, he stopped you wearing a moustache, didn't he? And purple socks. That is a different matter altogether. Well, I'm prepared to make a small bet with you, Bertie. Jeeves will stop this match, and finally he will present you on board my yacht at the appointed hour. Being a good deal stirred up by the attitude of the flesh and blood at the luncheon table, I had to go for a bit of a walk in the park after leaving to soothe the nervous system. By about 4:30 the ganglions had ceased to vibrate, and I returned to the flat. Jeeves was in the sitting-room, looking at the portrait. I felt a trifle embarrassed in the man's presence, because just before leaving I'd informed him of my intention to scratch the yacht trip, and he had taken it on the chin a bit. I joined him in front of the portrait. Jeeves, you don't like this spot of art? Oh, yes, sir. No, I can read you like a book. What do you object to about it? Well, in my opinion, sir, Miss Pendlebury has given you a somewhat too hungry expression, a little like that of a dog regarding a distant bone, sir. There is no resemblance whatever, Jeeves. The look to which you allude is wistful, and denotes soul. I see, sir. I proceeded to another subject. Miss Pendlebury said she might look in this afternoon to inspect the portrait. Did she turn up? Yes, sir. She was a little upset, sir, and expressed a desire to go to her studio and rest. What was she upset about? The accident, sir. What sort of accident? Automobile, sir. Was she hurt? No, sir. Only the gentleman. Miss Pendlebury had the misfortune to run over a gentleman in her car almost immediately opposite this building. He sustained a slight fracture of the leg. Too bad. But Miss Pendlebury's all right? She was suffering a certain distress of mind. Of course, with her beautiful, sympathetic nature. What became of the chump? He's in your spare room, sir. What? It was Miss Pendlebury's desire that he should be taken there. She instructed me to telegraph to the gentleman's sister, sir, who was in Paris, advising her of the accident. I also summoned a medical man, who gave it as his opinion that the patient should remain for the time being in statu quo. Well, I suppose I'd better go and introduce myself. Has he a name? Mr. Pym, sir. Pym? Yes, sir. The young lady addressed him as Lucius. I headed for the spare bedroom. I was perturbed. I found Lucius Pym lying in bed, draped in a suit of my pyjamas, smoking one of my cigarettes and reading a detective story. Ah, Wooster. Not so much of the Wooster. How soon can you be moved? In a week or so, I fancy. In a week or so? And now, Wooster, about this accident. We must come to an understanding. My sister will be arriving tomorrow. She will be greatly upset. I am her favourite brother. You are? I am. How many of you are there? 6. It seemed to me that the other 5 must be pretty fairly subhuman. She married a bird named Slingsby. Slingsby's superb soups. He rolls in money. But do you think I can get him to lend a trifle from time to time to a needy brother-in-law? No, sir. However, that is neither here nor there. The point is that my sister loves me devotedly, and this being the case, she might try to prosecute and persecute and generally bite pieces out of poor little Gladys if she knew that it was she who was driving. She must never know, Wooster. Naturally. And now perhaps you'd better leave me. I'll ring if I want anything. I headed for the sitting-room. Jeeves, Mr. Pym appears to be a fixture. Yes, sir. And tomorrow we shall have his sister, Mrs. Slingsby, in our midst. Yes, sir. Well, get this into your head. It is imperative that Mrs. Slingsby does not learn that it was Miss Pendlebury who broke her brother in 2 places. I shall require you, therefore, to approach Mr. Pym before she arrives, ascertain exactly what tale he intends to tell, and be prepared to back it up. Very good, sir. And now, Jeeves, what of Miss Pendlebury? Sir? She's sure to call to make inquiries. Yes, sir. Well, she mustn't find me here. Am I not right in supposing that if Miss Pendlebury is in a position to go into the sick room, take a long look at the interesting invalid, and then pop out with the memory of that look fresh in her mind, and get a square sight of me lounging about in sponge-bag trousers, she will draw damaging comparisons? Very true, sir. I propose to clear out early tomorrow morning, and not to reappear until nightfall. It was latish when I got back on the following evening, and it was in excellent spirits that I let myself into the flat as Big Ben began to strike 11. "Home again, Jeeves?" "Yes, sir." "Did Miss Pendlebury call?" "Yes, sir, at about 2 o'clock. "And left?" "At about 6, sir." I didn't like this so much. A 4-hour visit. "And Mrs. Slingsby?" "She arrived shortly after 8 and left at 10, sir." "Ah. Agitated?" "Yes, sir. Particularly when she left. She was very desirous of seeing you, sir. She alluded to you, I'm afraid, in terms suggestive of disapprobation, sir. Feckless idiot was one of the expressions she employed, sir." Feckless idiot? I couldn't make it out. I found Lucius Pym sitting propped up among the pillows, reading his detective story. "Ah, Wooster, my sister wants a word with you. What she wants to talk to you about is this accident of mine. I told her you did it." "What?" "I said it was you who did it in your car. I strongly recommend to you, if you want anything like a pleasant interview tomorrow, to sweeten her a bit overnight." "What do you mean, sweeten her?" "I'd suggest you send her some flowers." End of Side 2. Side 3. The more I thought it over, the better the idea of sending roses looked, so rising next morning at 10:15, I swallowed a strengthening breakfast and legged it off to the flower shop in Piccadilly. It was about noon when I got back to the flat. I went into the sitting-room and tried to adjust the mind to the coming interview. The clock ticked on, but she did not come. To divert the mind, I fetched the old putter out of its bag and began to practice putts into a glass. It was while I was shaping for a rather tricky shot that the front doorbell went. I picked up the glass and shoved the putter behind the settee. "Mr. Slingsby," announced Jeeves. For quite a time there wasn't anything in the way of chit-chat. The shock of expecting Mrs. Slingsby and finding myself confronted by something entirely different seemed to have affected the vocal cords. Slingsby's Superb Soups was a Roman emperor-looking sort of bird, with keen, penetrating eyes and one of those jutting chins. For some reason he appeared to have taken a strong dislike to me at sight. However, I exerted myself to play the host. "Mr. Slingsby, very glad to see you. You will not be for long." I took time off to do a bit of gulping. "Now, sir," said the Superb Super, "to business. I think I need scarcely tell you why I'm here." "No, of course, absolutely. It's about that little matter." "So you consider it a little matter, do you?" "Well, let me tell you, sir, that when I find that during my absence from the country on a trip to New York a man has been annoying my wife with his importunities, I regard it as anything but a little matter." "But I don't know your wife." "Ha! I've never even met her." "You deny you sent her flowers?" "Your card was attached to them by a small pin." His voice died away in a sort of gurgle, and I saw that he was staring at something behind me. I spun round, and there in the doorway stood a female. One glance was enough to tell me who it was. Sister Beatrice. "Alexander," said the female. The Super's worst suspicions had obviously been confirmed. He clenched and unclenched his fingers once or twice. Then he sprang forward, trod on the golf ball I had been practising putting with, and for a moment the air seemed to be full of arms and legs. Then, with a thud, he made a forced landing against the wall. I was in the act of grabbing my hat from the rack in the hall when Jeeves appeared. "I fancied I heard a noise, sir." "Mr. Slingsby practising Russian dances. Better go in and see." "Very good, sir. If he is the wreck I imagine, put him in my room and send for the doctor. I personally, Jeeves," I said, opening the front door and pausing on the threshold, "am off to Paris. Oh, and Jeeves." "Sir?" "Spare no effort to mollify these birds. They think, at least Slingsby female thinks, and what she thinks today he will think tomorrow, that it was I who ran over Mr. Pym in my car. Endeavour during my absence to sweeten them." "Very good, sir." It was a matter of 3 weeks or so before Jeeves sent me the all-clear signal. It was somewhere down in the Sloane Square neighbourhood that I first caught sight of the posters. Pasted on a blank wall and measuring about 100 feet each way, Slingsby's Superb Soups, and at the bottom, Succulent and Strengthening, and in between, me, a reproduction of the Pendlebury portrait. Of all the absolutely foul sights I have ever seen, this took the biscuit with ridiculous ease. I saw now what Jeeves had meant when he said that the portrait had given me a hungry look. There I sat absolutely slavering through a monocle about 6 inches in circumference at a plateful of soup. I woke from a species of trance or coma to find myself at the door of the block of flats. Jeeves came shimmering down the hall. "I am glad to see you back, sir." "Never mind about that. What about the posters, sir?" "Striking, sir?" "Very striking. Now, perhaps you'll kindly explain—" "You instructed me, if you recollect, sir, to spare no effort to mollify Mr. Slingsby." "Yes, but it proved a somewhat difficult task, sir. For some time Mr. Slingsby, on the advice and owing to the persuasion of Mrs. Slingsby, appeared to be resolved to institute an action in law against you." "Yes, but—" "And then, the first day he was able to leave his bed, he observed the portrait, and it seemed to me judicious to point out to him its possibilities as an advertising medium. He readily entered into negotiations with Miss Pendlebury for the purchase of the copyright." "Oh. Well, I hope she's got something out of it, at any rate." "Yes, sir. Mr. Pym, acting as Miss Pendlebury's agent, drove, I understand, an extremely satisfactory bargain." "He acted as her agent, eh?" "Yes, sir. In his capacity as fiancé to the young lady, sir." "Fiancé?" "Yes, sir." It shows how the sight of that poster had got into my ribs when I state that instead of being laid out cold by this announcement, I merely said, "Ha!" or "Ho!" or it may have been, "Hmm." After that poster, Jeeves, nothing seems to matter. "No, sir." "No, Jeeves. A woman has tossed my heart lightly away, but what of it?" "Exactly, sir. But what does matter is this ghastly business of my face being spread from end to end of the metropolis with the eyes fixed on a plate of Slingsby's superb soup. I must leave London. The lads at the drones will kid me without ceasing." "Yes, sir. And Mrs. Spencer Gregson—" I paled visibly. "You don't mean to say she's been ringing up?" "Several times daily, sir." "Jeeves, flight is the only resource." "Yes, sir." "Back to Paris, what?" "I should not recommend the move, sir. The posters are, I understand, shortly to appear in that city also, advertising the Brillant Suprême." "Then where?" "I might make a suggestion, sir. Why not adhere to your original intention of cruising in Mrs. Travers's yacht in the Mediterranean?" "But the yacht started weeks ago." "No, sir. The cruise was postponed for a month, owing to the illness of Mrs. Travers's chef. The yacht sails from Southampton on Tuesday next." There's a ghastly moment in the year, generally about the beginning of August, when Jeeves insists on taking a holiday. This moment had now arrived, and we were discussing what was to be done with the young master. "Jeeves, was that the front door-bell ringing?" "Yes, sir." Jeeves oozed off, to return a moment later bearing a telegram. "Amazing how often things happen as if on a cue, Jeeves. This is from my Aunt Dahlia, inviting me down to her place in Worcestershire." "Most satisfactory, sir." "Yes, and an almost total shortage of blasted kids. True, there is her son Bonzo, who, I take it, will be home for the holidays, but I don't mind Bonzo." I think I've mentioned that my Aunt Dahlia stands alone in the grim regiment of my aunts as a real good sort. It was accordingly with unalloyed lightness of heart that I edged the two-seater into the garage at Brinkley Court, Worcester, and strolled round to the house to report arrival. I had just got across the lawn when a head poked itself out of the smoking-room window. "Ah, Mr. Wooster! Ha ha!" "Ho-ho!" I replied. I perceived the head belonged to a rather moth-eaten septuagenarian of the name of Anstruther, an old friend of Aunt Dahlia's late father. "Just arrived?" "This minute." "I fancy you will find our good hostess in the drawing-room." "Right." Aunt Dahlia was in the drawing-room, and welcomed me with gratifying enthusiasm. "Hello, Ugly," she said. "Thank heaven you were able to come. Always a pleasure to enjoy your hosp, Aunt Dahlia. I see you've got Mr. Anstruther staying here. Anybody else?" "Do you know Lord Snettisham? He's here. And Lady Snettisham. And Bonzo, of course." "Yes, and Thomas." "Uncle Thomas?" "No, he's in Scotland, your cousin Thomas." "You don't mean Aunt Agatha's loathly son?" "Of course I do. Agatha's gone to Homburg." "But Aunt Dahlia, he is England's premier fiend in human shape." "That's what I've always gathered from the form book, but just now, curse him, he's behaving like something out of a Sunday school story. You see, poor old Mr. Anstruther's very frail these days, and when he found he was in a house containing 2 small boys, he acted promptly. He offered a prize of £5 to whichever behaved best during his stay. The consequence is that ever since, Thomas has had large white wings sprouting out of his shoulders." But isn't that all to the good? No, it's not. The thing stirred Jane Snettisham's sporting blood to such an extent that she insisted on having a bet on the result. Ah, she's betting on Thos, is she? Yes, and naturally, knowing him, I thought the thing was in the bag. Of course. But there's dirty work afoot, Bertie. When I booked this bet, I reckoned without the hideous blackness of the Snettisham souls. Only yesterday it came to my knowledge that Jack Snettisham had been urging Bonzo to climb on the roof and boo down Mr. Anstruther's chimney. No. Yes. Mercifully, though, Bonzo is in love at the moment, and has quite altered his nature. In love? Who with? Lillian Gish. We had an old film of hers at the Bijou Dream in the village a week ago, and Bonzo saw her for the first time. Ever since, he's been trying to lead a finer, better life. That's good. Yes, but now it's my turn. If this good conduct contest is to be run on rough lines, I can do my bit as well as anyone. Lot of money involved? Much more than mere money. I betted my cook Anatole against Jane Snettisham's kitchen maid. Great Scott! Uncle Thomas will have something to say if he comes back and finds Anatole gone, and won't he say it? Pretty long odds you gave her, didn't you? I mean, Anatole is famed far and wide as a hash-slinger without peer. Well, Jane Snettisham's kitchen maid is not to be sneezed at. Anyway, if the opposition are going to place temptations in Bonzo's path, they shall jolly well be placed in Thomas's path too. So ring for Jeeves and let him get his brain working. But I haven't brought Jeeves. He's down at Bognor for the shrimping. Then send for him at once. Jeeves isn't the only one with brains, I said, coldly. I was brooding pretty tensely as I left the presence. It was my intention to show Aunt Dahlia how greatly she had underestimated me. To let you see the sort of fellow I really am, I got a ripe, excellent idea before I'd gone halfway down the corridor. The great thing on these occasions, as Jeeves will tell you, is to get a toe-hold on the psychology of the individual. Now, I had been studying young Thos for years, and I knew his psychology from caviar to nuts. He is one of those kids who never let the sun go down on their wrath. So now it seemed to me that a few well-chosen taunts must infallibly induce in this Thos a frame of mind which would lead to his working some sensational violence upon me. The one point that seemed to me to want a spot of clearing up was this, viz., would old Mr. Anstruther consider an outrage perpetrated on the person of Bertram Wooster a crime sufficiently black to cause him to rule Thos out of the race? I decided to have a word with the old boy. He was still in the smoking room. I got to the point at once. Oh, Mr. Anstruther. What-ho? About this good conduct prize of yours. Ah, you've heard of that, eh? I don't quite understand how you're doing the judging. No, it's very simple. I had a system of daily marks. At the beginning of each day I accord the two lads 20 marks apiece. These are subject to withdrawal, either in small or large quantities, according to the magnitude of the offence. Before retiring to rest at night, I record the day's marks in my little book. Simple, but I think ingenious, Mr. Wooster. Absolutely. So far the result has been extremely gratifying. Neither of the little fellows has lost a single mark. I see, I said. Suppose one of them did something to me. Set a booby-trap or something. He seemed shocked. I would certainly in such circumstances deprive the culprit of a full 10 marks. Only 10? Or 15, then. 20's a nice round number. Well, possibly even 20. I hadn't been hunting long before I found Thos in the summer-house reading an improving book. "Hello," he said, smiling a saint-like smile. This scourge of humanity was a chunky kid whom a too indulgent public had allowed to infest the country for a matter of 14 years. "Well, young Thos, so there you are. You're getting as fat as a pig." It seemed as good an opening as any other. "Yes, I think I have been putting on a little weight. Won't you sit down, Bertie?" he asked, rising. "You must be tired after your journey. Have you cigarettes and matches? I could bring you some from the smoking room. Would you like me to fetch you something to drink?" It is not too much to say that I felt baffled. However, I stuck at it. "You still at that rotten kids' school of yours? I left this term. I'm going to Pevenhurst next term. They wear mortarboards there, don't they? With pink tassels." "Yes." "What a priceless ass you'll look." "I expect I shall." I gave the thing up. A couple of days later I realized that the virus had gone even deeper than I had thought. It was old Mr. Anstruther who sprang the bad news. "Oh, Mr. Wooster, you were good enough to express an interest in this little prize for good conduct which I'm offering." "Oh, I explained to you my system of marking, I believe. Well, this morning I was impelled to vary it somewhat. I happened to encounter our hostess's nephew, the boy Thomas, returning to the house. I inquired of him where he had been at that early hour. It was not yet breakfast time, and he replied that he had heard you mention overnight a regret that you had omitted to order the Sporting Times to be sent to you before leaving London, and he had actually walked all the way to the railway station, a distance of more than 3 miles, to procure it for you. What? So genuinely touched was I by the goodness of heart which the episode showed, that I have deviated from my original system and awarded the little fellow a bonus of 15 marks. 15? On second thoughts, I shall make it 20. That, as you yourself suggested, is a nice round number. I bounded off to find Aunt Dahlia.
Aunt Dahlia, matters have taken a sinister turn.
You bet your Sunday spats they have. That crook Snettisham offered Bonzo 10 shillings if he would burst a paper bag behind Mr. Anstruther's chair at breakfast. Thank heaven the love of a good woman triumphed again.
We're up against worse than that, Aunt Dahlia, and I told her what had happened. She was stunned. Aunt Dahlia, I must confess it, I am baffled. There is only one thing to do. We must send for Jeeves. There is good stuff in Jeeves. Many men in his position, summoned back by telegram in the middle of their annual vacation, might have cut up rough a bit, but not Jeeves. On the following afternoon in he blew, looking bronzed and fit, and I gave him the scenario without delay. So there you have it, Jeeves. The problem is one that will exercise your intelligence to the utmost. Rest now, and tonight, thank you very much, sir, but I have already hit upon a plan which should, I fancy, prove effective. I gazed at the man. Well, spring it, Jeeves, but I have not much hope. It occurred to me, sir, that the most judicious plan in the circumstances would be for you to request Mrs. Travers to invite Master Sebastian Moon here for a short visit. What earthly good would that do? He has golden curls, sir. The strongest natures are sometimes not proof against long, golden curls. Well, it was a thought, of course. You must remember that Master Moon, apart from his curls, has a personality which is not uniformly pleasing, sir. I'd had a feeling all along that there was a flaw somewhere, and now it seemed to me that I had spotted it. But, Jeeves, granted that little Sebastian is the pot of poison you indicate, why won't he act just as forcibly on young Bonzo as on Thos? I do not anticipate any such contingency, sir. Master Travers is in love. I might say that the spectacle of little Sebastian when he arrived 2 days later did much to remove pessimism from my outlook. If ever there was a kid whose whole appearance seemed to call aloud to any right-minded boy to lure him into a quiet spot and inflict violence upon him, that kid was undeniably Sebastian Moon. I marked young Thos's demeanour closely at the moment of their meeting. True, his manner as he shook hands was guarded. Only a keen observer could have detected that he was stirred to his depths. I summoned Jeeves forthwith. Jeeves, if I appeared to think poorly of that scheme of yours, I now withdraw my remarks. I was noticing Thos at the moment of impact. His eyes had a strange gleam. Indeed, sir? Yes, Jeeves. Tomorrow I shall ask Aunt Dahlia to take the 2 warts for a country ramble, to lose them in some sequestered spot, and to leave the rest to nature. It's a good idea, sir. It is more than a good idea, Jeeves, I said. It is a pip. You know, the older I get, the more firmly do I become convinced that there is no such thing as a pip in existence. If anyone had told me that my cousin Thos, left alone for an extended period of time with a kid of the superlative foulness of Sebastian Moon, would not only refrain from cutting off his curls with a pocket-knife and chasing him across country into a muddy pond, but would actually return home carrying the gruesome kid on his back because he had got a blister on his foot, I would have laughed scornfully. And yet in the quiet evenfall, when the little birds were singing their sweetest, I was chatting with old Mr. Anstruther on the terrace when suddenly, round a bend in the drive, the 2 kids hove into view. Sebastian, seated on Thos's back, his hat off, and his golden curls floating on the breeze, was singing as much as he could remember of a comic song. Thos parked the kid on the front steps and came across to us. Sebastian got a nail in his shoe, so I gave him a piggyback. I heard old Mr. Anstruther draw in his breath sharply. But was he not very heavy? He was a little, sir, but it would have hurt him awfully to walk.
I pushed off and found Jeeves in my bedroom, messing about with ties and things. He pursed the lips a bit. "I believe I have ascertained the true reason for his change of heart, sir. The young gentleman confided in me during a brief conversation in the hall shortly after luncheon. We had been speaking for a while on neutral subjects, and he suddenly turned a deeper shade of pink, and after some slight hesitation inquired of me if I did not think Miss Greta Garbo the most beautiful woman at present in existence." "Jeeves, don't tell me Thos is in love with Greta Garbo." "Yes, sir. This is the end, Jeeves." For the next few days, I'm bound to admit, I found myself, in spite of every effort, registering gloom pretty consistently. For as if to make things tougher than they might have been, Anatole at this juncture suddenly developed a cooking streak which put all his previous efforts in the shade. Night after night we sat at the dinner table, the food melting in our mouths, and all the time Mr. Anstruther's visit drawing to a close. And then, on the very last afternoon of his stay, the thing happened. It was one of those warm, drowsy, peaceful afternoons. I was up in my bedroom getting off a spot of correspondence, and from where I sat I looked down on the shady lawn. In a garden chair sat old Mr. Anstruther. The only blot on the landscape was Lady Snettisham, walking among the flower beds. And so for a time everything carried on. Then there was a tap at the door, and Jeeves entered, bringing the second post. "Well, Jeeves?" "Sir?" "Mr. Anstruther leaves tomorrow." "Yes, sir." I gazed down at the sleeping septuagenarian. In my young days, Jeeves, however much I might have been in love, I could never have resisted the spectacle of an old gentleman asleep like that in a deck chair. I would have done something to him, no matter what the cost. But the modern boy is degenerate. I suppose Thos is indoors on this lovely afternoon, showing Sebastian his stamp album or something. I fancy Master Thomas and Master Sebastian are playing in the stable-yard, sir. I encountered Master Sebastian not long back, and he informed me he was on his way thither. At that point, from some place to the southwest, out of my line of vision, there had proceeded a piercing squeal. It cut through the air like a knife, and old Mr. Anstruther leapt up. The next moment little Sebastian appeared, going well, and followed at a short interval by Thos. In spite of the fact that he was hampered in his movements by a large stable bucket, which he bore in his right hand, Thos was running a great race. He had almost come up with Sebastian when the latter, with great presence of mind, dodged behind Mr. Anstruther, and there for a moment the matter rested. But only for a moment. Thos, for some reason plainly stirred to the depths of his being, moved adroitly to one side, and poising the bucket for an instant, discharged its contents. And Mr. Anstruther, who had just moved to the same side, received, as far as I could gather from a distance, the entire consignment. Jeeves! Yes, indeed, sir. Things were hotting up nicely. Old Mr. Anstruther may have been frail, but he undoubtedly had his moments. There was a stick lying beside the chair, and with this in hand he went into action like a 2-year-old. A moment later he and Thos had passed out of the picture round the side of the house. The tumult and the shouting died, and after gazing for a while with considerable satisfaction at the Snettisham, who was standing there with a sandbagged look, watching her nominee pass right out of the betting, I turned to Jeeves. "You see, Jeeves, I told you Thos could not resist those curls." "I do not fancy it was the curls that caused the upheaval, sir. I think Master Sebastian had been speaking disparagingly of Miss Garbo." "Eh? Why would he do that?" "I suggested that he should do so, sir. It was a move which he was very willing to take, as he informed me that in his opinion Miss Garbo was definitely inferior both in beauty and talent to Miss Clara Bow, for whom he has long nourished a deep regard." I sank into a chair. "Jeeves, once more I must pay you a marked tribute." "Thank you very much, sir. Would you be requiring my services any further?" "You mean you wish to return to Bognor and its shrimps? Do so, and stay there another fortnight if you wish. I am sorry for the shrimp that tries to pit its feeble cunning against you, Jeeves." In the autumn of the year in which Yorkshire Pudding won the Manchester November Handicap, the fortunes of my old pal Richard Bingo Little seemed to have reached their... what's the word I want? He ate well, slept well, was happily married, and his Uncle Wilberforce, having at last handed in his dinner pail, had come into possession of a large income and a fine old place in the country, about 30 miles from Norwich. Buzzing down there for a brief visit, I came away convinced that if ever a bird was sitting on top of the world, that bird was Bingo. I had to come away because the family were shooting me off to Harrogate to chaperone my Uncle George, whose liver had been giving him the elbow again. But as we sat pushing down the morning meal on the day of my departure, I readily agreed to play a return date as soon as ever I could. "Come in time for the Lakenham races," urged young Bingo. "We're going to motor over with a luncheon basket and more or less revel." I was just about to say that I would make a point of it, when Mrs. Bingo, who was opening letters behind the coffee apparatus, suddenly uttered a pleased yowl. "Oh, sweetie lambkin!" Mrs. B, if you remember, before her marriage, was the celebrated female novelist Rosie M. Banks, and it is in some such ghastly fashion that she habitually addresses the other half of the sketch. "Laura Pike wants to come here." "Who?" "You must have heard me speak of Laura Pike. She was my dearest friend at school. She wants us to put her up for a week or two." "Righto, bung her in. Any pal of yours—" "Oh, darling," said Mrs. Bingo, blowing him a kiss. "Angel," said Bingo, going on with the sausages. All very charming. And yet, if I had only known what I had been listening to that a.m. was the first faint rumble of the coming storm. I managed to give Uncle George a miss at a fairly early date, and leaving him wallowing in the waters, sent a wire to the Bingos announcing my return. It was a longish drive, and I fetched up at my destination only just in time to dress for dinner. I'd done a quick dash into the soup and fish, and was feeling pretty good at the prospect of a cocktail and the well-cooked, when the door opened, and Bingo appeared. "Hello, Bertie." "Ah, Jeeves." He spoke in one of those toneless voices. "Anything up, Bingo? You sickening for some sort of plague?" "I've got it." "How do you mean?" "She's on the premises now," said Bingo, and laughed in an unpleasant, hacking manner as if he were missing on one tonsil. "You seem to me, old egg, to speak in riddles." "I'm talking about the Pike." "What Pike?" "Laura Pike." "Oh, the old school chum. Is she still here?" "Yes, looks like staying forever. Rosie's absolutely potty about her. The glamour of the old days still persists, eh? I should say it does. The business of schoolgirl friendships beats me. I can't understand it. Men aren't like that. You and I were at school together, Bertie, but my gosh, I don't treat your lightest utterance as a pearl of wisdom. Why not? Yet Rosie does this with Pike. You want to see what was once a first-class Garden of Eden becoming utterly ruined as a desirable residence by the machinations of a serpent? Take a look round this place. Why, what's the trouble? Laura Pike is a food crank. She says we all eat too much and eat it too quickly, and anyway ought not to be eating it at all, but living on parsnips and similar muck. The result is that the cuisine of this house has been shot to pieces. At this point, the gong went. Well, the dinner wasn't absolutely vegetarian, but when you'd said that, you'd said everything. It was sparse, meagre, not at all the jolly, chunky repast for which the old Tum was standing up and clamouring. And what there was of it was turned to ashes in the mouth by the conversation of Miss Laura Pike. She was really rather a good-looking girl, but had she been a thing of radiant beauty, she could never have clicked with Bertram Wooster. During dinner she talked all the time, and it did not take me long to see why the iron had entered into Bingo's soul. Practically all she said was about food, and Bingo's tendency to shovel it down in excessive quantities. She spoke freely of proteins, carbohydrates, and the physiological requirements of the average individual. She was not a girl who believed in mincing her words, and a racy little anecdote she told about a man who refused to eat prunes had the effect of causing me to be a non-starter for the last 2 courses. "Jeeves," I said, on reaching the sleeping chamber that night, "I don't like the look of things." "No, sir?" "No, Jeeves, I do not. Things are worse than I thought they were. Mr. Little's remarks before dinner may have given you the impression that the Pike merely lectured on food reform in a general sort of way. Such I now find is not the case. By way of illustrating her theme, she points to Mr. Little as the awful example. She criticises him, Jeeves." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, openly. And the sinister thing is that Mrs. Bingo approves. Are wives often like that?" "They are generally open to suggestion from the outside public with regard to the improvement of their husbands, sir." "That is why married men are won, what?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know what I think, Jeeves?" "No, sir." "I think Mr. Little doesn't realize the full extent of the peril which threatens his domestic happiness. I'm beginning to understand this business of matrimony. It's like this. Take a couple of birds. These birds get married, and for a while all is gas and gaiters. Then gradually, by degrees, disillusionment sets in. Usually it is all right, because disillusionment comes gradually. But in the case of young Bingo, owing to the indecent outspokenness of the Pike, it's coming in a rush. The danger is that after a bit more of this, Mrs. Little will decide that tinkering is of no use, and the only thing for it is to scrap Bingo and get a newer model. Something must be done, Jeeves. Unless you can find some way of getting this Pike out of the woodwork, the Holmes number is up. How do you propose to set about it? I fear I have nothing to suggest. Come, Jeeves. Possibly after I have seen the lady. Well, I don't know how you're going to do it. After all, I mean, you can hardly cluster round the dinner table and drink in the Pike's small talk. There is that difficulty, sir. Your best chance, it seems to me, will be when we go to the Lakenham races on Thursday. We shall feed out of a luncheon basket in God's air, and there's nothing to stop you hanging about and passing the sandwiches. Very good, sir. The morning of the Lakenham races dawned bright and juicy. It was one of those days you sometimes get latish in the autumn when there's a bracing tang in the air. Personally, I wasn't any too keen on the bracing tang. It made me feel so exceptionally fit that almost immediately after breakfast I found myself beginning to wonder what there would be for lunch. I fear the worst, Jeeves. I think it will be best if you add a bit for the young master to your personal packet of sandwiches. Very good, sir. At this point, young Bingo came up. I hadn't seen him look so jaunty for days. I've just been superintending the packing of the lunch basket, Bertie. I stood over the butler and saw that there was no nonsense. There's ham sandwiches and tongue sandwiches and potted meat sandwiches and hard-boiled eggs and lobster and a cold chicken and sardines and a cake and a couple of bottles of Bollinger and some old brandy. It has the right ring, and if we want a bite to eat after that, of course we can go to the pub. What pub? There's not a pub for miles. That's why I was so particularly careful that there should be no funny work about the basket. In ordinary circs, I can't say I should have been any too braced at the news that we were going to split up for the journey in the following order. Bingo and Mrs. Bingo in their car, and the Pike in mine, with Jeeves sitting behind in the dicky. But things being as they were, the arrangement had its points. It meant that Jeeves would be able to study the back of her head and draw his deductions, while I could engage her in conversation. I started directly we had rolled off, and all through the journey until we fetched up at the course she gave of her best. It was with considerable satisfaction that I parked the car beside a tree and hopped out. "You were listening, Jeeves?" I said, gravely. "Yes, sir." "A tough baby?" "Undeniably, sir." Bingo and Mrs. Bingo came up. "The first race won't be for half an hour," said Bingo. "We'd better lunch now. Fish the basket out, Jeeves, would you mind?" "Sir?" "The luncheon basket," said Bingo. "The basket is not in Mr. Wooster's car, sir." "What? I assumed that you were bringing it in your own car, sir." I have never seen the sunshine fade out of anybody's face as quickly as it did out of Bingo's. "Rosie." "Yes, sweetie pie?" "The luncheon basket. It's been left behind." "Oh, has it?" said Mrs. Bingo. I confess she had never fallen lower in my estimation. The Pike, for her part, touched an even lower level. "It's just as well," she said. "Luncheon is a meal better omitted. If taken, it should consist merely of a few muscatels, bananas, and grated carrots. It is a well-known fact," she went on to speak at some length of the gastric juices in a vein far from suited to any gathering at which gentlemen were present. I perceived Jeeves withdrawing in a meaning manner, and I followed him, hoping for the best. My trust was not misplaced. He had brought enough sandwiches for two, in fact, enough for three. I whistled to Bingo, and he came slinking up, and we restored the tissues in a makeshift sort of way behind a hedge. Then Bingo went off to interview bookies about the first race, and Jeeves gave a cough. "Swallowed a crumb the wrong way?" I said. "No, sir, I thank you. It is merely that I desired to express a hope that I had not been guilty of taking a liberty, sir." "How?" "In removing the luncheon basket from the car before we started, sir." I quivered like an aspen. "You, Jeeves? You mean to tell me—" "Yes, sir. It seemed to me the most judicious course to pursue. It would not have been prudent, in my opinion, to have allowed Mrs. Little, in her present frame of mind, to witness Mr. Little eating a meal on the scale which he outlined in his remarks this morning." I saw his point. "True, Jeeves," I said, thoughtfully. "And there is another aspect to the matter, sir." "What's that?" "A day spent without nourishment in the keen autumnal air may induce in Mrs. Little a frame of mind not altogether in sympathy with Miss Pike's view on diet." I shook the head. "Abandon the idea, Jeeves. I fear you have not studied the sex as I have. Missing her lunch means little or nothing to the female of the species. Where you have made your bloomer is in confusing lunch with tea. Hell, it is well known, has no fury like a woman who wants her tea. If you could somehow arrange for Mrs. Little to miss her tea, but these are idle dreams, Jeeves. By tea-time she will be back at the old home. Well, the long day wore on, so to speak, and it was a relief when, as the shades of evening were beginning to fall, Mrs. Bingo announced her intention of calling it a day and shifting. Would you mind very much missing the last race, Mr. Wooster? I am all for it. Laura and I thought we would go home. I feel I should like an early cup of tea. Bingo says he will stay on, so I thought you could drive our car, and he would follow later in yours with... Righto. I sent Jeeves to fetch the car, and presently we were bowling off in good shape. The short afternoon had turned into a rather chilly, misty sort of evening. I put the foot firmly on the accelerator. Turning eastwards off the main road, I had to go a bit slower, for we'd struck a wildish stretch of country where the going wasn't so good. But I bunged the old foot down on the accelerator and tried to send the needle up to 60. Instead of which, if you follow my drift, the bally thing flickered for a moment to 35 and then gave the business up. Quite suddenly and unexpectedly, the car let out a faint gurgle like a sick moose and stopped in its tracks. And there we were, somewhere in Norfolk, with darkness coming on, a cold wind that smelled of guano and dead mangel-wurzels playing searchingly about the spinal column. The back seat drivers gave tongue. "What's the matter? What are you stopping for?" I explained. "I'm not stopping. It's the car." "Why has the car stopped?" "Ah, there you have me. You see, I'm one of those birds who drive a lot, but don't know the first thing about the works. I explained as much to the fair cargo and received in return a cha from the pike that nearly lifted the top of my head off. "Perhaps I can find out what the trouble is," she said. "I understand cars." She got out and began peering into the thing's vitals. After fiddling with the engine for a while in a discontented sort of way, the female was suddenly struck with an idea. She tested it, and it was proved correct. There was not a drop of petrol in the tank. "But Bingo told me he was going to fill the tank this morning," said Mrs. Bingo. "I suppose he forgot," said the pike. "He would." "What do you mean by that?" said Mrs. Bingo, and I noted in her voice a touch of "what is it?" "I mean, he's just the sort of man who would forget to fill the tank." "I should be very much obliged, Laura," said Mrs. Bingo, "if you would refrain from criticising my husband." "Cha!" "And don't say cha," said Mrs. Bingo. "I shall say whatever I please. Ladies, ladies," I said, "ladies, ladies, ladies." It was rash. The pike turned on me like a wounded leopardess. "Well, aren't you proposing to do anything, Mr. Wooster?" "What could I do?" "There's a house over there. I should have thought that it would be well within even your powers to go and borrow a tin of petrol." I looked. There was a house. I honked with the most gratifying results. Almost immediately a human form appeared in the window. Stimulated and encouraged, I hastened to the front door and gave it a breezy bang. The first bang produced no result. I had just lifted the knocker for the encore when it was wrenched out of my hand. The door flew open, and there was a bloke with spectacles on his face, and all round the spectacles an expression of strained anguish. "Was that you making that infernal noise?" Yes, I did, Toot." "Toot once more, just once, and I'll shred you up into little bits with my bare hands. My wife's gone out for the evening, and after hours of ceaseless toil I've at last managed to get the baby to sleep, and you come along making that hideous din with your damned horn." What I want is petrol. What you'll get is a thick ear." And closing the door with the delicate caution of one brushing flies off a sleeping Venus, he passed out of my life. Women as a sex are always apt to be a trifle down on the defeated warrior. I did my best to smooth matters over, but you know how it is. Things got so noticeably unpleasant, in fact, that after a while, mumbling something about getting help, I sidled off down the road. And by Jove, I hadn't gone half a mile before I saw lights in the distance, and there, in the middle of this forsaken desert, was a car. "Hi!" I shouted. "I say!" The car reached me and slowed up. "Is that you, Bertie?" "Hello, Bingo!" I say. "Bingo, we've broken down." Bingo hopped out. "Give us 5 minutes, Jeeves," he said, "and then drive slowly on." "Very good, sir." Bingo joined me. "We aren't going to walk, are we?" "Yes, walk," said Bingo, and warily. "Bertie, how were things when you left? Hotting up?" "A trifle." I related what had occurred. "Bertie, you are present at a crisis in your old friend's life. It may be that this vigil in a broken-down car will cause Rosie to see what you'd have thought she ought to have seen years ago, viz. that the pike is entirely unfit for human consumption. Hark!" He grabbed my arm, and we paused. From down the road came the sound of voices, and a mere instant was enough to tell us that it was Mrs. Bingo and the Pike talking things over. I had never listened in on a real, genuine female row before, and I'm bound to say it was pretty impressive. However, it was when the Pike had begun to say that she had never had such a hearty laugh in her life as when she read the scene in Mrs. Bingo's last novel where the heroine's little boy dies of croup that we felt it best to call the meeting to order. Jeeves had come up in the car, and Bingo, removing a tin of petrol from the dicky, placed it in the shadows at the side of the road. Then we hopped on and made the spectacular entry. "Hello, hello, hello," said Bingo brightly. "Bertie tells me you've had a breakdown." "Oh, Bingo," cried Mrs. Bingo, "thank goodness you've come." "Now, perhaps," said the Pike, "I can get home and do my packing. If Mr. Wooster will allow me to use his car, his man can drive me back to the house in time to catch the 6:15. She climbed in beside Jeeves, and before I knew it, they'd popped off. "I must say, sweetie pie," Mrs. Bingo said, "it was a little careless of you to leave the tank almost empty. You promised me you would fill it, darling." "But I did fill it, darling." "Darling, it's empty. Laura said it was." "The woman's an ass. There's plenty of petrol. What's wrong is probably that the sprockets aren't running true with the differential gear. It happens that way sometimes. I'll fix it in a second. But I don't want you to sit freezing out here while I'm doing it. Why not go to that house over there? They might give you a cup of tea." A soft moan escaped Mrs. Bingo. I had to bust Bingo's daydream. "Sorry, old man, but I fear the old English hospitality is off. That house is inhabited by a sort of bandit. His wife's out, and he's just got the baby to sleep." "Nonsense," said Bingo. "Come along." He banged the knocker and produced an immediate reaction. "Hell," said the bandit, appearing as if out of a trap. "I say," said young Bingo, "I'm just fixing our car outside. Would you object to my wife coming in out of the cold for a few minutes?" "Yes," said the bandit, "I would." "And you might give her a cup of tea." "I might, but I won't." "You would see a woman starve?" "Yes." "Well, you jolly well aren't going to. Unless you go straight to your kitchen, put the kettle on and start slicing bread for the buttered toast, I'll yell and wake the baby." The bandit turned ashen. He turned to Mrs. Bingo. "Do your shoes squeak?" "No." "Then come in." "Thank you," said Mrs. Bingo. She turned for an instant to Bingo, and there was a look in her eyes that one of those damsels in distress might have given the knight who shot his cuffs and turned away from the dead dragon. "Come along, Bertie. Let's go to that car." Bingo was silent till he had fetched the tin of petrol and filled the tank and screwed the cap on again. Then he drew a deep breath. "Bertie, I'm ashamed to admit it, but occasionally in the course of a lengthy acquaintance there have been moments when I have temporarily lost faith in Jeeves." "My dear chap, I shall never say it again. It was his idea, Bertie, that if a couple of women headed for tea suddenly found the cup snatched from their lips, they would turn and rend one another. But dash it, Jeeves couldn't have known that the car would break down. On the contrary, he let all the petrol out of the tank when you sent him to fetch the machine, all except just enough to carry it well into the wilds beyond the reach of human aid. I tell you, Bertie, Jeeves stands alone." End of Side 3. Side 4. Consider the facts. I mean to say, for years, right back to the time when I first went to school, my bulging relative Uncle George has been one of the recognised eyesores of London. He's what they call a prominent London clubman. He spends his time lunching and dining at the Buffers and talking to anyone who will listen about the lining of his stomach. The last bloke in the world, in short, who you would think would ever fall a victim to the divine pash. This old pestilence blew in on me one morning at about the hour of the after-breakfast cigarette. "Oh, Bertie." "Hello?" "You know those ties you've been wearing? Where did you get them?" "Blucher's, in the Burlington Arcade." "Thanks." He walked across to the mirror and stood in front of it, gazing at himself. "I'm not so old. What a young and inexperienced girl needs is a man of weight and years to lean on." It was at this point that I saw all. "Great Scott, Uncle George! You aren't thinking of getting married?" "Yes, confound you, I am thinking of getting married, and if Agatha comes sticking her oar in, I shall know what to do about it." He exited on the big line, and I rang the bell for Jeeves. "Jeeves?" "Sir?" "Do you know what my Uncle George is thinking of doing?" "Contracting a matrimonial alliance, sir." "Good Lord, did he tell you?" "No, sir. Oddly enough, I chanced to be acquainted with the other party in the matter." "The girl?" "The young person, yes, sir. It was from her aunt, with whom she resides, that I received the information." "Who is she?" "Miss Platt, sir. Miss Rhoda Platt, of Wisteria Lodge, Kitchener Road, East Dulwich. Young? Yes, sir. One must remember that it is not unusual to find gentlemen of a certain age yielding to what might be described as a sentimental urge. From something in my Uncle George's manner, Jeeves, as he referred to my Aunt Agatha's probable reception of the news, I gather that this Miss Platt is not of the noblesse. No, sir. She is a waitress at his lordship's club. My God, the proletariat! The lower middle classes, sir. Well, yes, by stretching it a bit, perhaps. The point to be considered now is, what will Aunt Agatha do about this? You know her, Jeeves. She will kick. Very probably, sir. And what's worse, she will lug me into the mess. There is only one thing to be done. Pack the toothbrush and let us escape while we may, leaving no address. Very good, sir. At this moment the bell rang. I sauntered along the passage, whistling carelessly, and there on the mat was Aunt Agatha. "Oh, hello. I wish to speak to you, Bertie. I am greatly upset." She legged it into the sitting-room and vol-planed into a chair. "I've just seen Uncle George," I said. "So have I. He called on me while I was still in bed to inform me of his intention of marrying some impossible girl from South Norwood. East Dulwich, the cognoscente informed me. Well, East Dulwich, then, but who told you?" "Jeeves." "And how, pray, does Jeeves come to know all about it?" "He's met the girl." "Who is she?" "One of the waitresses at the Buffers." The relative let out a screech rather like the Cornish Express going through a junction. "The only thing to do is to offer this girl money. You will undertake the negotiations." I didn't feel any too good as I walked to Kitchener Road, East Dulwich, but the moment when I felt least good was when I had actually pressed the front door-bell, and a rather grubby-looking maid had let me in and shown me down a passage and into a room with pink paper on the walls, a piano in the corner, and a lot of photographs on the mantelpiece. I had moved to the window and was examining the aspidistra when I heard the door open, and turning found myself confronted by something which, since it could hardly be the girl, I took to be the aunt. "Oh, what-ho," I said. "Good morning." The words came out rather roopily, but the room being so small and this exhibit so large, I had got the sensation of wanting air. There are some people who don't seem to be intended to be seen close to, and this aunt was one of them. However, she was a friendly soul. "So, here you are at last," she said. "Eh? But I don't think you better see my niece just yet. She's just having a nap. When you get the influenza, you don't sleep at night." "Miss Platt has influenza, that's what we think it is. But of course you'll all be able to say. But we needn't waste time. Since you're here, you can be taking a look at my knee." "Your knee?" I'm all for knees at their proper time, and, as you might say, in their proper place, but somehow this didn't seem the moment. However, she carried on according to plan. "What do you think of that knee?" she asked, lifting the 7 veils. Well, of course, one has to be polite. "Terrific." "You wouldn't believe how it hurts me sometimes." "Really?" "Sort of shooting pain. Lately I've been having the same pain just here, at the end of the spine. I wish you'd have a look at it." "At your spine?" "Yes." "It can't be done. Knees, yes. Spines, no. Well, you're a funny sort of doctor, I must say." "Doctor? Aren't you a doctor?" "No, not a doctor." The scales had fallen from her eyes. We knew where we were. I had suspected that she was a genial soul. I don't think I have ever heard a woman laugh so heartily. "Well, that's the best thing. But if you aren't the doctor, who are you?" "Wooster's the name. I came to see Miss Platt." "What about?" This was the moment, of course, when I should have come out with the cheque and sprung the big effort, but somehow I couldn't make it. "Oh, just come to see her, you know." I had rather a bright idea. "My uncle heard she was seedy and asked me to look in and make inquiries." "Your uncle?" "Lord Yaxley." "Oh, so you're Lord Yaxley's nephew." "That's right. I suppose he's always popping in and out here, what?" "No, I've never met him. Rhoda talks a lot about him, of course, but for some reason she's never so much as asked him to look in for a cup of tea." I began to see that this Rhoda knew her business. "I suppose you were all very surprised when you heard about it," she said. "Of course, nothing's definitely settled yet." "You don't mean that? I thought—" "Oh, no, she's thinking it over." "I see." Knowing what was waiting for me at home, I would have preferred to have gone to the club, but the thing had to be faced. I explained to Aunt Agatha what had happened. "I've never heard of anything so spineless in my life." The door opened. Jeeves appeared. "Sir?" "Yes, Jeeves?" "I thought you'd called, sir." "No, Jeeves. Very good, sir. Jeeves, I said, this matter of Uncle George. Advise us, and make it snappy. I understand that you've been visiting the young person's home, sir. Yes, just got back. Then you no doubt encountered the young person's aunt. Jeeves, I encountered nothing else but. Then the suggestions I'm about to make will, I feel sure, appeal to you, sir. I would recommend that you confront his lordship with this woman. It has always been her intention to continue residing with her niece after the latter's marriage. Jeeves, you're right. I'll ask her to lunch tomorrow to meet him. That will do, Jeeves, said Aunt Agatha. Very good, madam. For some minutes after he had gone, Aunt Agatha strayed from the point a bit. Then she returned to what you might call the main issue. Bertie, you will go and see this girl again tomorrow, and this time you will do as I told you. But dash it, with this excellent alternative scheme, that is quite enough, Bertie. You heard what I said. Goodbye. She buzzed off. The door had hardly closed before I was shouting for Jeeves. Jeeves, the recent aunt will have none of your excellent alternative schemes, but nonetheless I propose to go through with it unswervingly. Can you get hold of this female and bring her here for lunch tomorrow? Yes, sir. Good. Meanwhile, I will be phoning Uncle George. Uncle George, by himself, is a mouldy enough luncheon companion. Add the aunt, and you have a little gathering which might well dismay the stoutest. The moment I woke, I felt conscious of some impending doom. By the time Jeeves came in with the cocktails, I was feeling pretty low. For 2 pins, Jeeves, I would turn the whole thing up and leg it to the drones. I can readily imagine that this will prove something of an ordeal, sir. How did you get to know these people, Jeeves? It was through a young fellow of my acquaintance, sir, Colonel Mannering Smith's personal gentleman's gentleman. He and the young person had an understanding at the time. But when his lordship began to pay his addresses, the young person, naturally flattered, began to waver between love and ambition. Yet even now she has not formally rescinded the understanding. Then, if your scheme works, and Uncle George edges out, it will do your pal a bit of good. Yes, sir. An unseen hand without tootled on the bell. The binge was on. Mrs. Wilberforce, sir, announced Jeeves. I know him, you know, said the aunt, sailing in and jerking a thumb after Jeeves. Oh, what's that you got there? Cocktails? Martini with a spot of absinthe, I said. She gave a girlish squeal. Don't you try to make me drink that stuff. What they do to the lining of your stomach. If you'd been a barmaid as long as I was, you'd know too. Oh, were you a barmaid? For years, when I was younger than I am. At the Criterion. I dropped the shaker. There, that's through drinking that stuff. I was eyeing her warily. Of course, there must have been thousands of barmaids at the Criterion in its time, but still it gave one a bit of a start. It was years ago that Uncle George's dash at a mésalliance had occurred, long before he came into the title, but the Wooster clan still quivered at the name of the Criterion. When you were at the Cry, I said, did you ever happen to run into a fellow of my name? I've forgotten what it is. I'm always silly about names. Wooster. Worcester! When you were there yesterday, I thought you said Foster. Worcester! Did I run into a fellow named Worcester? Well, why, Georgie Worcester and me, Piggy, I used to call him, were going off to the registrar's, only his family heard of it and interfered. They offered me a lot of money to give him up, and like a silly girl, I let them persuade me. If I've wondered once what became of him, I've wondered 1,000 times. Is he a relation of yours? Excuse me, I just want a word with Jeeves. I legged it for the pantry. Jeeves. Sir? This female, she's Uncle George's barmaid. Sir? Oh, dash it, you must have heard of Uncle George's barmaid. The barmaid he wanted to marry years ago. Ah, yes, sir. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Phone him and say the lunch is off. Scarcely feasible, sir. I fancy that is his lordship at the door now. And so it was. I followed him as he navigated down the passage to the sitting-room. Piggy! Maudie! Well, I never! Well, I'm dashed! I slid away. The last I saw of them, Uncle George was down beside her on the Chesterfield, buzzing hard. Jeeves, I said, tottering into the pantry. Sir, there will only be 2 for lunch. You will find me at the drones. Very good, sir. It was latish in the evening when one of the waiters came to me as I played a distrait game of snooker pool and informed me that Aunt Agatha was on the phone. Bertie? Hello? I was amazed to note that her voice was that of an aunt who feels that things are breaking right. Bertie, have you that cheque I gave you? Yes. Then tear it up. Your uncle has been speaking to me on the telephone. He is not going to marry that girl. Not? No. Apparently he's been thinking it over and sees how unsuitable it would have been. But what is astonishing is that he is going to get married. He is? Yes, to an old friend of his, a Mrs. Wilberforce, a woman of a sensible age, he gave me to understand. I wonder which Wilberforces that would be. There are two main branches of the family, the Essex Wilberforces and the Cumberland Wilberforces. I believe there's also a cadet branch somewhere in Shropshire. And one in East Dulwich. What did you say? Nothing. I hung up, then back to the old flat, feeling a trifle sandbagged. Well, Jeeves, I gather everything is nicely settled? Yes, sir. His lordship formally announced the engagement between the sweet and cheese courses, sir. I eyed the man sternly. I should have thought, Jeeves, that knowing the woman, you might have ascertained that she was Uncle George's barmaid. I did, sir. What? If I might explain, sir, the young man Smethurst, who is greatly attached to the young person, is an intimate friend of mine. He applied to me some little while back in the hope that I might be able to do something to ensure that the young person followed the dictates of her heart. I see. But what about Uncle George? You've landed him pretty nicely in the cart. No, sir, if I might take the liberty of opposing your view. I fancy that Mrs. Wilberforce should make an ideal mate for his lordship. If there was a defect in his lordship's mode of life, it was that he was a little unduly attached to the pleasures of the table, and was also inclined to drink rather more than his medical adviser would have approved of. The future Lady Yaxley will check this. Indeed, I overheard her ladyship saying as much as I brought in the fish. But, Jeeves, sir, she is, as you remarked not long ago, definitely of the people. He looked at me in a reproachful sort of way. Sturdy, lower-middle-class stock, sir. And which of us is going to tell Aunt Agatha that? If I might make the suggestion, sir, I would advise that we omitted to communicate with Mrs. Spencer Gregson in any way. I have your suitcase practically packed. It would be a matter of but a few minutes to bring the car round from the garage. Jeeves, I'm not sure that even now I can altogether see eye to eye with you regarding your recent activities. However, I'll get the car at once. "What ho, Jeeves," I said, entering the room where he waded knee-deep in suitcases and shirts and winter suitings like a sea-beast among rocks. "Packing?" "Yes, sir." "Pack on." And I rather fancy I added the words "Tra-la," for I was in merry mood. Every year, starting about the middle of November, there's a good deal of anxiety and apprehension among owners of the better class of country house throughout England as to who will get Bertram Wooster's patronage for Christmas holidays. This year, however, I had decided early. It couldn't have been later than Nov 10, when a sigh of relief went up from a dozen stately homes as it became known that the short straw had been drawn by Sir Reginald Witherspoon, Bart of Bleaching Court, Upper Bleaching, Hants. In coming to the decision to give this Witherspoon my custom, I had been actuated by several reasons, not counting the fact that, having married Aunt Dahlia's husband's younger sister Catherine, he is by way of being a sort of uncle of mine. In the first place, the Bart does one extraordinarily well, both browsing and sluicing being above criticism. Then, again, his stables always contain something worth riding. And thirdly, there is no danger of getting lugged into a party of amateur waits and having to tramp the countryside in the rain singing When Shepherds Watch Their Flocks by Night. All of these things counted with me. But what really drew me into Bleaching Court like a magnet was the knowledge that young Tuppy Glossop would be among those present. "You are bearing in mind, Jeeves," I said, "the fact that Mr. Glossop will be at Bleaching, and consequently are not forgetting to put in the giant squirt?" "No, sir." "Nor the luminous rabbit?" "No, sir." "Good. I'm rather pinning my faith on the luminous rabbit." I would have spoken further on this subject, but just then the front doorbell buzzed. "I'll answer it," I said. It was a telegraph boy with telegram. I opened it, read it, and carried it back to the bedroom. "Jeeves, a rummy communication has arrived. From Mr. Glossop." "Indeed, sir." "I will read it to you. When you come tomorrow, bring my football boots. Also, if humanly possible, Irish water spaniel. Urgent. Regards, Tuppy." "What is an Irish water spaniel, Jeeves?" "A water spaniel of a variety bred in Ireland, sir." "You think so?" "Yes, sir." The front doorbell buzzed again. "A busy morning, Jeeves." "Yes, sir." "All right. I'll go." This time it was Aunt Dahlia. She charged in. "I've come about that young hound Glossop." "It's quite all right, Aunt Dahlia. I have the situation well in hand.
"I've had a most disturbing letter from Catherine. Of course, I haven't breathed a word to Angela. She'd hit the ceiling."
This Angela is Aunt Dahlia's daughter. She and young Tuppy are generally supposed to be more or less engaged. Why would Angela hit the ceiling?
"Well, wouldn't you if you were practically engaged to a fiend in human shape, and somebody told you he'd gone off to the country and was flirting with the dog girl?" "With the what?" "A dog girl. One of these dashed open-air flappers in thick boots and tailor-made tweeds. Her name is Dalgleish, old Colonel Dalglish's daughter. They live near Bleaching."
I saw a gleam of daylight. Then that must be what his telegram was about. He's just wired asking me to bring down an Irish water spaniel. A Christmas present for this girl, no doubt. Probably. Catherine tells me he seems to be infatuated with her. I became soothing. Well, there's probably nothing in it.
"You think so? Eh? Remember the trouble we had when he ran after that singing woman?"
I recollected the case.
"Besides, there's something I haven't told you. Just before he went to Bleaching, he and Angela quarrelled. I got it out of Angela this morning. There was something about her last hat. As far as I could gather, he told her it made her look like a Pekingese. This dog girl has caught him on the rebound. Place the facts before Jeeves and tell him to take action the moment you get down there."
I'm always a little piqued, if you know what I mean, at this assumption on the relative's part that Jeeves is so dashed essential on these occasions. Jeeves's services will not be required. The programme which I have laid out will be quite sufficient to take young Tuppy's mind off love-making. It is my intention to insert the luminous rabbit in his room.
Bertie, put it up to Jeeves."
"Just as you say, Aunt Dahlia." I went back to the bedroom. "Jeeves," I said, and I did not trouble to conceal my chagrin,
"You need not pack the luminous rabbit, nor the giant squirt. And Jeeves?"
"Sir?"
"Mrs. Travers wishes you, on arriving at Bleaching Court, to disentangle Mr. Glossop from a dog girl."
"Very good, sir." That Aunt Dahlia had not exaggerated the perilous nature of the situation was made clear to me on the following afternoon. Jeeves and I drove down to Bleaching in the two-seater, and we were tooling along about halfway between the village and the court, when suddenly there appeared ahead of us a sea of dogs, and in the middle of it young Tuppy, frisking round one of those largish, corn-fed girls. I tooted amiably on the horn, and yodeled a bit. They turned. Tuppy, I fancy, not any too pleased.
"Hello, Bertie." "Hello. My friend Bertie Wooster," said Tuppy to the girl, in what seemed to me rather an apologetic manner.
"Hello," said the girl. "Hello," I said. There was a somewhat constrained silence.
"Well, goodbye, Bertie," said young Tuppy. "You'll be wanting to push along, I expect."
We Woosters can take a hint as well as the next man. "See you later," I said.
"Oh, rather,"
said Tuppy. It wasn't until I was dressing for dinner that night that I saw young Tuppy again. He trickled in just as I was arranging the tie.
"Hello," I said. "Hello."
Who was the girl?
"Miss Dalgleish," said Tuppy,
and I noticed that he blushed a spot.
"Staying here?" "No, she lives in that house just before you come to the gates of this place. Did you bring my football boots?" "Yes, Jeeves has got them somewhere." "And the water spaniel?"
"Sorry, no water spaniel."
"Dashed nuisance. She set her heart on an Irish water spaniel." "Well, what do you care?" "I wanted to give her one."
"Why?" Tuppy became a trifle haughty.
"Colonel and Mrs. Dalgleish have been extremely kind to me since I got here. If people ask you to lunch and tea and what not, they appreciate it if you make them some little present in return."
"Well, give them your football boots. In passing, why did you want the bally things?"
"I'm playing in a match next Thursday. Upper Bleaching versus Hockley-cum-Meston. Apparently it's the big game of the year."
"Mr. Glossop is going to play on Thursday," I explained to Jeeves a few moments later. "So I was informed in the servants' hall, sir."
"And what's the general feeling there about it?"
"The impression I gathered, sir, was that the servants' hall considers Mr. Glossop ill-advised."
"Why is that?"
"I'm informed by Mr. Mulready, Sir Reginald's butler, sir, that this contest differs in some respects from the ordinary football game. Owing to the fact that there has existed for many years considerable animus between the two villages, the struggle is conducted, it appears, on somewhat looser and more primitive lines than is usually the case. The primary object of the players, I am given to understand, is not so much to score points as to inflict violence."
"Good Lord, Jeeves." I buzzed off to Tuppy's room forthwith. "What you'd better do is fake a sprained ankle on the eve of the match. You suggest that when Miss Dalgleish is trusting me that I should let her down with a thud?"
"That's the idea."
"Faugh!" said Tuppy.
The only time I've ever heard the word. How do you mean? Faugh. Bertie, I may as well tell you, I'm in love at last. How different she is, Bertie, from these hothouse artificial London girls. Would they stand in the mud on a winter afternoon watching a football match? Would they know what to give an Alsatian for fits? No. Well, why should they? Bertie, I'm staking everything on this game on Thursday. At the moment I have an idea that she looks on me as something of a weakling, simply because I got a blister on my foot the other afternoon and had to take the bus back from Hockley. But when she sees me going through the rustic opposition like a devouring flame... Here the dinner gong sounded. Judicious inquiries during the next couple of days convinced me that the servants' hall at Bleaching Court, in advancing the suggestion that young Tuppy, born and bred in the gentler atmosphere of the metropolis, would do well to keep out of local disputes and avoid the football field on which these were to be settled, had not spoken idly. The only topic of conversation in Upper Bleaching was Thursday's game, and the citizenry seemed to be looking forward to it in a spirit that can only be described as ghoulish. And it was the same in Hockley-cum-Meston. I went back to Jeeves with my mind made up. Jeeves, by rights, I suppose I ought to be welcoming the fact that the wrath of heaven is now hovering over young Tuppy Glossop. But the view I take of it is that heaven looks like overdoing it. We must act, and speedily, Jeeves. What course would you advocate, sir? I'll tell you. You must go up to London today, Jeeves, and tomorrow morning you will send a telegram signed Angela, which will run as follows. So sorry... I pondered. What would a girl say, Jeeves, who, having had a row with the bird she was practically engaged to because he told her she looked like a Pekingese in her new hat, wanted to extend the olive branch? So sorry I was cross, sir, would, I fancy, be the expression. Right. Resume the jotting. So sorry I was cross, darling. I see where we're missing a chance to make this the real Tabasco. Sign the telegram, not Angela, but Travers. If I might suggest, I fancy the following would probably meet the case, sir. Please return immediately. Angela seriously ill. High fever and delirium. Keeps calling your name piteously and saying something about a hat and that you were quite right. Please catch earliest possible train. Dahlia Travers. That sounds all right. Yes, sir. Now, well, send it off in time to get here at 2:30. You see the devilish cunning? No, sir. If the telegram arrived earlier, he would get it before the game. By 2:30, however, he will have started for the ground. I shall hand it to him the moment there's a lull in the battle. By that time, he will have begun to get some idea of what a football match between Upper Bleaching and Hockley-cum-Meston is like, and the thing ought to work like magic. Very good, sir. You can always rely on Jeeves. 2:30 I had said, and 2:30 it was. I was going to my room to change into something warmer at the moment, and I took it up with me. Then into the heavy tweeds, and off in the car to the field of play. I got there just as the two teams were lining up, and half a minute later the whistle blew, and the war was on. What with one thing and another, having been at a school where they didn't play it and so forth, rugby football is a game I can't claim absolutely to understand in all its niceties. Anyway, there had been a great deal of rain in the last few days, and the going appeared to be a bit sticky. A red-haired bloke paddled up and kicked off amidst cheers from the populace, and the ball went straight to where Tuppy was standing, a pretty colour scheme in light blue and orange. Tuppy caught it neatly and hoofed it back, and it was at this point that I understood that an Upper Bleaching versus Hockley-cum-Meston game had certain features not usually seen on the football field. For Tuppy, having done his bit, was just standing there looking modest, when there was a thunder of large feet, and the red-haired bird, galloping up, seized him by the neck, hurled him to earth, and fell on him. By the time he'd come to the surface, a sort of mob warfare was going on at the other side of the field. Tuppy wiped a fair portion of Hampshire out of his eye, peered round him in a dazed kind of way, saw the mass meeting and ran towards it, arriving just in time for a couple of heavyweights to gather him in and give him the mud treatment again. This placed him in an admirable position for a third heavyweight, to kick him in the ribs with a boot like a violin case. I saw now where Tuppy had made his mistake. He was too dressy. In addition, I rather think that the men of Hockley-cum-Meston felt that, as a non-local, he had butted in on a private fight. In fact, it was beginning to look as though that telegram had come too late to save a human life when an interruption occurred. Play had worked round close to where I was standing, and there had been the customary collapse of all concerned, with Tuppy at the bottom of the basket, as usual. But this time, when they got up and started to count the survivors, a sizable cove, in what had once been a white shirt, remained on the ground. and a hearty cheer went up. The victim was carried off by a couple of his old chums, and the rest of the players sat down and pulled their stocking up and thought of life for a bit. The moment had come, it seemed to me, to remove Tuppy from the abattoir, and I hopped over the ropes and toddled to where he sat, scraping mud from his wishbone. "Tuppy, old man." "Hey?" "I've got a wire here that came after you left the house. Do you suppose I've time to read telegrams now? But this one may be frightfully urgent. Here it is. But if you understand me, it wasn't. How I'd happened to do it, I don't know, but apparently in changing the upholstery I'd left it in my other coat. Oh, my gosh, I've left it behind. It doesn't matter, but it does. If I were you, I'd just say a few words of farewell to the murder squad and come back to the house." He raised his eyebrows. "Do you imagine that I would slink away under her very eyes? Besides, there's no power on earth that could get me off this field until I've thoroughly disemboweled that red-haired bounder." At this point the pallbearers returned, and fighting became general again, all along the front. The dirty work, resumed after this brief breather, started off with an added vim which it did one good to see, and the life and soul of the party was now young Tuppy. It was plain that if Hockley cum Meston wanted the happy ending, they must eliminate young Tuppy at the earliest possible moment. But every time the opposition talent ground him into the mire and sat on his head, he rose on stepping stones of his dead self. And in the end, it was the red-haired bloke who did the dust-biting. I couldn't tell you exactly how it happened, but one moment the fellow was herring along, and then suddenly Tuppy had appeared from nowhere and was sailing through the air at his neck. They connected with a crash and a slither, and a little later the red-haired bird was hopping off, something having gone wrong with his left ankle. After that there was nothing to it. Upper Bleaching thoroughly became busier than ever. There was a lot of earnest work in a sort of inland sea down at the Hockley end of the field, and then a kind of tidal wave poured over the line. And when the bodies had been removed, and the tumult and the shouting had died, there was young Tuppy lying on the ball. And that, with the exception of a few spots of mayhem in the last 5 minutes, concluded the proceedings. I drove back to the court in rather what you might term a pensive frame of mind. There was a servitor of sorts in the hall when I arrived, and I asked him to send up a whisky and soda. And about 10 minutes later there was a knock at the door, and in came Jeeves, bearing tray and materials. "Hello, Jeeves. Are you back?" "Yes, sir." "When did you get here?" "Some little while ago, sir." "Was it an enjoyable game, sir?" "In a sense, Jeeves, but I fear that owing to a touch of carelessness on my part, the worst has happened. I left the telegram in my other coat, so young Tuppy remained in action throughout." "Was he injured, sir?" "Worse than that, Jeeves. So spectacularly did he play that I can't see the girl not being all over him." "Indeed, sir." I didn't like the man's manner. A little leaping about with fallen jaw was what I had expected, and I was on the point of saying as much when the door opened again and Tuppy limped in. He was wearing an ulster over his football things, and I wondered why it had come to pay a social call on me instead of proceeding straight to the bathroom. "Whisky?" he said. "Bring me one, Jeeves." "Very good, sir." "What's the matter?" I asked. "Oh, nothing much. My faith in woman is dead, that's all. Even the dog's body girl?" "Her name," said Tuppy a little stiffly, "is Dalgleish. And if you want to know something else, she's the worst of the lot. Do you know what happened, Bertie?" "What?" "She wasn't there." "But I thought the whole scheme of the thing—" "So did I. When I've braved a fate worse than death all to please her, I find that she didn't bother to come and watch the game. She got a phone call from London from somebody who said he'd located an Irish water spaniel, and up she popped in her car. I met her just now outside her house, and she told me. And all she could think of was that she was as sore as a sunburnt neck because she had her trip for nothing. Apparently it was an ordinary English water spaniel. And to think I fancied I loved a girl like that." I saw that the moment had come to put in a word for the old firm. "My cousin Angela's not a bad sort, Tuppy. I'd always been hoping that she and you... And I know my Aunt Dahlia felt the same." "Angela? Don't talk to me about Angela. She gave me the push." "By the way, old man, I found that telegram." "What telegram?" "The one I told you about." "Well, let's have a look at the beastly thing." I handed it over, and suddenly, as he read, I saw him wobble. "Bertie," said young Tuppy in a voice that quivered, "my recent remarks re your cousin Angela. Wash them out. I've got to get up to London. She's ill. Can I borrow your car?" "Of course." "Thanks," said Tuppy, and dashed out. He'd only been gone about a second when Jeeves came in with the restorative. "Mr. Glossop's gone, Jeeves." "Indeed, sir?" "To London, to see my cousin Angela." "Extremely gratifying, sir." I gave him the eye. "Was it you, Jeeves, who phoned to Miss What's-her-bally-name about the alleged water spaniel?" "Yes, sir." "You knew she would come buzzing up?" "Yes, sir." "And you knew how Tuppy would react?" "Yes, sir." "But, Jeeves—" "Sir?" "There's just one point. What will Mr. Glossop say when he finds my cousin Angela full of beans and not delirious?" The point had not escaped me, sir. I took the liberty of ringing Mrs. Travers up on the telephone and explaining the circumstances. All will be in readiness for Mr. Glossop's arrival. Jeeves, you think of everything. Thank you, sir. In Mr. Glossop's absence, would you care to drink this whisky and soda? I shook the head. No, Jeeves, there's only one man who must do that. If ever anyone earned a refreshing snort, you are he. Pour it out, Jeeves, and shove it down. Thank you very much, sir. Cheerio, Jeeves. Cheerio, sir, if I may use the expression. This audiobook was produced and published by Penguin Books Limited.